Hello, hello. Welcome to this live stream. So if you're watching this after the fact, right now we are live, but if you're watching this after the fact and you were clicking because you were interested into the review of the Night of Seven Kingdom, then keep in mind that usually the beginning of the streams, first hour, I tend to interact with chat, but I will be editing and putting together a regular video without the whole chat interaction, and it will be posted either tomorrow or the day after, probably tomorrow. So do look for that one if that's what you were interested in. And for everyone else, welcome to the live stream. Hello, Dreamheart and Legetu. So good to have you here. I'm only 6 minutes late. Come on, not too bad for a Southern Italian, am I right? Okay, let me check chat. Let's make sure we are live on all platforms. I need to get the... what do I have? I have the chat for Rumble. I have the chat for YouTube. Let's put it into live chat. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Salve, buongiorno. Good to hear, Cavalry. I hope your video does well. Anonymous, good to see you. Yeah. Now my live streams are going to be a lot more scheduled, if you will, or scheduled, if you prefer that pronunciation. I'm going to be live streaming from Monday to Friday, 3:30 p.m. Central Time. Only Fridays will be on YouTube. Monday to Thursday are either, well, multi-streaming on Twitch, Kick, and Rumble. Links to all of these platforms will be in the video description. It already is, in fact. And here we are. Hello. Welcome. Welcome to the live stream. So let me see if I can get the chat from Kick as well, so we have everything. We don't need to have double sound though. So let me see. Yeah, that's the chat. I'm gonna pop it out and done. We've got all 4 chats here. And before you say anything, I do know that there are apps that allow you to kind of combine all chats together. I still haven't looked into that. I mean, right now it's not really something I need because I mean, the majority of chat is on YouTube, and then the second would be Twitch as of now. But we'll see how once the other platforms grow, perhaps we'll start talking about it. Welcome, welcome. How you guys doing? Thank you for being here. No, thank you for being here, Craig. I hope we're going to have a good chat today. We're going to have a good live stream. I'll try to stay live as long as I can. But again, sometimes I wonder how daily streamers, how they do it. Like, they are live streaming like 8-10 hours a day, and I'm like, goodness gracious, I can barely do 4 and I'm already exploding. But that's me. I guess I'll get used to it. Hello, Higashi Martial Arts, good to have you here. I'll probably say that, DJ. I'll say it multiple times because that's what I believe. You can disagree with my beliefs, but that's that. A knight who remembers his vows is actually, Nightmare, an excellent way to describe a Knight of Seven Kingdoms. So, of course, we're going to go into a deep analysis. Well, deep. Let's just say, like, we'll review it. And, but I will do, and we'll do that later. Right now, I'm kind of more interested to see what you guys think, and then I'll tell you what I think. But in general, the one thing that I do want to say is I really enjoyed it. I watched the whole thing. I watched the 6th episode yesterday. So I have it all very fresh in my mind. I watched the entire season, whatever it is. Is it a season? Is it a self-concluding? I am not sure, but it was good. It was good. I liked it. But I have to say, it does get better the further along you go. So if you watched the first episode and you're a little unsure, no, trust me, it's going to be worth it. Nico, I don't know how to pronounce your name, says, hello, here for Andrew Wilson, like you too, Metatron. Appreciate that. So you're one of the Crucible. Good to have you here. What do you think about the episode? Which one? Because I'm going to cover all of them. I'm going to talk about every single episode from a little bit. Of course, you know me. The majority of this discussion is going to have to do with armor and weapons and combat. That's how it's going to be. But we will talk about the characters, the character development, in general, the show, the storyline, each episode, which one was my favorite. And we will have some mild spoilers. And then we will have major spoilers too, but I will tell you Okay, so every time there's going to be a spoiler, I'll say it. And then every time there's going to be a major spoiler, I'll say it. And I'll give you like a few seconds delay so you have enough time to like maybe whatever. Decide if you want to skip this section for now or maybe come back in 5 minutes. That's what I'm going to say, basically. But I won't just give you a spoiler without notice. I can promise you that one. Yeah, it was only 6 episodes. You got it. Great. Yeah, no, I did watch it kind of. I watched the first episode, then I watched the second after a couple of days, then I watched the third one, and then I went from 4, 5, 6. I did them all together, basically, almost. The sixth one was the one that I finished yesterday. But yeah, 3, 4, and 5 I kind of did all together. What did you think of the Trial of the Seven? I thought it was the best. It was the best thing about the entire show was the Trial of the Seven. I absolutely loved it. It was great. Hey, we have got a superstar in chat, Dequitem. When will we see a reaction to my newest short film? Absolutely. I didn't even know you just posted it. See, that's the problem with YouTube. That's the problem with YouTube. Because I'm going to just show it right here so you guys know that. So in chat, we've got Dequitem, excellent content creator, much respect for him. And yes, true, I have reacted to some of his content before. Fantastic level of wonderful. Like, not even the armor and the combat, the camera work is phenomenal on those videos that he makes. But the algorithm didn't show me. So that is a massive failure. Well, why isn't Dequitem in my feed is the real question. But we will. We might even do it today, I'll be honest with you. During the live stream, why not? I'm just going to make a note because I have already... It's live and you're welcome. That's fantastic. Then I am going to react to it tonight. I'm going to add it to my list. We've got a lot of ground to cover. And we have a lot of videos to react and things to talk about and articles to complain and things to bitch about. Like I always do. But I've just added you to the list. Thank you so much for letting me know, by the way. So that's fantastic. Mactan says, my husband is a big fan of your stuff. He's been watching you for years. He's a biggest supporter of your content. He wanted me to tell you that. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Say hi to your husband. It's fantastic to have you here, Mactan Dame. Dame is a beautiful word, by the way, in English. A dame. We should totally use it again. Bring it back. I mean, we do say madam, which is basically my dame. So we might as well. The problem with YouTube is the stupid split screen commercials them you to do. Not only that, it's that YouTube's homepage real estate is now mostly given to shorts. So the amount of long form content that literally has physical space, digital should I say, digital space on the page as you scroll is minimal compared to shorts. And since I'm someone who does not watch shorts, only occasionally I make exceptions, and today there is an exception because there is a short I just got to show you. But generally speaking, I ignore 90% of shorts that are shown to me because I don't care. I'm not that kind of, I mean, maybe it's a generational thing. Maybe I'm too old for shorts. I don't know. But that's the problem because since there is a lot less space for long form content, oftentimes one of those segments is from a sponsored thing, so someone who paid for it. Then at the end of the day, how much space do you really have if all of it is going to be thin? I really do believe that one of the reasons why YouTube started going downfall is when it started to try and imitate TikTok. But that's really what happened with all social media spaces. Whether you call them Reel, or whether you call them Shorts, or whether you call them TikToks, it's all the same. It's because TikTok was extremely successful, and so every platform had to try and imitate them. Norwegian ancestry, that's awesome. Cool, cool. A Nordic. Let's see. No problem, Legetu. Thank you so much for stopping by. Hope to see you again later because this will be a pretty long stream. That is, unless I get like headaches and stuff. Sometimes I do. If I do, of course, I stop the streams. But last time I didn't, so hopefully not. I want to recognize again, thank you so much for the support. Maktam Dame, I really appreciate the super chat. Thank you. So one of the things I want to tell you is what's on the menu today. So first I'm going to engage with chat like we always do. We're going to have a good time, read super chats, talk, that kind of stuff. Then, of course, we're going to dive into A Knight of Seven Kingdom, and I'll share my opinion on review, things I like the most, things I didn't like, and that kind of stuff. Then we're going to have to talk about something that was said by the Pope. Because you know me, I've been very critical of the Pope. But this one, he's right. And it's really bad. It's really bad. So it's something that has been happening in clergy, I believe, around the globe. It's not even just an Italian thing. And we need to address it. There are a couple of things. Apparently, there is more censorship when it comes to Steam reviews. Asmongold covered it. I'll do a react to that. I found a video by History Hit. They're talking about Joan of Arc. I myself have recently made a video about Joan of Arc and made one a few months ago as well. So it'd be interesting to have a look at that. Then we're going to have I'm going to take you for a spin on X. We're going to see what nonsense happens, and we're going to need a little bit of based, logical, reasonable takes, since literally so many takes are absolute, complete, utter nonsense these days that you read them and you're like, who? How do people even think this way? So we're going to bring in some based takes. Then we'll see if we can... Yeah, and there are some publications, some statements and articles made by New York Times and TED Talk that are disconcerting, and so I thought we would address them. And then we're gonna have to talk about a little bit about some racism that has happened in school, and the article that I found is about a racist teacher, in this case anti-white. As you know, I condemn all forms of racism, and this is one that, of course, just like all other forms of racism, should be addressed and frowned upon, and we will. And that's generally speaking what we have got today. I might add more, because I've got more, but I don't know if I have enough time to really do everything, if you know what I mean. Let's see, what were you saying? You saw that the Vatican had dealings with Epstein. Oh, goodness gracious. No, I didn't. I did not see. I mean, I'll have to see that. Depends, like, what do you mean? What kind of, are we talking about, like, I hope not a pope, but are we talking some cardinals that need to be investigated here? You see, and today we're not going to talk about the Epstein files. Maybe I'm passing a little bit, but there is one thing that I said, and I stand by it. Just having your name on the Epstein files is not enough for a conviction. We need proof, we need evidence, and we need an investigation. But it is enough to actually start looking into the people that are clearly into the files. But I will say, it doesn't matter. I don't care who you are. If it's proven, because innocent until proven guilty, but if it is proven that people went to the island, that did stuff to kids, then I don't care who they are. They need to have repercussions for it. If they have positions of powers, they need to step down. So if the freaking Pope was investigated, it's like, yeah, he went to Epstein, all right. He loved the little boys. Then I'm like, you know what? Take him to prison. So I don't care who he is. I do not care who he is. Kings and princes and politicians and powerful people. That's just how it is. That's just me. Are you a fan of the God of War games? I wouldn't say I'm a fan. I think they're cool. I think the character is badass. The only one I finished, though, was like God of War 1, and I finished it on the PSP of all systems. Hello, Joe, 9696. Goodness gracious, can't even read numbers. Good luck. 9690. Appreciate having you here. Have you thought of playing Age of Empires on your stream and commenting on its history? I've done it before. I even have a few episodes on my gaming channel. There's one episode where I play as the Sicilians. You'd be surprised the kind of people that need to go to jail. Oh, I agree. 100%. How's Twitch? How are things going over on Twitch? I'm surprised I still haven't been banned on Twitch, to be honest, for my based takes. Because recently, did you see that Macari guy that we made a video about? The one that was flashing like PDF file stuff and animality stuff, bestiality, whatever the heck. No, animality is Mortal Kombat. I'm getting confused. Nothing wrong with animality, everything wrong with bestiality. Let's use words properly. Anyways, the guy that, yeah, he was already unbanned. So it was Lakari, yeah, it was basically a 1 week ban. Seriously? Okay. So I think I'm just gonna say it, guys. Probably from a Twitch perspective, that kind of stuff with like kids and that kind of PDF, and yeah, that's 1 week ban. If you threaten to assassinate people, like Hassan Piker, 1 day, 1 day and a half maybe. But if you have a moderate conservative take, permabanned. I'm just gonna say it. I don't even care. I don't even care. That's what. Anyways, maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit. Perhaps some of this is a little bit hyperbolic. But here we are. I don't know. You tell me, guys. I think it was John Paul II. Nah, no way. John Paul, the Polish guy. Be cruel to defenseless animals. Yeah, no, it's awful. You gotta be careful not to break rules, some of which are stupid. Yeah, I mean, having stupid rules on a platform is fine in the sense that the moment I start using that platform or creating content for said platform, I accept the terms of service. So even though I individually may think this term of service, this specific one, is ridiculous, it's stupid, it's their platform. No one is forcing me to post there. Thus, it's fine. What I'm not okay with, however, is the inconsistent enforcement of the law. So if you have double standards, and this is what the terms of service say, but you only enforce it to people you disagree with politically, then, or you, even worse, and decide to enforce it or not on the basis of, is it a white guy or is it a minority group? Yeah, then you're going to have a problem with me. Terms of service themselves being ridiculous, whatever. Who cares? At the end of the day, it's their platform. It's not my platform. So I'm a guest, you could say, on the platform, and that kind of applies to YouTube as well, applies to all sorts of social media platforms. And nobody's forcing us to use them, and when we decide to use them, then the only thing I'm saying, just apply the law consistently towards all individuals. That's the only thing I would say. But all platforms have their favorites. We know that. It's been proven beyond any shadow of a doubt. And it is what it is. Some people get away with stuff. Some people don't. And I know that there are people, like Critical, for instance, often says it's about the money. I don't think so. I think he has to say that because he knows that if he tells the truth, maybe he believes it. Maybe he's just wrong. Or maybe he knows that even though it's not just about how much money a creator makes, it's not just that, it's part of it. It's not just that, but then he kind of omits the rest. The rest is, Twitch is basically a DEI system. We know it. And not admitting it because you're afraid of your audience. Again, I don't want to speak ill. I like Critical. He's not as bad as Destiny or Hassan Piker. We disagree probably on a lot of political takes. But I think he's a genuinely good guy, and he's, like he said, some dog shit takes, but probably he would think that of some of my takes. Personally, as long as you have a basic level of decency, he seems to be a generous man, so I'm not here to attack him. I'm not interested in doing that. It's just that sometimes it's a little frustrating when you know what's happening. It's a form of discrimination towards white people, but you can't say it. Because if you say they're going to accuse you of being a white supremacist, I personally don't care about that accusation. Maybe he's naive, queer. Yeah, you say you think he's naive. Maybe. That's why I say I don't know if he's doing it on purpose or if he actually is convinced that it's only a matter of money. But hey, to each his own, right? It's his platform. He can say his takes. On my platforms, I'll say my takes. And freedom. Freedom, guys. Freedom. How you guys doing anyways? I hope you're having a good day today. How's the weather over wherever the heck you are? Why don't you let me... Where are you from? That's actually a cool question to ask, because I love the fact that I've got people from all over the place. We were just told that we've got someone from Norway. Where are you guys watching from? Be awesome to know, so we can see if I know anything about your country. In the meantime, I'm going to check metrics here for a second. A little slow on YouTube today. Maybe we'll pick up momentum later. Is Rumble working? It is, right? Yeah, I'm getting comments, so it is working. Okay, good stuff. Because I didn't see the numbers. Are the numbers behind my lamp? The numbers are indeed behind my lamp. Okay, good. So now I saw the numbers. Kick is, as of now, non-existent. We'll have to see if there is a way. How's Twitch? Twitch is regular, but normal performance for now. Normal performance for now. So we got people from Germany, Northwest England, Rochdale. I don't know where Rochdale is, but I've of course spent some time in Northwest England. When I was in the UK in my late teens, I lived all over the place. Really, I lived mostly in England. I spent a few months in Wales, but mostly in England. But I did live both in the south and the north, and but this is like so many years ago. You're from Australia? That's cool. Australians say good day. Yeah, Australia says good day. Australia doesn't exist now. You're all British paid actors anyways. There's no such thing as Australia. USA, Utah. Kamaj is from Utah. Cool. You have a... It's not a Starbucks, but it's like a Utah version where you make fancy drinks, and my wife loves it. And they just opened one here in this state. And I can't remember what it's called, but she was really excited about it. You make like all of these like fancy, I don't know, Sprite with whatever the heck it is. Because we do go to Starbucks, not too often, but we do go to Starbucks sometimes, which as an Italian pains me to admit. It's just that I learned not to call it coffee. Because if as an Italian, I call it coffee, my mind is going to explode. I don't. I consider it a coffee-inspired frappe drink, dessert. Then I actually enjoy it. Because, I mean, who doesn't enjoy caramel or chocolate and white chocolate mousse, pistachio, cold brew, and all that stuff? Subjugated hazelnut tastes. So, yeah, that's fine. Like, I enjoy it as a treat. I always take tall, which... Why is tall the shortest one? Anyways. I always choose tall and drink half of it because the amount of sugar... Americans, you guys, you're nuts with the amounts of sugar you guys put in these drinks. So I drink half of it. Okay, I drink usually half of a tall. But it's good, it's good. I mean, I enjoy it. I like it. It tastes good. And, yeah... But there is that. I do love living in the USA though. It's just the sodium and sugar content. Those are the only two things. I actually like the food. It's just that the sugar and sodium content, I always have to kind of reorganize my portions, and that's it. I love the USA. Ink Panification, thank you for supporting the stream, my friend. Very much appreciated in these times of need when it comes to content creation. Ink Panification, I'm Metatron. How would you describe the Carabinieri to a non-Italian? Also, when you lived in Japan, did you watch any Taiga dramas? Which, if you don't know, a period drama created by the NHK. I think I did watch a couple of these. They were a little difficult, though, because I think they use kind of a old-school Japanese, almost, dare I say, feudal Japanese. So I watched them a little bit, but not too much. Carabinieri are they're like a military police, really, in Italy. So they look like police. They are dark blue, their uniforms, or like black. And in fact, they're more black, and their cars are dark blue. Police is light blue, so they have different functions. I think the police takes care more of like everyday city crime, whereas Carabinieri have different. I do believe, anyways, while they look like police, they are actually part of the army. So they're kind of a military police, if you will. Yeah. Did you see that there are two cities in Italy, Rome and maybe Turin? I don't remember the second one, Modena, maybe. There are two cities where the police, was given a Lamborghini Diablo as one of their cars. Can you imagine running away from the police and they chase you with a Lamborghini Diablo? Did you know? Did you see that? If you don't, I gotta show you. I gotta show you right now. Yep. There we go. Here he is. Polizia with a Lamborghini Diablo. Good luck. Good luck running away from a Lamborghini, guys. So it's a thing. I think only 2 cities have them, and it's not like it's kind of a special thing. It's not like all police officers. But can you imagine though? Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Italian tax money you put to good use. I don't even know if it was a write-off from Lamborghini, to be honest. I don't know though, because write-offs don't really work the same way as they do in the US. And I'm actually still amazed how much I get to write off here as technically a self-employed individual from a IRS perspective. I'm still like amazed that, like, because you can write off stuff you actually use for your business, even though it's like, of course, content creation and whatnot. And so I can literally write off a helmet if I use it for producing content. Yeah, good luck doing that in Italy. They'd be like, what? Write what? It's not gonna happen. But hey, God bless America. Only one made? I thought it was 2 cities, but I could be wrong. Maybe it's in Rome then. Well, with Rome traffic, then it's gonna be useless because traffic in Rome is unbearable. So you probably go like at 15 miles per hour. Might as well walk it, but you'll look cool. Your favorite Italian was always a Lancia Stratos. I see Lancia fine, as you like city cars. Lancia and Fiat for city cars. Alfa Romeo if you want to step it up a little bit, and then you go into the sports cars like Ferrari, Lamborghini, and that kind of stuff. So yeah, Alfa Romeo are beautiful cars. I actually drove one here in the States because there was a time when I think our car was being repaired. We drive a Mercedes. We have a Mercedes. But it needed repairing, and so we rented a car. And in the car rental place, the car dealership, whatever it was, car rental, one of the cars available was a red Alfa Romeo, which is quite rare in the States, a rare sight. It was a beautiful one as well. So I told my wife, we got to get the Alfa Romeo, come on. So we got to drive around an Alfa Romeo in America for a couple of days, which was fun. It was fun. Hello from Estonia. Hello. What's your opinion as an Italian on Fiat? Fiat is like cheap cars. Unless, well, not all Fiat are cheap cars. They also have the high end. But in general, the majority, a lot of people own a Fiat in Italy, and they are cheap, they're reliable, not fancy, but it's fine. Do you guys know what Fiat means? And I don't mean the word in Latin, what it stands for as an acronym. I imagine you do, so I'm just going to tell you for those who don't. It's Federazione, so federation, Italiana, Italian, Automobili, automobiles, so cars, Torino, the city of Turin. Federazione Italiana Automobili Torino, Fiat. That's what it means, because of course it's made up in Turin. Yeah, you were right, Macarev. Something along the lines of factory from Torino. Yeah, Torino. Yeah. How do you call an Alfa Romeo driver? Alpha male. Sure. For sure. Your cousin is an Aprilia. Man, I haven't heard that name in a while. Sir Duncan. Well, we're going to talk about Sir Duncan the Tall, all right? I wonder if he only drinks Tall from Starbucks. I like the character. I actually do. He's a well-written character. Perth, Australia. So it's morning for you, Christy. Sorry, it took me forever to see the comment. I'm a Greek born and raised in South Africa, living in the Netherlands. Man, that's complicated. a Greek brother, Greek cousin. Let's go. Do I think they're gonna retcon the ending of Game of Thrones? No. And didn't the author say he's not interested in writing the end the final books anyways? Hi from Wales. Hello, Chef Alan. Good to have you here. Boreda Sittahi. And well acted. You're right, Dequiten. Absolutely, yeah. It is very well acted. Great actors, great characters. They really did a good split between villains and heroes that feels natural and organic for a change. Because one thing that I often see in TV series is that you can tell when a character is written in a way that they are trying to really, really make you like him, and it can be a little artificial. Sometimes it just doesn't click. Like, I know what you're doing. He's being really nice and he's petting a dog. Like, I get it. But sometimes it can feel unnatural. With this one, however, they did a really good job, because by the end of the series, in fact, I'm going to say already by episode 3, I really like the character, Duncan. And then by the end of episode 4, in fact, mid episode 5, is when you really go into, man, Duncan is a great man. Duncan is a great man. And that's important, because then it makes you're basically pushing for the hatred of the villain through the fact that the villain is being mean towards a character you like, which is a lot more effective as a way to hate a villain than, oh, this guy is awful, this is the guy you gotta hate, because sometimes that doesn't work. An example of how that was done poorly was The Last of Us 2, where the characters they wanted us to like, we ended up hating. I couldn't stand Ellie. I could not stand, Abby. They were awful characters. And the characters that somehow we were supposed to instead dislike, I ended up cheering for. So they were complete failure. A good game when it comes to gameplay. I finished it, by the way, so I'm not just talking from clips. No, I finished The Last of Us 1 and 2, played the entire thing. The ending was complete awful dog shit for The Last of Us 2. It was one of the least satisfying endings on planet Earth. And that's, I think, a good example to be like, no, you're supposed to like Abby, I don't. You're supposed to like Ellie, I don't. So it's just because maybe they didn't want us to really like Ellie, I don't even know. Because with Ellie, you shoot the dogs. With Abby, she pets the dogs. And usually that's a too long didn't read version of who you're supposed to like in games and TV series. But I still hated Abby, I couldn't stand her. Plus, I mean, Ellie, literally, I'm coming, I gotta tell you this one. I played the game, I think I played it on PS4, The Last of Us 2. I was actually excited, because I liked the first one very much. So imagine that I had just finished the first one, because I played it late, and then the second one comes out, and I'm like, oh, that's exciting. So I start, graphics look great, and then within the first 5 minutes, she's already calling someone a bigot. Which is a word that I'm just gonna tell you, it gives me red flag immediately. Imagine a game where within the first 5 minutes, the main character start pointing the finger and calling everyone woke. Because it's the equivalent. Like, could you imagine you're playing like a new Heroes of Might and Magic, and they're like, man, these orcs are so woke. I can't stand this woke garbage orcs. I'd be like, what am I even playing? Likewise, if this is what happened though. She's like, bigot, you're a bigot. And I'm like, wait, what? Am I watching a political debate, or am I playing a game? And unfortunately, for a lot of us, gaming is our way to get out of reality, because reality sucks. For a lot of us, it's poisonous, particularly with the internet and everyone being able to share an opinion. 90% of those opinions are despicable. And so you want to kind of get out, enter a new world, but if that world is also containing the same stuff that you're already ultra fed up, because it's just me. But yeah, it is what it is. What can we say? So, by the way, talking about orcs and goblins, I don't know if you know this, but you know how in World of Warcraft and in general, like Warcraft 3, I believe, maybe even Warcraft 2, they started giving accents to the various creatures. This is something that's been happening in fantasy for a while. It's an interesting topic of conversation, whether certain accents are in fact matching or not. And what's funny is that if you remember, I think trolls in the Warcraft world sound Jamaican, whereas orcs, what do they sound like? Cockney, maybe. I'm not sure. What's funny is that in Italian, yeah, they do the troll sound Jamaican. I remember that. In Italian, when they dubbed them, for some reasons they decided to try and do that with Warcraft, and it was an awful idea because generally Italian always dubs all characters with accentless Italian, meaning standard. And sometimes, in fact, I think they should put a regional accent. For instance, when you play Assassin's Creed 2, I think it would have been great if Ezio Auditore had a Florentine accent. It would have been perfect, because he is Ezio Auditore da Firenze. So I think it would have been so perfect if he actually had the accent. He doesn't. He sounds just standard Italian, accent-free, kind of voice actor type of pronunciation, which is okay, but I think that's a missed opportunity there. Incidentally, in the English version, the American voice actor tried to put on a Spanish accent, and I wanted to flip the table when I heard that, him admitting that during an interview. I'm like, what? I'm just going to leave it at that. But with the orcs, they actually gave them a Neapolitan accent in the Italian version. It sounds awful. It sounds awful not because I hate the Neapolitan accent, just because it doesn't match a fantasy setting. So if I hear the orc say, "Oh, si, non me niente," like I just can't have it. I can't have it, guys. I just can't take it seriously, so I switch it back to English. I just can't do it. I really don't think they should do that. Again, as I say in Italia, just keep it standard, please, and maybe we can talk if the character is supposed to be from that area, such as Ezio Auditore. I'm okay with that. Okay, so if you ever, I don't know, King or Prince of Naples, although then again, modern Neapolitan is different from medieval Neapolitan, but you know what I mean. For instance, I think it's cool when video games that show mafia characters, they are dubbed by Sicilians. And I love that. So if you have a Sicilian, and in fact, they tend to have a Sicilian accent, mafia characters, like in the video game Mafia. Even if they're Sicilian Americans, you can still tell, because just so you know, guys, when you hear someone who speaks with the voice a little bit in their throat, they keep their eyes kind of closed, and they speak like this: "Johnny, I promise your mother to protect you, and you do this to me." That's a Sicilian accent. That is not just an Italian accent. No one else in Italy speaks like that, only Sicilians. Okay? So someone from Milan would not sound, like this. They don't. Okay? Just so you know. And so that's a Sicilian accent specifically, I say as a Sicilian. And I love it. I think it's great. And funny enough, just to give you more fun facts, Tomb Raider 2 for the PlayStation 1, which is set in Venice, but for some reason has Sicilian mafia in it, they did in the Italian dubbing, everyone sounds standard except for the mafia guys who have a Sicilian accent, but unfortunately they didn't get a Sicilian to do it. They got an Italian from somewhere else, a voice actor who tried to put on a Sicilian accent, and it was cringe AF. To give you a perspective, imagine someone who is from California and is supposed to put on a Texas accent. Come on. Like, there are people that are really talented and can do that, but for the majority of cases, you're going to be able to tell a mile away, yeah, that guy's just putting it on. It's going to sound like it's a caricature. This happens sometimes between, I don't know, an American actor who tries to put on a British accent, or an English actor who tries to put on an American accent. Again, there are people that can pull it off really well, but it's rare. It's people that either have phenomenal ear, or they have actually gone through accent coaching but sometimes accent coaching is not enough. If you don't have the ear for it, even with accent coaching, unless you have a lot of exposure, you will sound fake. And to be honest, it's at that point, ditch it. Don't make that sound a fake accent. Just ditch it. And that's me. That's a throwback. I agree. That is a throwback, all right. Just giving you some real perspective, guys. And since we're talking about Sicily, someone has a super chat. Thank you so much for the super chat. I went to Sicily, Cefalù, and I love it. Since I'm Brazilian, I felt way more at home there. I can see that. The people are warmer and down to earth, and of course loud. Oh gosh, we're loud. And I think, yeah, we do have some similarities also a little bit. Like, you use a lot the oo sound. Like even when you write "o," but you read it "u," like whether it be the article or whether it be at the end of words. And we spell it with a "u," but and of course we pronounce it as a "u." So that's something we can we have a similarity. We can't even speak English anymore. So that's something we have in common. So I appreciate that. I think Brazilians are cool. Beautiful language, by the way. It pisses me off when people call Portuguese, whether it be Portugal Portuguese or European Portuguese or whether it be Brazilian Portuguese. It pisses me off when people call it ugly Spanish. I think it's a very ignorant thing to say. To me, they're two completely distinct languages. They sound completely different. And I personally find, I'll be honest with you, particularly Brazilian Portuguese to be melodic and beautiful to my ears. It's a gorgeous language. And so, yeah, it annoys me, even though it's not my language. It still annoys me because I think it's out of place. There is a region in Italy, though, that kind of has a similar intonation to you guys in Brazil, and it's the Liguria region. And for those who don't know Italian geography, it would be the region where Genova is. They sometimes have an intonation that it resembles Brazilian Portuguese a little bit. A lot more than Sicilian, because Sicilian, yeah, I mean, Sicilian is its own thing, I guess. But in Sicily, we sound like we are lazy. Particularly where I'm from, the West, we sound a bit like we don't care. So, like, if I had to say a sentence in my version of Sicilian, I would say, I don't know, "Tenisti iuso, ci parlaisse cucchiddu, da 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 ah." It sounds like that. If I had to, like, be. Not all Sicily sounds like that. The eastern sections of Sicily, like Syracuse, Catania, Messina, they have a linguistic phenomenon called a rising terminal. So the accent tends to go up at the end of sentences, particularly with questions. And you might be like, well, doesn't everyone do that with questions? Yeah, but not like Eastern Sicilians. You haven't got a clue. We go as high as the frigging... by the way, since we're talking accents, another accent that is sort of famous depending on the region for rising terminals is Australian English. They do tend to have rising terminals when they are telling you a story. So they tend to go up rather than going naturally down at the end of the sentence. And in my section of Sicily, we do go down, and in fact, we go very down. But yeah, that's that. Crikey. Did I say rice? I don't know, did I? Dragon in Chinese is long. Yeah, that's correct. Second term. Yeah. In Mandarin, yeah. Is there an Austrian influence in northeastern Italian dialect? I'm not sure if there is an Austrian but there are some similarities between. So, like, of course, northern Italian, particularly mountainous regions of northern Italy, you find towns that are fascinating. For instance, the town of Gorizia, which is in the region called Friuli Venezia Giulia. It's the deep northeast. And there are this town, it tends to be bilingual. It's literally split in between two countries. And so depending on where you stand, you'll be in a different country. And it tends to, the people will speak, like you will find people that speak both languages. And but something like that, strangely enough, happens in Sicily too. There is one little town near Palermo. It's called Piana degli Albanesi. It means the Albanians' plains. And they speak a dialect there that is related to Albanian. And I went there. They make phenomenal cannoli, by the way. Best cannoli in the entirety of Italy is in this section of Sicily, Piana degli Albanesi. And when people speak to each other, I don't understand a word. It's like a foreign tongue. It's a foreign language. Nothing. But then, because it's actually related to Albanian, it's crazy. But then they do speak it like we to communicate, both me from Palermo and these people, we switch to Italian with a Sicilian accent, but Italian. And so we understand each other. In fact, our accents are kind of similar. But when they speak their own language, Impossible. Holy cannoli. Yeah, I know. Seriously. Thank you for the... thank you, Incapenification, for your generosity. Aside from Italian, the only Romance language I want to learn is Romanian. Sounds good. Also, if you want to break your brain, look at Albanian grammar. I don't know how complicated Albanian grammar is, to be honest. I never studied it in any way. So that could be cool. Sicily, cool. By the way, Metatron, a question. In football, there is a derby rivalry between Palermo and Catania. Yeah, absolutely. It is not just football, my friend. It's not just football, my friends. That's why when I reacted, I don't know if you guys saw that episode. It's still on the channel. But when you know how Carl Benjamin, so Sargon of Akkad, he made a video where he described his journey, his trip to Sicily. And he was very, like, he hated it. And people were, I guess, were expecting me to get mad. But the thing is, though, that he was constantly shitting on Catania. But I'm from Palermo, so they are my rivals in theory. So I actually kind of joked about it. I was like, he's absolutely right. Based. Yeah, based. Because it would be like, what? You're expecting someone from freaking, I don't know, Tennessee to defend Las Vegas? On what planet? Or like the you know, Alabama versus New York type of stuff. Like, it's not gonna happen. But anyways, his criticism was fair. It's just that I wish he could. I did tell Carl, next time you go to Sicily, tell me, because I'll tell you what. There are some gorgeous places in Sicily that are absolute gems. But unless you know, you might end up visiting areas that are really bad. And yeah, I think it would be nice next time he goes, if he ever goes. He doesn't have to, but if he does, I told him to just tell me, because I'll make it an amazing experience. 100%. 100%. In fact, I didn't know. Had I known, I would have organized everything for him. I would have sent him people. I've been like, hey, I'm sending you people. They'll take care of you. They'll make sure no one messes with you. I would have absolutely done that. Next time. Have you seen Xiaoma's video with Polymathy, aka Luke? It's great. Is it about Latin or Greek? It's gotta be. We'll watch it. I'll react to it. Let me add it to the... Let me add it. Luke Ranieri is based. He's great. Xiaoma is a talented... He's a talented individual when it comes to languages, but he is a little arrogant. I mean, people say I'm arrogant, so I guess maybe I shouldn't talk. But then again, I guess that is one feature. Instead, you know, Luke is so likable because he's extremely talented and knowledgeable, but he's one of the most humble people I've ever met in my life. In fact, I'd say that, let's put it this way, me and Xiaoma can learn a lot from Luke when it comes to how not to be condescending. Because, man, the stuff that I've heard Xiaoma say, to be like, I'm just really, really good. I'm just one of the best. He just says that out of the blue. And I'm like, mate, you're good, but you're not the best. Like, just stop it. There are other Mandarin speakers. Like, there is a guy called, I think his name is Matt. No, Will Matt, something like that. And he would eat Xiaoma for breakfast when it comes to competency. So let's just be honest with you. He's good, but stop with the I'm the best one, bro, because it's like, come on. Well, after your teenage years, you should kind of drop that, if you know what I mean. Just a little bit of criticism here. Little bit of criticism. As I say, I've got a lot to learn myself. Daniel, thank you for the support. If he goes to Sicily, you'll make him an offer he can't refuse. Yeah, totally. Absolutely. I would love, thank you, the Nut House. I would see you cover the history, recent theory, and mudflat theory, Tartaria, and all that. It's ridiculous. Interesting. I'm copying that into my notes. It's an interesting. I don't know what you're talking about, to be honest, but I'll have a look. Thank you for the suggestion. Very much appreciated. Very much appreciated. Awesome, awesome. How's Twitch? I've noticed that most Scottish accents in games are not by actual Scottish people, and it's terrible. Yeah, I can see that. But one game that did it right, because they were all from Scotland, I think, is man, the one in the oil plant in the sea. I finished the whole game, and I don't remember the game. I played it on stream. It was phenomenal. I'm sure some of you will tell me, oh yeah, that game, and then I'll tell you the title. What a game. Everyone, I think, was Scottish. They sounded very... Still Wakes the Deep. Yeah, that was a phenomenal game. Finished the whole thing. Loved it. Loved it. It took me 3.5 streams, I think, to finish it, but it was worth every minute. Did you study more Japanese or Chinese history? History, kind of both, because I took the exact same number of credits when it comes to history of Japan and history of China at university. Then on my own, maybe a little more Japanese history, but kind of both. We're hearing a little bit of... Let me turn off, by the way, before we continue. Let me turn off this. We don't need the music anymore for now. For those who don't know, before we continue, for those who don't know, I have a TikTok page, Metatron History. Just created it. It's growing really fast. It's having a lot of success. We got a video with 2.1 million subscribers. If you are on TikTok, help me make sure the brain rot doesn't happen with the youth, so that when they inevitably scroll, particularly in the United States where the app is not going to be banned now that an American company bought it, I decided, you know what, among the silly dances, lip syncing and nonsense, maybe I can bring him some proper education. Let's make it happen, guys. Come on. If you have the account, if you're like, no, I'm anti TikTok, I get it, bro. Don't worry about it at that point. But if you already have it, or you know someone who has it, why not? Let's try to have some actual education, some informative content, some critical thinking, some thought-provoking clips. And look at me. I'm always wearing something cool. It's fun. It's fun, guys. It's fun. Let's do it. Let's make it happen. Come on. Don't be Muppets. Don't be Muppets. Let's make it happen. Breaking into the Zoomer market. What the heck is a Zoomer market? Oh yeah, TikTok is jingling of keys. At least for me, it's the jingling of helmets. And by the way, I brought the cavalry, guys. I brought the cavalry. I am surrounded by helmets for when we actually jump into the Knight of Seven Kingdom review, because we're gonna compare some of the helmets that are in the show, and we'll keeping in mind that, of course, the show is not historical, so it doesn't matter. But just as not as a critique, as a matter of interest, oh, that helmet kind of reminds me of this, and then I'm going to show you on camera. As I say, I'm surrounded by helmets. It's going to be a good time. Someone is from Denmark. Very cool. What's your name again? Supreme Herald. That's an awesome name, by the way. I never heard of Blood Message, no. What kind of game is it? Oh, by the way, I'm a little hot. Let me turn off the central heating because it's getting a little intense and I'm just wearing a shirt. So be right back. Right back. Maybe don't destroy the microphone. What do you think? 74 Fahrenheit. 74 Fahrenheit. I had to turn on the air conditioning. That's crazy. Also, I still haven't really fully, completely figured out the Fahrenheit thing. I have an idea. I know that if it says 70, it's hot, and if it says 43, it's freaking cold. But it's still kind of weird for me. So, anyways, let's do it, guys. Let's talk about. Let's move on to a Knight of Seven Kingdom, and of course, in honor of a Knight of Seven Kingdom, we're gonna have a helmet right here, and this kind of looks a little bit like the helmet that he's using. If you see, has the same type of perforation. It's just that when I say he, I mean Duncan. And if I wasn't a Muppet, I would have specified that. And there are more holes on this one than there are on his helmet, but I think his helmet is a very interesting part of this discussion, and we're going to have a really good time talking about helmets. All sorts of helmets will be presented during this review, but first and foremost, let's talk about it. Okay, so Knights of Seven Kingdom. The first thing I want to say about this, and I really want to hear what you guys think. This is going to be a little bit of, this is what I think. Let me hear what you think, also in the comments, of course. But one thing I want to say I watched all 6 episodes. It was really, really good. But it grew on me. So for anyone who is kind of on the fence, and you're like, I don't know if I'm going to like it. Is it going to be for me? If you watch the first episode and you think maybe not, which is what I thought, keep going, because here's what I'm going to tell you. And once again, there will be spoilers, but I'll let you know before any spoiler. Right now, no spoilers. I'm just letting you know that, to me, first episode was meh. Second episode was like, maybe. Third episode is what I went, oh my gosh, this is great. Particularly at the end. I'm not going to say why, but if you make it to the end of the third episode, you'll get addicted. You'll immediately click next, and then you'll watch 4, 5, and 6 because it gets progressively better. Really good. Now, I'm going to say a lot of praise to this show. We're going to discuss character arch development. We're going to talk about the characters themselves. We'll spend a lot of time on the gear, the armor, the weapons, because I'm a medieval enthusiast. Of course, this is a fantasy, and we have to keep in mind that anything I say is not a critique, because once again, it's not set in medieval Europe, but it's clearly inspired by medieval Europe. And so it's fine, I think, to not consider anything I have to say as necessarily praises or criticism on the basis of historical accuracy, but simply as an opportunity for us to learn something fun while we talk about a show that we all thoroughly enjoyed. With that out of the way, one thing that was a little negative for me, but just for me, is that sometimes the humor is a little crass. Particularly beginning of episode 1, beginning of episode 2, and then there is a scene on episode 4 that were a little bit like, yeah, okay. Did it disrupt from the entirety of the series? No. Did I still enjoy it very much? Yes. And is it statistically likely that what I found to be, I don't know, didn't click with me, you are actually going to love it, it's going to make your head laugh your head off? Yes. So I'm just going to say that because I wanted to say it. Also because, to be fair, it's probably the only negative thing I have to say about this entire show. So, with that out of the way, let's talk about Duncan, and then we'll talk about the armor. But because we're not talking about the armor just yet, I'm going to open an image now that shows the actor. So, Sir Duncan, a Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. So we've got kind of a visual reference, and you don't have to stare at my face for the entirety of the thing. All right, so Sir Duncan, I really like him. So of course I love it because there is a little contrast in the way he's written. He's a hedge knight, and for those who don't know, when you say hedge knight, you'll hear this all the time during the show. A hedge knight is basically another way to say knight errant. And a knight errant or a hedge knight were knights that kind of wandered the land, weren't necessarily employed. Generally speaking, they're not wealthy. So it's different from a high-born, some can be high-born, by the way, but it's different from the sort of mounted nobility that is rich and powerful that normally you associate with a knight class. So a hedge knight, and this is an interesting piece of historical. It's an interesting piece of history that I'd like to share with you right now, and we're going to open a website for it, which is Manuscripts and Miniatures. And if you're not familiar with this website, then this mention alone is going to change your life and make this entire video worth for you. Manuscripts and Miniatures is a phenomenal website where you can find all sorts of miniatures, meaning medieval illuminations. So in other words, there are a lot of manuscripts, and these manuscripts in the Middle Ages tend to have representation like this. Sometimes the Bible does too. So all sorts of medieval iconography, if you will. And what makes this website amazing is that if you click tags, you have got all sorts of tags. So let's imagine that for a second, I was like, hey, I just watched A Knight of Seven Kingdom. They are using, I don't know, what seems to be a great helmet, but it's flat on the top. Do those exist, and how do medieval people represent them? You literally do Control F and you write great helm, and boom, you got it. You got even here a Chevalier, which is like a secret helm or a iron skull, little helmets that were worn underneath the Great Helm. Boom, you've got it here. And of course, we've got 39 mentions: cloaked Great Helm, crested Great Helm, singular ocular Great Helm. There you go. Singular ocular Great Helm. This actually kind of connects because it's kind of the sort of helmet he's wearing, with one ocular rather than two ocularia, as for instance my version is. Man, this is gonna be great. So if you look at this is kind of a more typical type of Great Helm, and it's based on the Pembridge Great Helm, and it's from the late 14th century. If you notice, it is one single cut, but they are split into two ocularia because of the kind of metal in between. Sometimes it's not the case. Sometimes they are two separate, but there are examples of one single slit. And that's kind of his helmet. It's similar to this one with one single split. And as you continue looking for stuff, we can find all sorts of crown, decorated, and of course domed, then you early, and then boom, flat top. So we click it, and it takes us to iconography. Now, in this case, there isn't a lot of iconography, but depending on what you choose, even the visored ones could be an interesting one to see, like this one, barding, for instance. There's a lot of iconography, barding meaning armor for horses. Sometimes it's in color, sometimes it's not in color. Here is another flat top helm. So it's a phenomenal website, and we will be referencing to this website a lot. In fact, I've been using it for years on this channel for obvious reasons. Regardless, let's get back to the hedge knight. Oh yeah, but the point that I was making is that oftentimes when we open any piece of iconography and you see what appear to be knights, they're not all knights. Oh, I'm not even showing my, oh goodness gracious, I'm so sorry about that. I didn't even show, did I show you any of that? Did I show you any of that? In editing, I'll show it. But just to kind of show you again, so this is the website. I don't even know if I showed you any of that, but this is the website. It has tags, and then with Control F, you can select the kind of iconography that you want to see, whether it be male, whether it be scale in the Middle Ages, whatever you like. And then we went into this, right? We found this is a flat top helmet. We see barding, beautiful art. But when you click an image like this one, okay, when you click an image like this one, and you see all of these, and you think, yeah, these are knights, the reality is they're not all titled. So only the ones that are titled would be considered knights. Others might be men-at-arms. In fact, sometimes in iconography, men-at-arms are completely indistinguishable from knights, unless we're talking about really high nobility because they're wearing freaking gold. Or maybe they have heraldry that we can recognize, oh yeah, that's the prince. But otherwise, men-at-arms, in fact, you can have a man-at-arm who is successful, has been doing it for 15 years, he has got good money, and therefore his gear is indistinguishable to that of a successful knight. But then you can have a hedge knight who has the title, but he is into poverty, and so his gear looks like shit. That's a thing that can happen in the Middle Ages. And often the expression man-at-arms is misunderstood a little bit because we think it's just infantry, but that's the way fantasy uses it. Going back to him, so he's a hedge knight, but I love that even though it's a contrast because he embodies the concept of honor and really noble of heart that a knight should have in this world too, similarly to, I would say, chivalric ideas of the real Middle Ages. And he embodies it more than the rich ones, right? Particularly when it comes to the Targaryens. Because, of course, the Targaryens, I need to be careful when his face appears because it's going to be not safe for work. But anyways, so do I like him? Yes. Do I think he's a little naive? Yes, but it's not the kind of naivete that borderlines into stupidity. At least for me. He's naive. But I like how his impact, like there's this scene, minor spoiler, but not really. There is this scene where he's going to join a joust. This is the story. The story is he wants to joust for reasons that you'll see if you watch the movie, the TV series. So he wants to joust, but when he gets to the place, and of course he doesn't have great gear, he can't afford polished helmets, he doesn't have much stuff. And I'm going to show you, when he sees the actual joust, so a Knight of Seven Kingdoms, let's just put joust here. And I can imagine something like this. When he sees the knights in the joust, and he sees them perform at night, and this is something that, if I remember correctly, happens on episode 2, and if any of you has a question, did medieval jousts occur during nighttime. No, they always occurred during the day. Usually they started in the morning. But one thing they did do in European Middle Ages, which could be interesting, is that they had sort of introductions or practice runs at night in the evening before the joust, exactly like they do on the show. So it's actually, yeah, very likely that people would have gathered around to see the knights. They're so cool. But when he sees the knights, he sees that not only they have gear that he cannot even possibly dream of, but he sees them perform. They are brutal, they are precise, they are professional, they know what they're doing. The guy throws up. I love it. I love it. Because it gives you the idea, not only you're going against the upper class and with the kind of gear that they have enormous advantages. Well, when we review episode 5, we need to talk about that, advantages, the disadvantages of having better gear. But these guys know what they're doing. This is what these guys do. They've been training since they were 7. So I don't stand a chance, is his reaction. And that would have been also a real reaction in the historical context. Now let's start. So we talked a little bit about him, great character. And as I was explaining, while you'll like him kind of soon, because you can tell he's a good guy, but you'll love him on episode 4 and 5, because there is one of these episodes, minor spoiler, minor, I don't tell you what happens, but I just tell you there is one of these episodes that takes an opportunity to take you back and show you a little bit when he was young and what happened to him. And after that, you were already sympathizing with him, but after you kind of learn more about his story, and it's woven very well. Like, it doesn't feel like a where am I now? No, it makes logical sense, and it's good. It's a good episode. Half the episode kind of brings you back to memory land, and it really makes you like the character even more. You think, this guy is such a good guy. I really sympathize with him. I want him to win. That's really how it is. Having said that, let's talk about Egg. What do you guys think of Egg? What do you guys think of Egg? So, for those who don't know who Egg is, I'm going to show it now in 3, 2, 1. Okay. So first and foremost, as my chat is correctly saying, fantastic actor. Fantastic child actor. Like, this kid is a talent. And I'd like to say all actors are really good on the show. Now, I'm not going to give you any spoilers when it comes to him, but I will say this. He's a really good character. I liked him a lot. I really liked him a lot. And he really adds a lot to the story. A lot. Progressively more. But one thing that I noticed, and I was a little critical of in the first 2 episodes, but then it's noticed by people in the world, and this is not a spoiler. Well, kind of minor spoiler. I think it's quite obvious that he's gonna be like friends with him, right? We get that. I think you get that from a picture. You get that from the freaking posters. We get that. So one thing that he does, this happens in the first episode. I don't really consider it to be much of a spoiler, but it's that he becomes his squire, if you will. And I was confused by it because in the Middle Ages, someone his age would have been a page, not a squire. Because if you divide it, it's actually quite neatly divided in, and again, this is not set in the Middle Ages, but I was just saying, since they are using the terminology, I wonder if in this world there is a difference as there is in the real Middle Ages, or if they're just using the words randomly. And it actually turns out that there is a reason. So, in the Middle Ages, 7, 14, 21. So, 7, you're a page. You learn, you clean a knight's armor, you bring him the helmet, you follow him around, you help him out. That's what you do. Then at age 14, you become a squire. A squire starts to learn how to fight. A squire starts to get familiar with the armor a little bit. He knows how it works. He's older. Sometimes a squire can follow a real knight into battle, so they will have exposure to real combat. And because, again, remember, the knights functioned in retinues. The so-called lance in the medieval period doesn't just represent the weapon of the knight, but represent the whole retinue. So you would pay for lances as a king, as a high nobleman. How many lances can you deploy in combat? And if you were For instance, like a duke or a baron, well, how many lances are you providing for the king's campaign, right? And a lance being usually the knight, squires, a bunch of pages, servants, retinue, whatever the heck, and horses. And then after they work like that, they might even see combat if they need to protect. Like imagine that at one point their knight, their lord, is being subdued by an enemy knight. The squire intervenes to try and help. Then by the time they reach age 21, they've had all this experience, they're familiar with the armor, they are already trained in combat, they become a knight. So when I saw this and I see that he's squiring for him, I'm like, he's not a squire, he's a page. But they do say that. They do say that at one point, aren't you a bit too young to be a squire? So I appreciate that. It's good. Great. So as far as I'm concerned, that's cleared. It's a special occasion. And then the more you watch, the more you understand, okay, there is a justification as to why this is happening. And I'm not going to spoil it, but that was something that I thought it was pretty cool. So Dequitem is actually telling us, I hated that he was bald, but the reason was great. I agree. The reason is fantastic. That's why I'm saying, actually, I'm glad you said that, Dequitem, because we've got Dequitem in chat. I kind of want to show it here so that even people that rewatch the VOD, man, I can't speak. Even people who rewatch the VOD offline, they will know this. And yeah, so it's really cool that's what I'm saying. When it comes to this story, every time you see something and you're like, I don't know, just wait, keep watching, and then you'll go, oh, okay. It happens a lot. It just happened throughout the entirety of the 6 episodes, and I really think it gets better and better. And Dequitan was saying you can stay a squire for 30 years sometimes if you are a squire of a rich man. Makes sense. I mean, I never heard of that, but that doesn't just simply because I didn't look it up. I didn't study that specifically. If you have, I'm sure, then very cool. Thank you for sharing that. Yes, page, squire, knight would be the normal succession usually. So, Egg, very good character. Let's move to the bad guys. So, let me see if I can spell it. I could not spell it right, and it's a little, I want to spell it correctly. All right. So now let's move to the bad guys, and the Targaryen, the dragon family. So some people complained about the fact, in fact, I should say this is, let me, yeah, this guy obviously is the main villain, and I think he's played well. He's a good actor, good character in general. Some of the Targaryen in this show do not have the characteristic platinum blonde hair. Some people liked that, some people didn't. Me, I was a little indifferent to it. I mean, sure, the Targaryen are famous for that, also because it kind of connects to inbreeding. It connects to, we're going to keep our... It's a bit similar to what the Ptolemaic dynasty did. And in fact, there were several medieval dynastic families that wanted to maintain the purity of the family markers, and they wanted to maintain an ancestral genome. And so they did that. You know, normally you would marry into cousins, but there are families that brought that to extremes and married brothers and sisters. Ptolemaic family was one of these. And then sometimes you did have deformities as a result of that. But yeah, no, in general, this is something that I can see because it happened in our history too. Personally, I wasn't particularly bothered by it, but I do like that they have a visual aspect to them that kind of sets them aside as the dynasty that used dragons and magic to gain power over everyone else, even though, of course, here the dragons are long gone. Very good character. Let's talk about, what do you guys think? You thought it was fine. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the end of the world for me, the fact that some had black hair and some had whatever. I guess if they did keep it as is, like everyone is blonde and great, but I haven't read the book. So if you have read the book and you're like, no, it's written like that in the book as well, then cool. No problems. It's just that personally, if the book didn't do that, and then they add this as a whatever change from the book, then usually I don't appreciate change like that. But that's just me. Not a major problem anyways. There we go. So you were explaining Baelor's dark hair was because his mother was Dornish. Yeah, I do appreciate if there is a reason. That's why I say I don't have a problem with it. 1 second, the phone is ringing, so I need to see it. My wife making sure everything is okay. 1 moment. My wife is picking up Taco Bell on the way home. We're having quesadillas tonight, guys. Quesadillas. Hello, Metatron. Good to see you. Thanks so much, right? Good to have you here. Keep it in the family, yeah. That's pretty much all right. That's why they have heterochromia too. Interesting. Interesting. Even with inbreeding, you could get someone with dark hair, I'm sure. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not a genetist. He won in life. Appreciate that. Appreciate. Okay, so I liked him as the evil character. I thought it was pretty good. I think it was well written. Let's move to armor. Let's talk about the armor, guys, because that's really where I'm more in. That's the thing I liked the most. So I think in general, the armor looks pretty good. One thing that I appreciate is that they are using real mail. So you can tell that these are actual individual rings. It's not like anything of that nonsense that is like knitted mail. Is it riveted? Maybe. I don't know if this is, it actually looks, I don't know, because this is not a great resolution. It could be butted mail. It could be, for those who don't know, by the way, I'm taking it for granted that you know, because I've been talking about this for like 12 years. But for those who don't know, riveted mail is the most common type of mail, both in ancient Roman and medieval history. In fact, I'm going to ask Dequitem if he can correct me if I'm wrong. But as far as I know, I can't recall a single museum piece of mail that isn't riveted, or either fully riveted or half riveted, half solid. There might be, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I mean, butted mail, I'm sure it probably did exist. But in general, riveted mail is 10 times as strong as butted mail. Butted mail meaning that the rings they have a cut and they are only put together by the strength of the metal. Whereas riveted mail means you're going to add a rivet that it's going to connect and close the ring shut. And then the strongest type of rings are the solid rings, where they are basically uninterrupted link of metal. But of course, you can't have every single ring to be solid, because how are you going to interconnect them? So in order to interconnect them, you need to cut at least one every 3, 4, kind of depends. One every 3, it depends on the situation. And 5, depending on the way you knit them. But in general, usually the ones that are cut are then shut back up with a rivet. And the Romans used this kind of technology too. In fact, it's possible that a lot of high medieval or early medieval mail was repurposed Roman mail, that they added rings to it to make it longer. It's very likely. Because the Romans used mail overwhelmingly. Whereas we often imagine the Romans wearing the lorica segmentata, which is the segmented armor. By the way, a term that they did not use in period. Both the term lorica segmentata, both vowels are long in classical Latin. Lorica. It's not lorica, it's lorica. So lorica segmentata and lorica hamata, from hamus, a link, a ring. They are not period terms, neither of them. We do know what the period term is for mail. It's gallica. So they call it Gallic, because they stole it basically from the Celts and repurposed it and improved it with the umelalia, or the shoulder reinforcements. And then we know, because in the sources they call it like that. And when it comes to lorica segmentata, maybe they called it laminata, would be my guess. And the only reason why I'm guessing it, we don't know, but the only reason why I guess that is because the segments, we don't know what they call the armor. And when they talk about armor, they just call it armor. They don't even mention, even for mail, oftentimes they just say, yeah, they were equipped with armor. They don't tell us what type. But we do have mentions in Latin sources that tell us the name of the individual segments of a segmentata, and it's lamina, plural laminae. So maybe they would call it laminata, but it's a guess. Whatever. It could be survivor bias. You're absolutely right, Dequitan, yeah. You too say everything is riveted that you ever. So there could be a survivor bias, or maybe it's just how it is. They didn't want to deal with butted, I guess. Who knows? Anyways, so he's wearing the mail, and I appreciate. Is it a little baggy here? Yes, but not too bad. And it's not like, because of course, when it comes to mail, you have all sorts of types. But one thing that is important to underline is that when you have the money, mail and plate, but even mail, will be fitted to you. when you have the money. So you'll have like mail that goes all the way under your chin, not like a freaking thing that is hanging over here with your half your throat exposed. It will be fitted to your under your chin or over your chin, depending on the configuration. The mail will fit you properly, because if you think about it, if you wear a mail that you could swim in, you are literally utilizing so much more metal, and it's going to be a lot heavier than it needed to be. So we do have mail that is like, we have a cut here, and it can be a tiny bit baggy. We do have mail that is all the way to half the arm past the elbow joint. This is a thing. Usually tends to be a little more fitted, but sometimes I've seen examples that are a little bit on the baggy side, but not as much as cheap Indian replicas. And then you have mail that goes all the way down to the wrist, and then you have that tends to be usually very well fitting, and a lot of the mail in the show is fitting like that. And then you have got, here's Italian style mail, yeah, sure. And then you have mail that includes, usually you have to wait until at least the 12th century for that, but you have mail that also includes the mitten. That's a thing. Mail that gets longer, like a Hauberg. Kind of, this is what this looks like. I don't know if he has the split in the middle, which is usually used for cavalry, maybe. But in general, I'm happy that it's real mail, so I appreciate that. Given he's extremely under-armored for a joust, but it makes sense in the movie because he hasn't got any money. And even the way he's been allowed to join the joust is it's exceptional. So is he under? Yeah, I mean, this is a death sentence against a full-plate knight who's charging with you with a lance, with the technique of la lance couchée, which we do see here. So the lance is under the armpit. It's called la lance couchée, which gives it more power because it's more stable. And I don't know if any of these guys have got the lance rest, but in general, of course, they are all... there is the invention of the stirrups, so the power that can be delivered by a lance strike could easily perforate, in my opinion, even riveted mail. So this is kind of suicidal, to be honest, but it's fine because the guy doesn't have the money, and so it makes sense. Let's have a look at this. So he's wearing a gorget or gorget, if you want to pronounce it that way. Generally speaking, a gorget, in the majority of cases, there are some examples in the 16th century that are exceptions to this, but generally speaking, the gorget is worn under a breastplate. Whereas in this show, we see that the gorget is almost always worn over the breastplate. Normally, tactically, that's not a great idea because imagine that a blade goes into the middle of your center of mass, very likely, and then what happens? Well, it's coming into contact with metal, it's gonna skid, and when it does that, where is it gonna go? It could go down, or it could go up. But if it goes up, chances are it's gonna go under because there is a gap here, chances are that if this is not tight enough, it might go under this and enter your throat. So in general, it's better to wear a gorget under the breastplate. Thing is, though, I can't really complain because the guy does not own a breastplate, so there isn't anything that he could have put on top of it, so it does make sense from a logical perspective that is like, at least I got some protection. Because when we look at armor, first and foremost, it's always a matter of whenever you increase your mobility, ability to breathe, usually it's a compromise with your protection. And whenever you increase that protection, you have to compromise a little bit of comfort, a little bit of vision, a little bit of ability to breathe and mobility. And of course, there are inventions that are technologically superior. I'm going to show you right now. But that's kind of a thing. It's not that armor is not perfect, but it is absolutely there to increase monumentally, astronomically, in fact, your chances of survival during combat, which is kind of funny because sometimes I hear people saying, man, they're wearing that helmet, it's really heavy. And I'm like, right, but it's preferable to being introduced to the business end of a mace to your skull, isn't it? Anyways, this is something sort of similar to what he's wearing. Not really, but I just wanted to start with this. As I was saying, Pembridge Great Helm, late 14th century. If you notice, though, the real stuff tends to have very thin ocularia. Why? Because you don't want an arrow, a lance point, a blade to enter and render the entirety of your set of armor useless, because now the blade is going to be inside your brain through your eyes, and good luck with that. So you want to maintain this as thin as possible within still the ability to see what's going on in front of you and being combat efficient. Now, this, however, is a type of technology that eventually will get replaced. Why? Because if you want, for whatever reason, see better, have a look around, breathe a little bit, you got to remove the whole thing. So what they did in the Middle Ages is that they invented this. Visored helmets. And this is a much later type. This is 16th century Maximilian. Beautiful. It's based on, again, a real example from the Metropolitan Museum of Art. But you can tell, I want to breathe a little bit. I want to see better. Sometimes Knight chose to fight with the visor up, by the way. You lift it. And now you've got much better vision. You'd be like, but couldn't someone stab you in the face? Yes. Yes, that could happen. It's a choice. I mean, at the end of the day, if you know that that's your only weak spot and you're proficient, easier said than done. So that's that. And then, but imagine that then you see, oh my gosh, there is a unit of enemy archers. They're going to try and shoot me. And those guys, when we talk about medieval archers, they are freaking snipers. They could hit your face from insane distances. So, back to full protection. And Dark Souls is awesome. I had to say that. And of course, this is objectively, here is another example, kind of similar to the helmet Dequitan actually owns. Specifically, it's a closed helm, although if I'm going to go pedantic on you, technically it's a transitional sallet, because if you look at the shape, it functions like a closed helmet. It's just that technically it's a transitional sallet. Anyways, this is a similar situation. It's just that the mechanism is a little more complicated when it comes to how you open it. There is a button you have to push. So if you don't push this button, the helmet stays shut. If you push the button, then you can lift this, and you can in fact see the inside of fully padded. As far as I know, every medieval helmet has padding inside. I say padding, I mean liner. I am not aware of any medieval helmet in a museum that doesn't either still have some of the original padding or liner, or you can actually see the attaching rivets for it, even if it being organic is not available anymore. Anyways, this is a gorgeous example of a helmet, and I will soon, by the way, make a dedicated full review and history of this helmet for my members here on YouTube and for Patreons. So please consider joining the members, and then you'll get access to this review. So obviously this is the better technology, because if you need protection and you're back full defense. Full defense. Now, the helmet he is wearing, then I'll get back to chat, but the helmet he's wearing looks to me, the ocularia is massive. So this is, again, extremely unsafe. I understand from, again, it's fantasy. I'm not going to bitch about it too much, but he does. I'm going to give you this little spoiler. But he does get hit in the eye. So me complaining about it, you can call me pedantic all you want, it happened. So if he was wearing my helmet, his eye would be fine. His eye is not fine because they did that. Okay? So it's not that I'm pissed at the show. I'm pissed at his armorer. Whatever. It's a cool looking helmet though, and it reminds me of early frogmouths. Because early frogmouths, when we look at iconography, they look like they evolved, and that's my personal opinion, from great helmets. So you start with this. It's just my opinion. I'll tell you more about it. But basically, you start from this, and eventually you evolve to this monster, right? So really what happened? What happened is the full frontal plate has been protrude forward, because now, since it looks like a little triangle, if you will, it's going to encourage any point to glance away more than any flat-surfaced helmet. So this is an improvement. And now this one specifically is more of a jousting helmet, but there are frogmouths in iconography that we see are clearly used in battle. So I am not someone who supports this idea. I used to say it, but I changed my mind years ago. I don't think that frogmouths are only specialized helmets. I think some frogmouths are specialized for the joust, but as an umbrella term, if you consider all forms of frogmouths, we do see some versions that are used in battle, if we are to believe iconography. Of course, someone could argue that might be an artistic device, but personally, I don't think so, because it's found in French art, Italian art, German art, Austrian art, Spanish art, Portuguese art, English art. It's ubiquitous. The way they're worn appears to be different, because when you wear a frog mouth, you can either connect it so that it literally reaches kind of your shoulders, and then you connect it to the you can either bolt it directly onto your breastplate, or you can connect it with a strap, and then it's very secure, but your ability to move is reduced. But that's fine during joust, because during a joust you don't have to worry about people attacking you from the back or from the sides. But when you see frogmouth in medieval iconography that appear to be worn in actual field battle, I think they leave a little, like a couple of inches of space, and they don't bolt them. So they are more like suspended. I do think that some frogmouths were used in war for those knights that were like, I'm not fucking with this. I'm not risking my life. I want that. But that's just my interpretation. If you look at his helmet, though, it does appear to protrude a little bit in the front, and the kind of, imagining that this was a little thinner, it does look a little bit like a, so to me, it reminds me of one of those early prototypes of frogmouth that you can clearly see they were developing from the original great helmets that were used for combat. And that's just the way I see it. So in general, I would say pretty decent. I like his armor. I think it looks cool. And on episode 5, there is this awesome shot where you see the camera starting from the back of the knight as he's going into the charge, and then it literally goes inside the helmet and gives you a POV, point of view perspective from inside the helmet during the charge, and I thought that was incredible. The only thing that I have to say is that look at it as a cinematic tool, but it does not represent how it looks, how the kind of vision that you do have when you wear helmets, and anyone who has worn a medieval helmet that is a proper replica knows that. Because, and I kind of want you to know that, and let me see if I can find a screenshot of that specific scene. I told you this was going to be a detailed analysis, but I don't know what to tell you. I'm a nerd. All right, so let me see if I can find it. Joust, POV, A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. If not, I'll try and actually, I don't know if I can show the episode proper. Like, obviously I can't play it because they're gonna demonetize everything, but can you show stills? I wonder if you can show stills. A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. Let me see if we are lucky. I'm gonna try to see if we get lucky. If we don't, I'll see what I can do about it. Trying to see if we get lucky. Let me try over here. I'm gonna try both Yahoo and Google and see which one gives me. Kinda, but not exactly. Yeah, it's not this. Man, it's an awesome. I need to show you though, because that's an awesome image. I freaking love this image. Look at this. He looks great. I love it when you actually can't see. Oh, it's a good shot. Man, that's a really good shot. But I think you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, this shot is amazing. We probably have to also talk about this armor. So it's fantasy. I'm not going to complain about the spikes. The thing is, though, that if I really had to find it, I mean, it looks functional, and before you say, but probably this weighted a ton, well, medieval helmets did have all sorts of crazy decorations on the top, but usually they use material, they're either empty inside, or they use materials that are like, they really don't add much weight, and it's not going to compromise the effectiveness of your helmet, so I don't care if in this world that's what they decided to go with. I love how the arms look like 15th century arm harness. And I also appreciate that some of the knights, whenever there is asymmetry in armor, it appears to follow something that makes logical sense. Not even just a matter of whether it's historical or not, just a matter of does it make logical sense. Because remember this, unless you are left-handed, and even in those cases, you were forced to fight like a right-handed person generally, but unless you're left-handed, in combat, the side of your body that you're going to offer the enemy is the left side, okay? And so it's normal that armor reflects that, particularly if you're fighting another right-handed opponent. And so the left side of your helmet tends to be the strongest one. Sometimes they're not asymmetrical, but when asymmetry is there, for instance, the right side is going to be perforated, the left side is going to be solid. They choose that because it is more likely that you're going to get hit on the left side of your face if you're fighting someone who's right-handed. Likewise, the shoulder plates, either they are symmetrical, fine, or when they are asymmetrical in the real Middle Ages, then the left is going to be big because it's the side you offer, right? And the right is going to be smaller, sometimes even has a cut here because you want to be able to operate your weapon in a way that is more nimble. And I love that this show followed that. If you rewatch it now with this idea in mind, you'll notice that whenever there is a bigger pauldron or shoulder plate, is the left one. And I really liked that because games usually get that one effed up. And the reason why it annoys me is because as long as the body mechanics are the same, you should expect that if you're going to operate, if this is going to be your weapon, why do you have so much metal and it's going to block? And again, it just makes sense, right? So kind of kills my disbelief thing, suspension of disbelief a little bit. Let's talk about the shield, and then I will go back to that thing I wanted to tell you about the inside of the helmet. So shields, I've got positive and negatives to say. Positive is, I like the thickness. I don't mind the thickness. So the fact that they are on the thinner side rather than being a big chunky thing like it often is, it looks like they're bringing a freaking door with them. If you look at medieval heater shields, they tend to be relatively thin. I like the rim. It seems to be rawhide rather than the ubiquitous metal rim, which is a thing, but it's like to see a little bit of rawhide representation for once. I love the fact that they paint, but one thing that they never get right from a real history perspective, maybe this is how they do it in this fantasy world, whatever. But in the real Middle Ages, you very rarely see exposed planks. And whenever there is painting, it tends to be on top of whatever material that is used to cover the wooden planks, whether it be ash, whether it be whatever it is, the type of wood that is being used to produce the shield. This is true for the Vikings or Norse. This is good for the Romans. It's good for Celtic populations in the Bronze Age. It seems to be something that you don't just have exposed planks. And so what do you use to cover a real shield? Well, you can use either a canvas, any form of fabric. Sometimes it can be linen, but generally speaking, some kind of canvas that has been gessoed, so then it's easy to draw on them afterwards. It can be leather. They can be leather bound, but oftentimes it can be parchment. Sometimes it can be parchment. So, and then you apply the painting. So personally, whenever I see shields that are like exposed planks, it looks a little cheap. And so I'm not a huge fan of that. But that's just me. It doesn't take away from the enjoyment of the series. It's just that I'm a Muppet, and there is nothing I can do about that. So let me tell you that thing about the perspective from the inside of a helmet. So when you're wearing a real medieval helmet, even if it's a helmet that kind of blocks a lot of your field of vision. I mean, this is a tournament helmet, this is a tourney helmet. But you can imagine that, I've only got the equivalent of a cheese grater when it comes to the kind of vision that I can have, but it's still sufficient to function properly as a knight, I'd like to underline. But even if we move on to the frog mouth, how is my, goodness gracious, the frog mouth is heavy. So what is my vision with this? My vision with this is non-existent when it comes to the lower side because there is a thick plate of steel that prevents me from seeing anything that is happening at my feet level. So what do? I just look down if I need to do that. The front is not too bad, but the thing that they did misrepresent a little bit in that scene, cinematic scene, was peripheral vision. My peripheral vision with any of the medieval helmets that I own is integral, untouched. So I can see as much as I would without a helmet. And instead, if you look at that scene, maybe in editing I'll add it, it looks as if it's like a letterbox. And then people are like, man, how do you not get claustrophobic? You do get a little claustrophobic with the frog mouth, I'm going to be honest with you. Okay, I'm going to be straight out and say it. You do get a little claustrophobic. In fact, after wearing this for a while, I kind of want to take it out. So there is that. But in general, vision from helmets can be even severely restricted. But the peripheral vision is still pretty good, usually, with these helmets. So there's that. I want to say thank you to Barter RR for subscribing with Prime and pushing us to, is it 61 already? Yeah, it's 61 subscribers on Twitch. Thank you so much for that. I want to make sure I didn't miss anyone else. Maybe we'll hit 70 tonight. Who knows? Let's go. Let's do it. Let us do it. Lettuce and tomatoes. So anyways, I was saying when it comes to the armor of the Targaryen prince, it's a bit darker, but it does remind me a bit of heroic armor of the Renaissance. So heroic armor of the Renaissance tends to be very elaborate. Let me see if I can show you a case in the Middle Ages. Heroic armor Renaissance. Is that how you spell it? Let me see. There are some really gorgeous suits of armor of that period because they tend to be a little bit reminiscent of, they are like inspired, I'm going to show you the screen in a second, but they're a little bit inspired onto classical antiquity and mythology. Very ornate. Don't consider this one because this is just an average Burgundian knight. But Burgundian knights were very posh in the way they... So Burgundian armor is already its own thing. It's a really cool style, in fact. And if you look at these special shoulder plates, I think Burgundian armor is gorgeous. But I'm saying like stuff like this looks like an ancient Greek hero. So I believe Dr. Capwell, yeah, this is a picture of him, right? This is Dr. Capwell, and this is an example of heroic armor of the Renaissance. So yeah, heroic armor is gorgeous, beautiful. So whether it be heroic armor or whether it be Burgundian armor, extremely intricate and ornate armor is a thing. So I'm not offended by it is an angel in heroic armor, for instance, of the Italian Renaissance. Oh yeah, this is Filippo Negroli, obviously. Incredible, incredible armor. So it's a thing. I have nothing against it. And in fact, sometimes armor can represent monsters as well as heroes. And then again, they are the dragons. So I see nothing wrong with this armor looking extremely elaborate. It makes perfect sense. In fact, the only thing that if a medieval person was resurrected now and saw that, they would think, why is it that dark? Probably that would be the only thing if they were coming at it from a heroic armor perspective, because medieval people freaking loved bright colors. And but there's that. Apart from that, I think it's awesome. So anyways, all in all, what do we think of A Knight of Seven Kingdoms? I think it's fantastic. There is a lot that can be said. There is one of the armors that I loved because it had this reddish coppery hue to it, a bit like a reddish gold, and I thought it looked amazing. It's clear, let me see if I can find it. It's clearly inspired onto tawny armor, but then again, it is kind of a tawny, isn't it? So, let me see. A Knight of Seven Kingdoms Knights. Let's see if we can get some nice images. I think you know who I'm talking. I mean, look at that guy. The white armor of the King's Guards was incredible. I loved it. It looked fantastic. I think this is this from the comics? Maybe, but if it is, see this image here. Also, the way he's using the helmet, the shield, the way that he's gripping it is possible, because not all shields, particularly even heater shields, the triangular ones, they're not all held the same way. This is a configuration. Sometimes it's the horizontal, sometimes it's the vertical, sometimes it's oblique. The way you strap your arm. It's all good. And yeah, the white armor looked phenomenal. Let me see if I can find... Yeah, is it... Is it? Do you remember which knight it is? The one that I'm talking about? Let me see if I can do Joust. See if we can find him. The scene where the prince... I don't know. Well, mild spoiler. This is a mild spoiler, not a major... We're basically not having any major spoiler on this review. But mild spoiler. So mute me for the next 10 seconds. Starting now. But the scene where the prince kills the horse. So on one end, it was a little like very out of place, because in a real joust, that would have been absolutely no. But then again, it's the Targaryen, so I think in this world it actually makes sense that they can get away with it. And people do hate him for it, so overall, pretty good. This is the armor I was talking about. Look at that reddish, copperish finish. I love it. I love it. They did show how terrible it was. Yeah, absolutely, so it's fine. It's fine in this context, it's absolutely fine. But that armor, my friend, you can't really see the helmet here. I want to see if I can find an image of the helmet just to finish off our first review, because if you like these, I can keep going, my friends. I've got a lot to say. I just don't want to... Yeah, this guy's wearing what appears to be kind of a badly put together salad, but fine. Not a problem. These two guys are cousins. So what's his name? Oh yeah, Fossaway. Let me see Fossaway. Wait a second. Let me see if we can... I could speak about the armor. Yeah, that's it. Look. Come on, guys. I think this is my favorite. This is the most beautiful looking armor of the entire show. I would love wearing this. I love it. It looks incredible. But in general, I mean, look at these suits of armor. Look at the creativity. The team really pulled something amazing. I really hope this generates some kind of precedent where they're like, we really need to get the armor to look good. Can you kind of see that? Oh, finally, okay. Yeah, the helmet is, what is it? A bit of a, in between a tawny and some kind of pig-faced, maybe? I'm fine with in-between styles. Once again, it's not set. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, this is a thing, but it's usually for, like, in my experience, you see these as foot combat tawny helmets. Still pretty good. So that's my favorite armor from the show. Looks amazing. Love it. Love the finish. And I think I got an IPE chest, whatever that is. I'm going to open it now on Twitch. Thank you for... Oh, yeah, that's why I got to say massive thank you for the support. Guys, you're so generous. Thank you so much, the sub guy 734, for gifting 10 W in chat for the sub guy for gifting, not only gifting 10 subscriptions on Twitch, but you literally pushed us over the goal. We just hit 71 subscribers on Twitch. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your support. Thank you, friend. All right. So that was my review so far on my thoughts on Dunk's shield disintegrating right after Steely Plate put a rim onto it. Yeah, I mean, it did break very easily, didn't it? But then again, shields did break. In fact, sometimes during combat in the real Middle Ages, they were given 3. Because they would break. So I would say, I wouldn't really complain about it too much. I will say, though, that whenever you see a knight in mail fighting against a knight in full plate, the level of disadvantage is enormous. Enormous. So, but then again, you know, may the gods let their favored win. Am I right? That's pretty much the story behind it, anyways. So pretty good. I liked the series. It was a really good show, and that's what I have to say for now. When it comes to the Knight of Seven Kingdoms, I'm gonna move to the next topic, which has to do with the Pope. Before I do that, let me check chat, see if you had something else to say. If not, we're gonna move, my friends. Oh, how are the metrics? Normal. Okay. Oh yeah, old school. Absolutely old school Assassin's Creed. Awesome. You were writing something in Mandarin. Blood message 是中国的游戏. So it's a game about China. Oh, cool. Cool. Oh yeah, now I see you're writing it also in English. I don't actually need to. See, yeah, 历史. Very cool, very cool. I'll have a look at it. No, I think your Chinese is great. Cool. You don't comment combat itself? Maybe on a next episode. You know, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be straight with you. YouTube is punishing me every time I try to do anything that is even remotely fun these days. So even the live stream, I mean, the numbers are a little low. I do appreciate you guys, though, because you are the reason why I can keep doing this. I really appreciate that. But the numbers are already kind of low. So what I'm going to do is that we're going to do this armor review and general general review, and we're going to edit it and post it as its own video. If that video does decent, then I'm going to do a second episode. We can do it live again, and we're going to talk about maybe the combat itself, and then we can spend like 40 minutes on the combat. But I can't justify, because of how YouTube is, spending like 3 hours on it, and then I'm going to post it and it's going to cap at 2,000 views. At this point, it's better for me to try and cover as many topics as possible during a live stream, so that I have an overflow of content in case I need to compensate. Because when we do the fun stuff, it doesn't do well, so then we need to put something that I know is going to get clicks, so that compensates. It is what it is, hate the game, not the player, my friend. Okay, let's go to the Pope. So, as I told you, I usually don't watch shorts, TikTok, and all that kind of stuff, but this is going to be an exception because this gentleman has something to say. And I think it's a great introduction to a problem that has to do, I think it has to do with Catholicism specifically, but I believe this is probably, oh my gosh, spread everywhere within Christendom. I'm going to use a medieval term because, guys, he says we are so cooked. This is not hyperbole. I do agree with him. We are very cooked. Check this out.
Cooked. Fred, are you using this? Bro, we are so cooked. In a recent meeting, the Pope had to ask priests to stop using ChatGPT when writing sermons. I told you. This is the leader of 1.3 billion Catholics around the world. And for him to announce it like this makes you wonder, how widespread is this issue? In a world's first, he urged priests to, quote, resist the temptation of using artificial intelligence when writing sermons because AI will never be able to share faith. And that's kind of crazy because if you think about it, if politicians are using AI to write speeches, governments are using AI to write laws, therapists are using it to respond to patients, and even now priests to share the word of God, in 5 years' time, how much of the world's thought will even be human anymore? Bro.
Holy moly. Two things about this. I chose this specifically because I think he did a really good job. The first half is what we're going to focus on for the rest of what we're going to talk about now until we move to the next point. But yeah, I mean, what? Priests are using ChatGPT to write their sermons. But the second part that he said is actually fascinating. How much of human thought is going to be machine-made? That's beyond sad. But I have something here to continue. So that was our hook. That was our introduction. Now, you know that I've been as an Italian Christian, I've been brought up Roman Catholic. I have been extremely critical of this Pope because of his involvement with politics. Pisses me off. I said it. I call him out. I don't care. But in this case, he's right. And I'm going to say it. So, what did he say? Vatican News, Pope in dialogue with Rome's priests. Be friends, beware of envy and the internet. Pope Leo XIV answers 4 questions from priests of the Diocese of Rome and gives wide-ranging responses touching on spiritual guidance, indication of ministry and pastoral work, the internet, more. Let's see if we can get the, let me see if I can get the one about artificial. Okay, so he says, the Pope, how does this even have to... The fact that he's addressing it, it means it's widespread. Otherwise, he wouldn't be addressing it. We need a crusade against AI. No to homilies prepared with artificial intelligence. So, before I read it, I need to underline, for those of you who were not brought up in Catholicism, you might be confused with what a homily is. A homily is a religious discourse that it's supposed to build your spirituality. It's supposed to be for spiritual edification. So it's kind of different from, for instance, doctrinal instruction. So generally during a homily, what they're doing in homilies, they're not there telling you this is the doctrine, that's what we believe, this is how it is, this is why. No, it's more like supposed to help you, edify you, and bring you closer to God. And the AI is doing that. So basically these homilies are godless. Right? Literally. Let's read it. And again, even if you are atheist, right? Because I respect your position. I'm a Christian. You're an atheist. Fine. I don't make fun of you. You don't make fun of me. Great. I'm not going to force my positions on you. You don't force yours on me. Good. We can go have a pizza, drink a coffee together. But here's the thing: even from an atheistic perspective, this is insanity. You gotta give me that. Like what? From a religious perspective, what I'm expecting a priest to do, and I'm going to say this about pastors and Protestant faiths, about everyone. I don't even care. I don't even care what religion it is. I'm expecting them to sit down, kneel down, stand, do this, and ask God, hey, dear Heavenly Father, help me write something that can help my congregation spread your word, and get them closer to you, right? But if the priest is, who is he going to ask? Is he going to ask God to guide the AI? That's why I say this is godless. Godless. There's no God involved. They're not even bothering. So, the Pope therefore invited the priests to enter into real life and called for vigilance when confronted with artificial intelligence and internet use. He warned against, open quotes, the temptation to prepare homilies with artificial intelligence, close quotes. And I'm going to say again, I'm someone who, I am very annoyed with the vocabulary chosen by the Pope, 9 times out of 10, but yeah, I do believe that's a temptation. Why? Because there are only 2 reasons that I can imagine any form of preacher of whatever denomination that he will be like, you know what, today I'm just going to have ChatGPT write my homily or my sermon or my whatever it is that you're doing, my talk. And there are only 2 reasons. Either he's lazy, either he's been extremely lazy, he just doesn't want to do it. Doesn't want to, I don't feel like it. ChatGPT does it great done. So it's either he's lazy, or at this point, I'm going to say he's a fraud. Okay, you can be lazy and still not be a fraud. I'll get that. Or you could be a fraud. You don't believe what you preach. A bit like those priests that were investigated because they were messing with children. I don't believe for a second that they are really there for that they're frauds. So it's one of the 2. Not a good look. Not a good look. Not a good look. I'll read the chat in a second. Let me continue. All right, let's continue. Open quotes. Like all the muscles in the body, if we do not use them, if they do not move them, they die. I would say they get what's the word? They atrophies. Maybe that's the word. Whatever. I'm being pedantic. The brain needs to be used, so our intelligence must also be exercised a little, so as not to lose this capacity. Close quotes. He's right. Moreover, to give a true homily is to share faith. And AI will never be able to share faith, he insisted. He is absolutely right. It's a disgrace that there are priests in Catholicism that are now using... What are you reading? What on earth are you reading? If we can offer a service that is inculcated in the place, in the parish where we are working, people want to see your faith, your experience as having known and loved Jesus Christ. Yeah, and by the way, the AI is not capable of doing that because it's a personal thing. In fact, anything opinionated cannot be written by AI and still be genuine. And this goes beyond faith, it goes beyond religion. If I were to imagine we just did a review of the Knights of Seven Kingdom, if instead of giving you my personal opinions based on me watching it and the kind of experience that I had, which is really sharing my mind, right, with you, and maybe you'll disagree, maybe you'll agree, maybe you'll think I'm pedantic, whatever. If I had ChatGPT write it, or Claude AI, or God forbid Gemini AI, then it's not my opinion, is it? So it's fake, it's false. And that's the same thing. What kind of experiences the AI have with having known and loved Jesus? How is AI capable of love? Like, it's so fake. The deceptions of the internet, in this regard, a life of prayer is fundamental, not merely the routine of reciting the breviary as quickly as possible, but time spent with the Lord, the Pope explained. Now, this is a little bit of a Catholic perspective, because in Catholicism, you memorize a lot of prayers. That doesn't mean that Catholics never actually pray in their own words to God. Catholics do it all the time. Man, you should have heard some of the things my mom said during her prayers. But definitely customized, definitely edited, definitely their own, whatever. But Catholics do spend a lot of time reciting memorized prayers, whereas generally speaking, the Protestant world doesn't do it as much. And then if you go into even other areas of Christianity, there is a strong emphasis on we don't need to recite all of these things. But regardless, it doesn't really matter, because Just to give a perspective here, this is kind of very Catholic-centric in this case, but whatever. With a life authentically rooted in the Lord, one can offer something different, he explained, adding that often an illusion on the internet, on TikTok, is to think one is offering oneself and gaining likes and followers in that way. Yeah, that too. I mean, what do you guys think? And I want to know the perspective of both fellow Christians, non-Christians who belong to other religions, atheist and agnostic. I'm curious to know what you guys think. What do you guys think about those YouTube channels with a priest? What do you think about that? Because to me, there is this priest is kind of famous, very popular, and I can tell he's trying to speak to the younger generation by the way he speaks. He knows all the talk. He's like, and TikTok and like and share and do this and comment down below and that kind of stuff. Fine. I mean, if it helps him connect to the youth and lead them to straight and narrow, I guess, whatever works. It does give me a weird feeling, though. Particularly when they get really popular and you see there is a lot of, like, production behind it. Like, they speak fast. They jingle keys like they do on TikTok because I imagine they're thinking about metrics. I mean, if I myself sometimes catch my own biases when I'm thinking about the algorithm too much. YouTube for me started as a way to share something I loved, my passions to the world. Now it's how I pay my mortgage, so of course I have to look at the analytics and the metrics and how to freaking work with the system and how many times I have to post and decide whether on what minute I'm supposed to put the Patreon connection. I have to think of all of that because it's how I provide for my wife and child. But sometimes I also get a bit too fixated with it, and sometimes I'm like, you know what, I know this video is not gonna do well, but I love it. I post 30 to 60 times a month. Who cares? Not everything has to be optimized. I'm just gonna post it, and even if it doesn't get as many views, but the people that did watch it will enjoy it fine. Not everything has to be business. But I think sometimes I catch myself into the drift that is the numbers, the raw, cold data. A priest? What do you guys think? You're curious about that. So there is a cool priest YouTuber that you like. Okay, that's good. That's good. Discernment, I imagine. Yeah. There's different kind. I think you have a good point with that. I think it depends. But I like that the Pope called it a temptation because it is. From our perspective, it is. It can really F you up. Social media brain rot is a thing. It really is. And it does influence you because also you're constantly judged, by the way, by the system. The fact that every time you post, you have a green arrow up, then you're happy, check, you're like, could have been better, down, gray arrow, 10 out of 10. You're like, oh gosh, it's gone, it's finished, it's the end of it. Like, you can't mess with your mind. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't watch those, so I have no opinion. Makes sense. Here in Brazil, several priests are YouTubers, and some like Padre Paulo Ricardo, I imagine you read it, are vital in converting young people to Catholicism. Sure, I mean, as I say, that if it works and it connects, then good. From my perspective, blacksmith, yeah, that was about that. Looking at the passages, good for historical research, good for understanding theology and what things meant, good for looking up resources. Do not let it make your sermon or your... Yeah, but even then, you can't trust AI with research, because I asked AI specifically of things I was competent with. So I asked it about Roman history, and I asked it about specifically Japanese and Mandarin, whereby I asked it for tones and I asked it for pitch. It effed up the pitch accent. So if I had believed it, I would have learned something wrong. And then I corrected it, and the AI is like, oh, you're absolutely right. Thanks so much for that correction. The AI is too agreeable. This is why sometimes it can lead to people's reinforcement of their obsessions, and we've seen this happen. Like that guy that thought his mother was a Chinese spy and ended up ending her because the AI was like, yeah, you're actually right. I think you're correct. This is possible. Oh, yeah, she did that. That's strange. Yeah, I see your point. The AI is too agreeable. And it will agree with you. It depends on the prompt. And the prompt will shape the way the AI will provide information. Sometimes the information is correct. I think these language models are good at doing stuff for languages that is not too technical. So if you want to practice your Mandarin and you want to speak to it, to ChatGPT, since it can speak back, it's good. It's good for practice. You can use it that way. But you have to double check it. You cannot have, everyone does it. In fact, channels right now that push out historical AI garbage are using AI for the script, for the research. They're using AI for the voice. They're using AI for the image. They're using AI for the music. They're using AI for the video footage and the editing. They can post 10 times a day. We normal history YouTubers cannot keep up. And a lot of the information is wrong. But they don't care because, again, it's luckily YouTube is working against these, though. I gotta give him that one. Anyways, let's keep going for it. Let me see what you were saying, my friend. As far as I'm aware, having watched a few videos, the buttons on armets are closed helmets. It certainly seems easier to press when the helmet is worn. Yeah, true. You're right. You're actually correct, depending on the configuration. Okay, cool. Let's go. It's not you if we are not. It is not you if we are not transmitting the message of Jesus Christ. Perhaps we are mistaken, and we must reflect very carefully and humbly about who we are and what we are doing. Pope Leo emphasized. 100%. I understand he's trying to be diplomatic here. It's a freaking disgrace that these preachers are using ChatGPT to write their sermons. It's a disgrace. Let me see if there is any other mention of this. If not, I think we can immediately move to the next one. AI used for writing homilies. That's crazy. But I think we kind of drove in the idea. Let's see what AI thinks about AI using it, right? Let's see what AI thinks. The use of artificial intelligence to draft, outline, or research homilies and sermons is an emerging trend in ministry, offering tools. Oh, you're going to push it? Well, of course, Terminator is going to side with Skynet, right? Offering tools to save time in preparation. However, okay. This practice has sparked significant debate regarding authenticity and pastoral care, with Pope Leo XIV recently warning priests against using AI to write homilies. Yeah, it's kind of giving us a balance to take. Personally, I try to be moderate on things, but there are times in life where you cannot be moderate and you have to be radical on those aspects, and this is one of those. I'm going to say to save time from what? That's your job. Save time so you can go and do what? Drink wine? Come on. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna excuse it. I don't think there is an excuse for it. If you're a priest and you watch this, the only way in which you can maintain my respect, not that it matters, I'm no one, but I'm still going to say it. The only way you can use AI, as far as I'm concerned, and still be respected by me is if you use it as spell check or if you use it as a glorified thesaurus. Because maybe you are like me, and when you write a page, you reuse the word thus 15 times in a row, and so you ask AI, can you give me some alternatives to thus, particularly if you're not writing in your first language, and maybe they'll tell you can say therefore, you can say notwithstanding, you can say nonetheless, you can say, I don't know, it gives you other connectors, and then you're like, yeah, I like hence more than thus, I'm gonna swap it. That's it. Because this is the extent to which I use it when I write my script. I use it as a glorified thesaurus. That's it. And that's me. Maybe you disagree. Maybe you think, no, it's fine. Let's at the end of the day, let's just pray to a machine god. Why not? Deus ex machina. Let's turn let's turn the freaking. Let's do that. Maybe let's not do it. Be funny. You know what would be really funny? And I think it has happened. Watch it. I'm going to see if I can find one. If I can, I'll show you during the next live stream. But watch the AI quote a passage that doesn't exist. Like it's going to tell you, because I know it happened before. It was like, as we learn from Matthew chapter 3 verse, I'm just going to say something. It's not like I have them all memorized, the entirety of the structure. But I'm saying, imagine it's like Matthew chapter 3 verse 45. And it's like there is only 39 verses in that chapter. What Bible are you using? Do you have access to the original books? That is this like the Dead Sea Scrolls and you didn't tell me? So yeah. I know for a fact, man, that would be hilarious during a sermon, and the preacher is like John said when he did this, and you're like, that never happened. What religion is this? Apocrypha, maybe personal revelation at this point. Maybe you had a direct personal revelation, and it told you, when after Jesus turned water into wine, he actually turned stones into bread too. It's just that they forgot to write that, but it was awesome, man. Can you imagine the quality of the bread Jesus is able to make? No one really thinks about that. You always think that Jesus multiplied fish and bread and then turned water into wine, but can you imagine that quality of wine? Anyways, I guess it's a little silly but that's me. Okay. So apparently we're going to move to our daily dose now, as we always do. Heavenly wine. I'm sure it was great. I'm sure it was fantastic. Let's move on to our daily dose. So we are having a look at the Roach King. And he's talking about Steam just said FU. Now, I'm a Steam user. How many games do you guys have on Steam? Because for me, I have them in the hundreds by now. Yeah, but... let's see what kind of censorship we are talking about. Let's go.
This is some bullshit because the censorship.
Wait a second.
Censorship happens with everything, right? It does. But the problem is that this is a unique thing, and it's especially been in the last 10 years, is that you've had a tremendous amount of institutional calls for censorship. And I find these to just be so problematic and so bad. And like, you're getting this with movies, you get it with TV shows, you get it with music, and you especially get it with video games.
Absolutely.
And at the end of the day, these people, their main goal is to make sure that you can't have a fucking opinion. And the worst thing that they can have happen to them is for other people to get together and find out, wait a minute, actually, a lot of people do think like I do. Yep. Because these people rely on the illusion of a false consensus in order to push a narrative.
As usual, well argued. So basically, to give you context, what I think it's talking about is video game reviews. And while the topic of the conversation today is Steam, and the fact that it seems like they are rejecting them, is it? Well, we'll have to see. I don't know the news. We'll see what it is. But the idea is, I think people these days don't only share a review when it comes to a game based simply on whether or not they enjoyed the game, the gameplay, the graphics, their expectation versus reality, the whatever, but also on the basis of personal politics. So if it's a game that didn't show LGBTQ character, even though it's the best game on the planet and you absolutely loved it, you have to give it a 0 out of 10 because bigots. Likewise, if it's a game that is pushing all sorts of left-wing politics, then maybe you did love the game, but you're gonna go there and say this is woke trash, 0 out of 10. Now, the reality is that all of these are legitimate. They are legitimate. If that's still, if you're, unless, I'd say this, the only way in which I would understand the removal or censorship of any type of review would be if someone is like, in this review, they're literally doxing one, like the guy who did the graphics. I hated that he removed the boobs out of the character that I wanted to create. So here is where they live. They usually go to the cafe at 3 p.m. Go there and take them out. Then you need to remove that and contact the authorities. But unless it's that, it's a little sad that, no, remove little. It is very sad that politics have entered the video game hobby, the gaming hobby. But it's there. And I say vote with your wallet. Do vote with your wallet. And at the end of the day, while I try to be as honest as I can with my reviews. So I will say, I really like the game. The graphics are great. Gameplay was fantastic, but I hated all the politics in it. I'm going to say, so I didn't like the game. The experience, the politics ruined the experience. But I am going to say, because I mean, the artist, the 3D artist still should be praised. If the mechanics are good, I kind of want to say it so that if you are someone who's like, no, I love it when it's just politics all the time, then at least you can read the section of that. Good for you, I don't know what to tell you. At that point, you can read the section where I talk about the technical aspect of the game, and great. But if you're like me and you're like, you know what, I don't want the freaking politics. I don't want to see the flags. I don't want to have all of this nonsense and anti-Christian and anti-white and anti-West and anti-man and pro-feminist. If you don't want that stuff in your game, then my review perhaps will help you, because you're like, okay, I'm not going to spend my money. I'm not going to spend my money. Hello.
Hello, I walked in at the worst time.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Come in. I was reacting to the king,
The king?
the Roach King.
Oh, Zach.
Yeah, I was reacting.
Just watching him, actually.
Yeah, really. Oh yeah, I need to give you the phone. We didn't post the
Yeah,
second one on TikTok, so thank you for that. I
Same.
appreciate.
Are you sure you want to do it at 6?
Yeah, it's fine. It's better than not posting.
Okay.
So yeah. And that's that.
Hi, Zach.
Hi, Zach. Yeah, we watch Asmongold a lot. Both. She watches him more than me, but I do watch Asmongold
I feel okay.
a lot. Yeah, you watch him all the time.
I do.
Yeah. He's like every time I go downstairs and it's lunchtime, Zach is in the living room every day. Which is, look at this, I've got all four.
Oh, wow. Look.
Yeah, because this is Twitch, this is YouTube, this is Rumble, and this is Kick.
Wow. Hi, everybody.
So we've got...
Are you hot?
yes, that's why I turned on the air.
Oh, you've already done it. Okay.
Yeah, it was up to 74.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
She's based. They're saying you're based.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, for sure.
I think he's very entertaining.
Oh yeah, for sure, absolutely. I mean, I like Zach because even though I don't agree with everything he says, but he's a good representation of the average guy with takes that we all think, but a lot of us don't say. To me, and I like that he's authentic. That's one of the things I like the most about Asmongold.
I came up here because I wanted to do two things.
Yes.
Number one, I wanted to show chat my nails.
Yeah, do that. I'll give you a full screen
Because I know that chat cares so much
and about your nails.
about my nails.
Yeah.
But I have to tell you, my nail girly, she, can I say?
I don't know. I can mute and you can tell me.
Yeah. She did the best job. I don't think that I've ever had nails this good.
Oh, great.
I mean, I have, because she always does a good job, but these ones are particularly good. So.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, let's see the nails. Let me put you full screen.
I just ate, so I'm all like,
Was it spicy?
yeah.
Okay, let's see the nails.
Okay, can I?
Yeah. See the nails.
Well, it's because the light in your helmets are all in the way.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, look at those.
Wait, can you even see them?
Yeah, I'll do this so they should be. There we go. They're in focus. Man, that's a work of art. They're like Renaissance. Renaissance. Yeah, no, they're in focus. They're in focus.
Look at that. Are you
Yeah.
kidding me right now?
Yeah, springy. Someone said springy.
Oh, it's so a random person. Yeah, very. Oh, so springy. Yes, that is very true.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. And then number 2, can you mute really quick?
Oh yeah.
I hope you liked my nails. And let me
Nothing. Okay.
let me know if you're getting your nails done. Anyways, that was all.
Should I get my nails done?
You should get your nails done.
I should get it now.
Bye, chat. Bye,
Bye.
everybody. She went all out. Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you
Ma-
need anything?
No, not really.
Okay,
No, I'm good.
Bye.
Thank you. It's funny because bye. Thank you for visiting us.
Oh, yeah, of course.
It's funny, impressive work. Someone says, yeah. I'll be honest, yeah.
Yes. My
Totally.
My nail girl's so talented.
She's great. And
I'll bring you your phone in a second.
yeah. I don't really. Well, yeah, sure. So let me see. They look like Easter eggs a little bit. No, it's funny because I was saying, like, I know there are some guys that have the thing now that they get their nails painted. I'm just not into it unless you're like, maybe if you were all dressed up for metal, because I'm a heavy metal guy, and you're going to a concert, you're singing, maybe I can see that. You do the black, maybe, but otherwise, and it's not for me. If it's for you, hey, freedom, do whatever you want. But for me, yeah, you're not gonna see that. So, anyways, that was the idea with Steam. But I'm gonna let him talk because 53 seconds and I talk for like 15 minutes. Hey, you can't accuse me of not being transformative.
And that's why they're going after Steam. That's the reason.
A group of developers are speaking out. For over 20 years, Steam has been the undisputed king of PC gaming.
Yep.
But in February 2026, a massive report from The Guardian revealed a growing rebellion. A group of developers are speaking out.
Shit publication from the UK, by the way. Trash.
Yeah.
And their target isn't a rival console.
Yep.
It's the very thing that makes Steam work. The user review system.
Right.
The
See, they
report
don't understand this because they're in fucking Britain or something like that, but we have freedom of speech here. They want to bring and colonize us. We fought a fucking war over this. And
Yeah, and you won, so I think they're not gonna. They're not gonna. Yay, freedom of speech! Let's go.
1776. No, we don't want you to come and colonize our fucking websites so you can push your narrative.
He's
the
right.
fuck out of here.
He's right.
titled "This
That's what I
Shouldn't
think.
Be Normal." Developers
ridiculous.
speak out about
Absolutely
bigotry
ins-
on
Bigotry. Oh yeah, speak out about the bigotry. Bigotry meaning they don't want your radical politics to be force fed into every game, otherwise or else. Yeah, I'll be a bigot, all right.
Same.
Steam paints a picture of a platform in chaos. Multiple creators are describing what they call ineffective moderation
It's
and
not effective because it doesn't
unchecked hatred. They want Valve
unchecked. They want to tell other people what to think. That's what they do. They want to tell other people what to think and tell
Yes.
other people what they can't think.
Yes.
to step in. They
Yeah.
want reviews deleted.
That's
they want
right.
the culture wars scrubbed from their
That's right.
store pages.
It's
But
not, no, they don't want the culture war scrubbed. They want to win the culture war.
Yeah, I would like to underline, if you want the culture war scrubbed from your game, don't put politics in it. No one is going to touch it. No one is going to touch it. No one is going to say anything. They'll just judge it by the quality of the game. And that's it. But if you want to put all of your politics in it, and before anyone says, because I've seen people like that clown of Freda, I've seen people saying, accusing me, oh, Metatron says he doesn't want politics in games, but there have always been politics in games, for instance. And then they say, they dare to mention Final Fantasy Tactics that I finished twice. Did I even play that? Probably not, because they're all super young anyways. Anyway, whatever. Final Fantasy Tactics had politics. Final Fantasy VII had politics. Whatever the heck, the other game that they mention often, which one is it now? I can't remember. Anyway, some Metal Gear Solid had politics. Yes, but not like this. Not like this. Like if you play Final Fantasy Tactics, here is the thing that I'm going to say about that, but I'm thinking of putting together an actually scripted video where I have time to sit down, think, and actually express the thoughts that I have when it comes to the difference between the politics back then and the politics today. But I will make a video about it. But for now, I'm just going to give you just an improvised section, just to give you an idea. First and foremost, there is a massive difference between in-world politics and real-world politics. And if you don't understand that, either don't speak about games or educate yourself, because you're being disingenuous. You know there is a difference between... It's completely different. Obviously, each world will have its own politics. And so that's the first thing. The second thing, if politics are even relevant to the story, because, yeah, those games are games that do have intrigue and that kind of stuff in the story. But what's the politics of Street Fighter 2? Yeah, Bison, I guess, a little bit, but Mortal Kombat, what's the politics of freaking Sub-Zero? I haven't got a clue. At this point. What is it? Like Sector is a Republican and Sub-Zero is a Democrat? How does it work? I don't know. Like there is no politics in those games. So a lot of games have zero politics. Some games have intricate in-world politics. However, one thing that games, even when they are highly political within their story, generally speaking, they choose, because they are written well, they are written by storytellers. They were not written by political activists. Massive difference. Storytellers know how to take something that the majority of the public will agree with. So the kind of politics that you find in, say, Final Fantasy Tactics is the guy is a hero. He likes people. He's a nobleman, but he doesn't think that other humans are inferior to him. And he wants to be brave. He wants to save the damsel in distress. And he wants to fight against that guy who's clearly a villain because he murders people for fun and he just wants power and he's greedy. This is a unifying idea. Anyone can say, that's literally me, regardless, usually, or left, center, or right. And sometimes there are games that do have a message, but sometimes this message can be up versus down. So still, unless you're like freaking Prince William, and even then, you could say, yeah, but I'm not like those nobles, I'm a good one. So even then, but generally speaking, the majority of people playing, we're not royalty. So there is that. And then even games that had a message that had to do with ideas that are similar to like activism in the sense of we need to take care of the earth, like Final Fantasy VII. One could consider that one a bit of a left-wing theme if you think about, world, respect the world and nature and stuff like that. It's still done in a way that did not feel like you were pushing politics that affect, one, the way I vote, two, the way, because there wasn't a culture war like there is now. So the context is the second extremely disingenuous and dishonest aspect of the people that tell you, oh, what about the politics back then? It has become, you made it political. When you prevented us to say, Cleopatra was not black, so are you racist, are you a far-right guy? You made it political. So now that you made it political, it's different, because Street Fighter 2 was had a lot of representation. You had one character per freaking phenotype. You had a black guy, you had an African guy, African American, Italians, Mexicans, you have everything. Every single one was represented in a way that made them look cool, nobody but an eye in the 90s. Do you remember the guy who said, are you playing Dalsim? You play Indians, bro? White people is the only... No, because it didn't exist. No one said that ever. No one said that. Now, however, it's a completely different context. So when I play Street Fighter 6, and the first thing that I'm seeing is that there is the super muscular woman, it clearly needs no man. Then you can choose they, them, pronoun, what do you identify as in character creation. Then you have to remove male and female because it offends. You have to say body type A and body type B. Then you're going to remove the fact that white people bad, everywhere spammed, maybe not Street Fighter 6, but plenty of games are white people bad. Then you're going to put the guy with the microphone who's literally wearing the transgender flag, and then they deny it. It's culture war now. The context is different. And the split second I turn on my PlayStation 5, I know for a fact, particularly if it's June, it's going to be inundated with LGBT flags, Pride Month, Love is Love. It's going to be everywhere on my screen. And I say, hey, freedom, say whatever you want, but why don't we make, I don't know, February Christian month then? We could make February Christian month, and then whenever you turn on the TV, you see a Christian cross on your cross and say, like, Lord Jesus has risen. At this point, you want to be fair. Let's be fair. Yoga Flame. Thank you, Dequitan. Appreciate. Thank you for being here. And that's the reality of it, at least the way I see it. Let's go.
That's a very big, important difference, because these people are not against a culture war. They're against an opposition to their culture war.
He's right.
This entire idea that, it's culture war. No. You start it, and then you don't want anybody else to respond.
Exactly.
That's the problem.
Yep.
Valve isn't budging. In fact, their response to these demands has been one of the most significant defenses of platform neutrality we've seen in years.
Based Valve. Platform neutrality, just like when I ask for academic neutrality from university. Good luck with that.
They were looking at why some developers think Steam is broken and why Valve believes that fixing it their way would actually be the ultimate act of censorship.
It is
The primary
censorship.
argument from the developers is that Steam has become a quote-unquote battleground. Take design.
Yeah, they want to. Yeah, it's a battleground for the culture war. Yeah, and you have a problem with that because you just want to win categorically.
Yeah.
You want to win by default, and
Yes.
because people are pushing back on you, now you think it's a problem.
Without resistance.
Lawhead,
That's
for
the that's
example,
what it is.
Lawhead spent 2 years trying to get specific reviews removed from their game pages. One
what?
review of the game, Blue Suburbia, was objectively personal, referencing Lawhead's private life and physical appearance. Lawhead told The Guardian, "I assumed reporting Steam abuse might have its own issues, but I did have hope that this would be the way to get it resolved." Then there's the case of Coven, an action...
Total bullshit, by the way.
I don't know
Nobody
this one.
should get their review deleted. If you want to review something because you think the developer's fat, fair. If you want to review something because you think that the, like the whatever it is, like the fucking the graphics are bad, fair.
Fine,
Everything
yeah.
should be fair.
horror game.
That's what I
the
think.
developer
Of course, except for calls to violence, but I think he would agree with that.
Ethan claims he was targeted by a curator called Charlie Tweets Detected. This curator doesn't review games based on graphics or gameplay. They review them based on what the developer said about Charlie Kirk. Ethan
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not gonna give a single dollar to a developer or a studio who mocked Charlie Kirk. I wanna know. Thank you, reviewers. I appreciate that. Why would I say they would mock me if they mocked Charlie Kirk, since we share similar enemies? I know for a fact. And by the way, before anyone calls me out, but so you only call out now, I made a video where I called out people laughing at Rob Reiner's death as well. So how about we don't support developers monetarily who laugh at people's death? But then again, I haven't heard of one developer who made from a video game studio that laughed at Robert Reiner. But man, the studios that made the jokes and called him a fascist immediately after he was dead, absolutely not. You're not getting a single dollar from me.
So what's the problem with that?
reported this to Steam support, arguing it was off topic. But look at how
That's not even true. I bet this is the question that you should ask anybody who tries to push this. Do you think that people should be able to downvote a game and give a negative review for a game when it's made by a developer that thinks that black people should go back into slavery? Like then a person that's racist that calls them the N-word.
Good point. Yeah.
And they will trip over each other to try to explain why it's different.
Absolutely.
But at the end of the day, they actually don't have a problem with this at all.
Yeah, it's a double standard. He's exposing a double standard, and I agree. If you want to do that, if there is a developer who says that, kind of impossible these days, but if there is a developer who did say that, and you decided, maybe you're one of, the African-American fans of mine, because I know that you see you in the comments, appreciate you here, by the way, you're open-minded, even though when I say Cleopatra is not black, you understand, obviously, that I'm not attacking you, even though there will be people on a certain political spectrum that will tell you, I don't know if they actually, whatever. So that's great, I appreciate that, and so when that happens, if you feel that you want to write that review, I say go for it. Write it.
They have a problem when it happens to them.
It's true.
That's what the issue
Double
is.
standard. Yep.
Steam responded, they defined off-topic as a recipe for cookies or something completely unrelated to video games that is clearly trolling. Because
Yeah, something completely unrelated to video game, like all the politics you put in it.
the review was tied to the developer of the game, Steam let it stand. To
Based. It's very Steam.
these developers, this feels like an
based.
ultimate act of betrayal. Amy of Studio Plain Toast stated Valve's refusal to moderate any of this is making Steam reviews and forums the battleground for some kind of culture war.
That
It's
you
making
started.
them unsafe for marginalized people. But this
The unsafe for
Unsafe to marginalized people, but then again, of course, if what they push is anti-white sentiment, as I have demonstrated on my dedicated video, Can You Be Racist to White People? Please watch it and share it. They're fine with it. Doesn't matter.
marginalized people. If you read a review, you might kill yourself. You might actually even die. So this is the anti-woke. See, the reason why they have a problem with this is because they're losing. They're totally losing their market share. They've already lost the chokehold that they had on online discourse. They no longer can put out a message and nobody can respond to it. Now you have people like me that farm the fuck out of them for hate, and I'm going to keep doing it too. I'm going to keep doing it. And now every single time that I hear somebody try to censor, I do it twice as much. I go twice as hard. I push twice as much. I review these games. I shit on them. And that's what you get.
Yeah, how is it unsafe? I am, of course, agreeing with everything absolutely based, but I would like to know, how is it? So let's look at this at face value. You make a game. Your game has politics in it. A lot. Politics. Someone writes a comment and says, oh, this game is woke, since they complain about anti-woke, right? This game is woke trash, awful, whatever. Okay. And then you say, oh, this comment, whatever it says, maybe it says more than that. Whatever you say, oh, this comment is unsafe for marginalized people. Well, then whose fault is it? It's your fault. You are the one who made Armand, if it's even true, I don't believe it's true. But even if, it's your fault. I truly believe, and no one can convince me otherwise. No one has been able to convince me otherwise. Maybe you can find someone who can. But I am convinced that there is 50 times the amount of racism now than there was when I was a kid. And the reason is, a lot of the times is a small percentage of people who are actually racist, and then the rest of the people that are behaving in a racist manner online is a reaction caused by a defense because you've been called racist so much by the radical left that now you're like, okay, fine, I'll take it. And so now you act that way. Maybe you're not even racist. Most of the times you're not even racist. But now we will write things just to spite them off. I really believe the radical left resurrected racism. Please, if you're left-wing, you're watching, change my mind. But I lived through the 80s. The racism was gone. Almost gone. I guess it depends. But where I was brought up, there was no racism, almost. Maybe a little bit with older people, like people in their 80s, a little bit. It was mostly social racism. It wasn't even like racism. It was more like they wanted to, I guess, they didn't trust you because you looked a certain way. I get it. But that was gone. My generation, nobody cared. And I think we did defeat that. And in fact, this can be connected to gay people as well. Because once again, my generation, people were born in the 80s, people that were born in the 90s, nobody cared. You're gay, I don't care. But now there is a lot more homophobia. Why? Because you keep getting called homophobe all the time, and people are sick of it. I do think that you can tell me no, but there are some far-right, alt-right creators that, or whatever, influencers that push for this kind of rhetoric. They are the ones that are radicalizing the youth to hate marginalized groups. I can agree with you to a certain extent, but how much of that radicalization is effective because of continuous radical left-wing tactics of calling everyone a homophobe, everyone a racist, everyone this, and if you say this, you're genocidal, your words are violence, I hate white people, if you're straight, you're disgusting, you're breeders. How much of that is also, because you gotta be, I'm happy to level with you and accept that there is some that is pushed, but it's only effective because the left did this, and that's the way I feel. And I maybe I'm wrong, I don't know, but this is the way I see it, because we live in a completely different environment now, and it's all back. It's all back. Backlashes and pendulums. Yeah, I agree. Is it pendulums or penduli? Pendulum. I don't know. You tell me. Why is racism greater now than before? That's what I think. It's that. Well, of course, the age of the internet has spread. It's given access to more people that you would have never interacted with because they lived on a completely different side of the planet, and now you interact. So I get there is that too. But I think in general, the way I see it, that's the way that I'm calling it for what I see. We'll see if maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right. We'll see.
You shouldn't have done it. And the thing is, and the reason why, if anyone's retarded, yeah, exactly. Aren't we all marginalized people? No, they want to marginalize you and then claim to be the victim whenever you try to push back. That's the reason why. They want to criticize without criticism.
Yep.
I'll keep doing it. I love it.
But this isn't just about small indie games either. We are seeing this play out with massive projects that have recently crashed and burned.
People don't
just
like the game.
look at Highguard. When the game launched, it was met with a very negative rating almost instantly. The developers at Wildlight Studio didn't just take the L. They blamed the hate mobs. A former developer who got let go
What they often call a hate mob, by the way, it's like 20% people who don't play the game and just go there for politics, and 80% are the customer base.
did on the launch, saying we were turned into a joke from minute one.
It was actually about second one, but yeah, that's true. This guy got so much pushback on Twitter for writing out his stupid little article that he deleted his entire account. You know what I call that? Natural selection.
Yes. Yes.
That's what's going to happen. Shouldn't have done it. Shouldn't have made trash and blame gamers.
Yep.
And like he's going there, he's quoting things that I said. He doesn't name me, right? But he's quoting things that I said. And then he's acting like, oh, it's unfair. Too bad, bitch. Too bad. I'm going to do.
Well, to be honest, Asmongold is one of those creators that can destroy a studio or make them rich. It's true. He does have that kind of influence. Hello, hello. If your game is shit, it gets bad reviews. Simple. I agree. And you love racism in fiction and conflict. But now people are calling for no racism against orcs. Oh, I know, that's another cringe take. Or even, also because, to be honest, yeah, the racism against orcs. Goodness gracious. No, but you know what it is as well? Is that sometimes I don't even call it racism. Like, it's funny banter when it's, for instance, elves and dwarves in conversations. It's not even, it is racial, but it's banter. When it's like, oh, you're a dwarf, you wouldn't understand that. Or like, keep that you keep that elvish poetry out of my battle axe. Like that kind of stuff. It was great. I thought it was great. It's not even racism. It's not even racism at that point. But yeah.
Do it again.
Argue that dishonest critiques of their characters and anti-woke sentiment killed the game before it had a chance.
No, it was woke sentiment that killed the game. Anti-woke is just a reaction. And by the way, did you notice how I've seen creators now, some creators, like one of these was the Actman, whom I discovered being a complete clown. And then another one was the guy that is fixated with Sniper Wolf. At one point, I even defended him when Sniper Wolf was doxing him. But then again, I found out he's also a clown. These people, that the moment they're like, oh, he used the word woke, cringe. No, it's not cringe. It's woke that is cringe. Yeah, there are people in the anti-woke community that do freak out. Like, I think there is what I would call a woke meter. So my woke meter is not as sensitive as some people I see out there. So, and that includes people that I consider to be friends. So, for instance, I personally didn't freak out when I saw Princess Peach with a pair of trousers, okay? That, I don't get. But yeah, I do also have a woke meter. But what they try to do on that end, like Angry Joe being another one, is that they want to try and make it so that you feel ashamed of either accusing things of being woke or of considering yourself to be one of the anti-woke creators. And they want to make it like it's cringe, like, oh, it's one of the anti-woke. Yeah, and if you do that, then you're trying to undermine my argument. And it's hypocritical because you are the first one to call people bigots the split second that they say something that is even mildly on a direction of politics or worldview that is opposing to yours. So either none of us, like, to be able to criticize someone from using the word woke, then you should not ever call anyone a fascist. You should never call anyone a bigot or bigotry, but you do. Homophobia, homophobic, transphobic, all that kind of stuff. You do, so you're in no position to call out people, then instead use the other side type of wording. And so there is that. But personally, yeah, I don't care. It is what it is.
But if
See, they always have a problem with anti-woke sentiment, but they don't have a problem with woke sentiment.
See?
You know why? It's because that's what they want to push. So they have no problem pushing their narrative, but they don't want anybody else to have the same thing.
Yes.
If you look at the reviews,
what it
the
is.
players are saying something different. They're saying the game was boring, the art style was unattractive,
Yep.
and they didn't want another live service clone. By
True.
asking Steam to moderate these reviews, the developers are essentially asking Steam to hide the fact that the market has rejected their product.
That's exactly it. They want to censor the player so they can sell their product to people that are uninformed.
Unaware. Yeah.
They fundamentally, like, what they're advocating for is fundamentally aggression and scamming an audience. That's what they want.
Mike Rose, head of No More Robots, recently went public because Valve rejected a complaint about a review that
Good day, Peter Milakovic 8973.
said
Yeah.
woke game also has Muslims. Rose argued that racism is against guidelines and should be a no-brainer.
Islam is not a race. Ditch it. Ditch it. Islam is not a race. Otherwise, the split second someone says anything against Christianity, I'm going to call you a race. Then let's make Christianity a race too, at this point. But let's not. Oh, gosh.
For removal, but
Nope.
Exactly.
Nope. Too bad. Too bad. If someone doesn't like that, then they can downvote the game.
Yeah.
They want censorship so bad, they do. It's because they can only exist in a world that's censored. They can't exist in a free marketplace of ideas. The only place in which these people can proliferate and succeed is whenever they are allowed to succeed through institutional means. They don't deserve to succeed in the natural market. That's why they have to fight so hard to make it unnatural.
Valve's response was silent. They didn't delete it because the
Islam
moment
not a
Valve
race?
starts
Of course it's not a race. There's plenty of white Muslims. It's overwhelmingly, maybe, I don't know if it's overwhelming, but like a lot of people that are Islamic or not Muslim.
And not to mention, now there has been did you watch the video by Think Before You Sleep of all the liberal white women that converted to Islam in the UK? Then at that point, am I racist if I'm a white guy? And I'm complaining about this woman because she sounds absolutely like nails on a chalkboard. Does that make me racist or is it okay? Because here's the problem. She's an oppressor, but she's also an oppressed. So is that going to short circuit the whole process? I wonder which one has priority at that point.
But like, yeah, there are white Muslims for sure.
Of course.
verifying what is a valid
bullshit.
opinion on a group of people, they
Yes.
become an editorial board, not
Exactly.
a storefront. So what we're seeing here in 2026 is an accountability crisis. In the past, if a game failed, the developers went back to the drawing board to figure out where it went wrong. Today, they just go ahead and complain to Steam. But
Not only that, but they apologized to the players and took the players' feedback at heart. Now it's all about blaming the players. Oh, you didn't understand the game. It's your fault. No, it's thanks to us that you even exist as a studio. How about that one?
by grouping legitimate criticism with bigotry, developers are attempting to create a world where any dissent or negative review is a violation of safety. They are
Well, that's what they do, right? Is they say that, and I'm very opinionated about this, if it's not obvious. They say that any disagreement or pushback is somehow bigotry or problematic. So really, what what they do is they start with the premise that bigotry should be banned. And then they reframe criticism into bigotry so they can justify banning it.
Exactly. Make words vague in meaning, expand the, I'm thinking now semantic range, but the meaning of the word. And then engulf, he's absolutely right. The Metatron Rumble is excellent. Thank you so much, Sertonius01. I really appreciate you being here. Appreciate everyone, of course. Let me have a look at Metatron Facts. Yeah, thank you, brother. Absolutely. Absolutely. I wonder if complaining or having any forms of criticism for Islam is bigotry. I have this question, guys. Help me figure this one out from a logical perspective. If complaining about Islam or having any opinion that is critical of Islam and Muslims, their way of life, is bigotry, then it doesn't specify. So if I'm complaining about women in Iran who have no rights, who are beaten to a pulp by their husbands because of the Islamic theocracy, I guess I'm being a bigot. So feminists are bigots at this point, because in theory, if you're a feminist, right, you are for the rights of women. So feminism is bigotry, according to this idea. Likewise, if you have a feminist who is pro-Islam and calls you a bigot, that's a walking contradiction. I will never cease to be amazed at how we created our reality. This is going to be like some portal stuff. We ended up in a different dimension. I can never understand a reality where being feminist is generally, I would say, a left-wing position, and so is support of Islam. Bigot. You're a bigot.
It's a 1-2 step. It's a second order effect. So some people don't get the connection, but that's where things are going.
Actually asking Valve to ignore the data, which is very similar to the relooted strategy when CEO Ben Myers blames YouTubers and bad faith.
Oh, wait, he made a tweet about this? I didn't even see this. This is the Steam forum for...
Blamed YouTuber means him. We know that. It's not like I matter. What do I do? No, it's him. Oh my gosh, he could have, I might as well say it at this point. Thank you so much, Mihovil. Next time you go to a restaurant and food is so disgusting that you got sick, it is your fault. It was bad. And racism. Yeah, what is it with this not liking salad bigotry? You're a salad phobe.
Relooted, it's all grave dancing, rightoid, culture war incels. Do you think Valve is ever going to crack down on this shit? If they ever do, I'm going to make it worse for you. I'm going to do it even more. That's fine. I'll keep it up. I'll be right back. All right. I'm back. Sorry about that.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
So we got a hose mad situation, huh? They crashing out over my YouTube video? They should be saying thank you. It got more people seeing the fucking game than anybody else.
True.
And bad faith actors, he is asking for a version of Steam where only approved opinions are allowed to affect the game's visibility.
That is perfect for the UK, by the way. Any of you living in the UK, by the way, I support you, patriots. Sorry for what's happening in there, but literally, it's have you got a, it's literally, they want a, have you got a license for that opinion? Literally.
So if Valve would hypothetically fall to this pressure...
And they would do this to YouTube too. That's what they do, is they try to knock down one domino and use the fact that that domino fell to justify the other ones. So they pressure Steam a bunch, maybe Steam does it, and then they go to YouTube and they say, well, Steam did it, you should do it too. That's how it works.
Steam review score would become as useless as a paid-for critic score on a corporate site. But here's where things get interesting. As most tech giants usually cave under this kind of pressure, Valve operates very differently. With only 300 employees managing 42 million concurrent users, Valve relies on a philosophy of radical neutrality.
Man, I was about to say of radical slavery. How do they even do that? I mean, come on, increase that workforce anyway, so really appreciate that. Also, thank you so much, Daniel, for gifting a Metatron membership, hitting the 380 right there. You're hitting the 380. We really appreciate that. And I want to say thank you to Dirty Sip Soup for the $2 rant on Rumble, I think they're called. My hopes are high for a Metatron Andrew Wilson gaming and Christian apologetics stream. I don't know about the Christian apologetics part. I'm not sure if he would want to do that, but definitely. But Andrew Wilson did invite me to have some like Dead or Alive and Tekken tournaments live on his channel. I don't know when it's going to happen because the guy is busy. Did you see that Rachel Wilson, his wife, actually had her own dedicated episode on Joe Rogan Experience? I'm so going to cover that. We're absolutely covering that. But that was awesome. And he did invite me, and I'll totally go. So the split second, whenever it happens, the Andrew Wilson tells me, hey, bro, come and let's play Tekken. I'll demolish him, but it's going to be great. Or maybe we find out that, you know, every time he memorizes all of his debate techniques, he does it over 10 hours of continuous dead or alive play, in which case he'll demolish me. I don't know, but it's gonna be great, and it's gonna happen, I hope, soon. We'll see.
When Lawhead pushed Steam to remove those reviews, Steam support wrote, "We aren't in a position to verify the accuracy of statements made in user reviews, and we don't try to moderate reviews based on accuracy."
That's right.
Valve went even further, explicitly stating that removing these reviews could
Yes.
be seen as censorship.
It
They-
would be censorship, and that's what they want. They want censorship.
Yes.
This is a massive statement. Valve is essentially saying that once they start deciding which mean reviews are accurate and
Yeah.
which ones are harassment, they become the arbiters of truth.
Exactly.
And Valve has no interest in being
And
your
then as soon as they delete some reviews, then there's the question of why aren't you deleting the other reviews?
Yeah.
What about this other review?
Yeah.
Well, there's this review over here. Well, you deleted that one. Why won't you delete this one?
He's absolutely right. So basically, what they're doing, and then I'm going to move to the next topic, but this was awesome to watch. I didn't know. I thought Steam was going to bend the knee. They didn't. And that's what I'm going to say now. That's the final thing I'm going to say. It's the equivalent of bending the knee to the mob and apologizing. If you do that, they will control everything you say from that moment onward, which we have seen happen in plenty of instances with several content creators in all sorts of different spheres. So I'm glad they didn't do it. And I hope they keep standing up to this nonsense, because no censorships, thank you. I want to read the reviews honestly, and then if I don't like the review, because that's fair, I mean, you might not like what someone has to say, scroll past it. Scroll past it, my friend. No one is forcing you to watch it, to read it. If you don't like it, if you think this guy's a bigot or this guy's woke, scroll past it. That's fine. And that's that. All right, so let me make a mental note. So we did this, and I'm gonna do a little, okay, we did point number 2, we did point number 3, and now I would like to check out, let me take you for a spin, because that one is a quick one. So we do a little easy refresher before we move to the next topic that is a little more dense. I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna take you for a spin. So I was telling you, so something happened, ladies and gentlemen, and we are on X, and we're going to have a look at a few things on X. But one thing I want to say, something happened, and already, when not too long ago, Andrew Wilson, host of the Crucible, online debater, right-wing pundit, is that an expression? He went on the Joe Rogan Experience, and what that did is that it caused the gremlin, the Lord of the Gremlins, Destiny, and all of his goblins to scream in agony and jealousy from the deepest circles of hell that they inhabit. But then again, we've got a round 2, ladies and gentlemen, and I would like to take this opportunity to say congratulations officially to Rachel Wilson for having her own freaking episode with Joe Rogan. Holy moly. Now, I watched half of Andrew Wilson's episode. I need to watch the rest. I was actually surprised that for some reasons it involved mountain lions at the beginning. Not exactly. I don't know how we moved from mountain lions to progressives, but it happened. Regardless, I mean, that's the power of Joe Rogan, I suppose. He can have a conversation about this Diet Coke and it will flow. I still have to watch this, and I watched the beginning, but I just wanted to say, I'm sure that we need to inform the Jubilee All-Star clown Naima, who, if you remember, while she was having a debate with Mr. Wilson, she said that he was no one. You're no one. You're nothing. No, you're not an all-star like me. Boom. Full family. Full family. I really hope if they have a family dog, he should be a guest at Joe Rogan Experience, just to make it so that these people explode. Anyways, that was just a start with something fun. Now, here is something you can screenshot if you want, in case you're having a conversation with someone and they tell you it's not true that white characters, whether it be from history or whether it be from mythology, whether it be simply from pop culture, are being swapped. Not happening. If they deny that, here is a little screenshot. Please feel free to take the screenshot right now. But then again, I'm not even sure if this is, are we still in the denial stage, or have we finally reached the stage where instead of telling you it's not happening, they tell you now, yes, it is happening, and it's a good thing, here is why. I wonder if we have already reached, I mean, look at this. What a clown world. What a clown world. And I remember, honestly, once again, to bring back the nostalgic past, I do remember that in the 80s, whenever, if you showed me a young Sicilian boy, and I think that this is applicable, please let me know. I don't care, wherever you're from, right? If you're white, black, red, green, yellow, whatever you are, blue, wherever you're from, let me know if that's the same. But I do remember in the 90s when I was watching, like, it didn't really matter what I was watching. If I was watching He-Man, who's the blonde guy with whatever, I would be like, that's literally me. Then I would watch Blade. There's a black guy. I would say, man, that's me. I'm him. Because I'm the good guy. I'm going to go take out the vampires. And then I would watch something else. It really didn't matter. I feel that this obsession with representation is taking away the ability of children to utilize one of the most beautiful aspects of childhood, which is imagination. And instead, it's creating a weird adult-shaped world whereby unless someone looks identical to you, that's not me. I don't like that. I'm Goku, we used to say. But apparently you can't be Ariel if she has red hair and you don't. And talking about that, did you notice the systematic removal of red hair from all video games? It's almost as bad as the removal of blondes. Did you see like the remake of Diablo 2 where they like the girl was blonde that they removed it? Now every redhead and every blonde head has been removed systematically. It is systematic. I don't even care. That one is still in the denial stage, by the way. But it's a thing. I played Voltron and I'm a robot. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. So that's the reality of what we are seeing, unfortunately. And I think it's awful. But let's continue to the next one. Oh, yeah. That's another one, all right. That's another one, all right? So do we agree or disagree, guys? W or L? The post says, to the white people apologizing for the past, speak for yourself. I myself did nothing to apologize for. I think you already know what my position is on this. I think absolutely. I don't think any ethnicity, to be honest, has anything to apologize for when it comes to the people who are alive right now, because every person on the planet, regardless of which... it seems to be, unfortunately, a common denominator within the human race that we do awful shit. And I don't think anyone... The only difference, what I'm going to say now is going to piss off people. And they're going to clip it. And they're going to call me all sorts of names. And I don't care. So I'm going to say it. I think the only thing we can see, because it's a fact, African tribes that did awful things. They invaded, they conquered, they murdered, they enslaved. Same with Native Americans. Same with every kind of Asian that has ever Asianed. Same with Aborigines people. It's the same. We've all done it. We've all done it. You know what the real difference is? Is that white people were more effective at it. That's really the only difference. Exception being the Mongols. The Mongols on par with us, I want to say. But in general, British Empire. So if you really want to look at the differences, like even when it comes to bad stuff, white people were better organized and more efficient at it. That's about it. But we've all done it. So I don't think, and besides, why would an English person have to apologize, even worse, a white American have to apologize for something that, say, an English person did during the British Empire conquest in Hong Kong, say? I mean, the freaking Americans fought a war to secede and disconnect from the crown. So there is that. Also, why do we only focus on the negative things? Well, how about who ended slavery? I mean, that could be nice to review. I think if anything, if you really want to connect us to something, I'd be more than happy to be connected to that. And then another thing, what does a freaking guy from the rural suburbs of Holland have anything to apologize for something done by, I haven't got a clue at this point, a German belonging to the Austrian Painter Fun Club in the 1940s Germany? I mean, come on. A Sicilian man? I know that some people are like, yeah, but you're Italian, you're not actually white. Yeah, I don't care your definition of white. My definition of white is European, native European, south, north, west, east. To me, it's all white. That's just me. I get it. Maybe your functional definition of white is different than mine, but then according to your definition, I got nothing to apologize for even more. But it's just ridiculous. Why would someone, even if you do it with black people, why would someone from Nigeria have to apologize for what they did historically in Tanzania? It's the most ridiculous thing. And they only do it with white people, so it's, oh my gosh, it is so annoying. What the it's like, it just doesn't make sense. Let's talk about this guy. Like, we're showing clowns. The legend grows, says r/Illinois. The legend grows. Punch a Nazi. So if for those who don't know, this is some kind of kid I believe he did it in school, but it's some kind of kid who punched, so actually physically assaulted another kid, because this other kid, I think, had some kind of sign that said something like pro-ICE. Correct me if I'm wrong, because it's not like I looked into it that deeply. Also, because you don't need to look at it deeply in any way, shape, or form. This is not a legend. This is a violent kid who should have had legal repercussions. And if I was the father of the kid that got punched, I would have sued his entire family into oblivion. So, once again, it's the idea of, he's a legend because, according to certain individuals, it is absolutely fine to punch those that we consider to be Nazis. Now, are they actually Nazis? That doesn't really matter, because all that matters is whether or not we call them Nazis. And the moment we do, then your punches are justified, which means violent enforcement of your rhetoric is justified. And I say it's not justified. So I'm not... This is not a legend. He's a clown, and a fat one at that. Next. Oh yeah, let's talk about something good instead. This is an American hero, my friends. This is an American hero. W in chat for I don't know his name. I wish people said his name. But W in chat for this American combat veteran. This man, by the way, is a great representation of two things: professionalism and heroic deployment. And the latter, for those who don't know, I think this guy, correct me if I'm wrong, this guy's Delta Force. He, I believe, was the pilot, the helicopter pilot, during the whole Maduro situation. Now, if you want, you can agree or disagree with the Maduro thing, and if you disagree and you think that was an abhorrent thing, I understand your point of view, but I would have you talk with the people of Venezuela at that point. Whether or not it's a good thing or a bad thing is a discussion that I would like to have with someone from there. To me, it looks like a good thing, but I understand that it could set a precedent whereby we have a Delta Force, we can do whatever we want. That's not a good precedent, although it is descriptive of reality. America has the most powerful military in the world, so there is that. But then again, I understand the point of view if you're like, well, we don't like that, because, I mean, you can just go and kidnap it. I mean, the guy did say it, though. The guy did tell Trump, come and get me, coward, so he did say that. Does that count as an invitation? I don't know, whatever. I'm happy to debate. I'm not debating that now because I don't want to debate it without someone from Venezuela here. Because then I feel like we are talking about them, but we don't have someone who can actually give us a real lived experience of what it meant before and after. It kind of makes me feel a bit like people saying, oh, if I were gay, I would do this. I don't know that. I'm not gay. If I want to know what a gay person would do in any specific situation, you know what I would do? I would invite a gay person here and we could have a conversation. Likewise, if someone says, if I were Sicilian, I would do that. You're not Sicilian. You don't know that. So I'm never going to say, if I were black, I would do this. It's just, I don't know. It's speculation. It's pointless. It's a waste of time and cognitive energy at this point. Anyways, regardless of what you think about the operation proper, this guy obeyed orders, carried out a professional operation. He was hit by enemy fires, I believe, 4 times. They effed up his legs. In fact, he's using crutches. You can't really see it here. Effed up his leg. You can kind of see in his face that he's got the trauma of someone who actually experienced combat. But regardless of the fire that he took and wounds, he still managed to land the helicopter, do the extraction, bring everyone safe home. He's a hero. Now, this specific instance has to do with the situation that there was. I think you must have watched it when President Trump was addressing and he was saying, stand up if you think that America should care about American citizens before, I guess he was saying illegal aliens and whatnot. And so, of course, no Democrat stood up. To be fair, I think it's terrible that they didn't stand up. But to be fair, maybe it's because they would never stand up to anything Trump said. So even if Trump said pizza is great, they wouldn't have stood up because Trump said it. Rather than necessarily, because now I've seen people on my side representing that as, oh, every Democrat doesn't believe that Americans should go first. I do think that the majority, that not many Democrats are very patriotic because they want to burn the freaking American flag. So I do believe that there is more patriotism in a good sense and sometimes in a bad sense, but there is more patriotism on the right wing of politics and in the center, in my opinion. But again, these are generic talks. Anyways, the guy stood up. And of course, people are calling him some kind of bigot, some kind of monster for doing that. And I want to say this, no, this guy's been professional because he's military. This guy is military. So he needs to stand up in that case. And I know for a fact this guy would have stood up even if it was Biden who made that statement. Not that he would. But even if Biden did, I think this guy would have stood up. Because he's a military man. He's a professional. The president is making a statement when it comes to being putting up American first. This guy did put American people first. And he suffered enemy fire for it. And I respect him because of that. And he's struggling to stand regardless of the crutches and the wounds. I think this guy is a true American hero. And I would like to say, for those who don't know, once again, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm kind of repeating what someone else in the military said, but I don't know that because I'm not. I am former military, but in Italy I was Navy, but I don't know these things when it comes to America, so do correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to misinform, but I believe that every single one of these stripes that you see on his right sleeve represent combat deployment specifically, and if I'm not wrong, each line is 6 months. So if my calculation is correct, this guy has 5 years of combat deployment. Hero. Guy is a hero. And you know who doesn't think so? One of the stupidest MFOs that X has to offer. Not the stupidest, because that would be one of the Krasensteins, but one of. Let me see if I can find him, the clown. I don't even remember his name, and my brain deletes him. Let me see if he appears. I don't even know why I get like posts from him. I guess because I engage sometimes, and I call him a clown. Man, what's his name? He always does the worst. He has some of the worst takes on the internet, really, these days. I'll see if I can't find him now. I'll look him up later. Maybe it's better actually, because it might make you feel like vomiting. So at least we could avoid making you throw up. I found him. Sorry guys, I found him. Evan Loves Worth. One of the worst individuals with some of the most un-American takes that I've ever seen in my life. So this guy here. Complete clown. And by the way, I say that not because he clearly hates Trump. I don't care. That's a political choice. But it's the stuff that he says is revolting. Let me see if I can find the one where he commented on the On the war veteran. Yeah, this guy. So, according to him, she's more American than him. First clown take. Second take, someone calls him out and calls him retarded, absolutely right. And he says, sorry, I don't find committing war crimes to be particularly brave. Oh, wow, stunning and brave take. Literally, guys, you know what this is? A keyboard warrior calling a real warrior not brave and a war criminal. Cringe, absolute cringe. But trust me, that's not it. That's not just that stuff that this guy says is unbelievable. Everyone is a Nazi compared to him. We had a couple of interactions with the clown. Everyone is a Nazi, can't even pronounce it. Everyone is a fascist. He probably thinks I'm a fascist, even though my grandfather actually fought. My grandfather fought the fascists in Italy and was sent to the Dachau concentration camp together with Nazi soldiers. But I'm a fascist. He's not, though, because he's there with a keyboard. He's there with a keyboard. All right, next nonsensical take. Actually, in fact, the next base take. We are for based here. We're for based. Oh, this is actually an interesting one to talk about something completely unrelated. Then he has a plethora of bad takes. You're absolutely right. A veritable cornucopia, my friend. All right, Cedra says, atheists be like, open quotes, we probably live in a computer simulation, close quotes, like, bro, you just believe in God, except you think he's a nerd. All right, so I'm going to say something. I'm going to stillman the position of atheism for a moment as a Christian, just for intellectual honesty. Not all atheists accept, believe, or are convinced, or even intrigued by the simulation hypothesis. But those who do, I do believe, are one step closer to accepting the idea of a maker or a creator. So I don't completely disagree with this, but I think it's a little bit like it's not very deep the way it was articulated here. And you know what else is not very deep? My appreciation for ring noses. Ring noses. So, let's answer this question, guys, in the comments. Let's go. Dear ladies, men don't like this. Men, is this true? How about we answer that? How about we answer that? Yeah, I say amen to this because I think it looks absolutely awful. I think nose, again, this is a septum ring though. Let's be, I like being precise. And I say this because I was corrected. Nose rings, usually, it could be anything, but if it's something here, like the little pearl, there are girls that can pull that one off and be cute. But this, I'm sorry, you're a cow. You're a bull. You're a bull, to me. It looks like a bull, and first and foremost, it's automatically that you're going to give me a bullshit take when I see that. Automatic these days. But then again, in general, what are you trying to signify? Because if this is an act of rebellion, to be like, I need no man, I don't care what men think, men, if that's the take, that's the idea, if this is the symbol of an independent woman, then isn't it ironic that this is actually, it was created to control and lead cattle? Isn't that funny? It's the opposite. It's a symbol of control. It's a symbol of restriction. It's a symbol of you follow me because I'm the master and you're the cattle, I'd like to say. Now, would I make it illegal? No. If I met you, because this is me in front of a camera, but if I met you in real life, I'm not going to treat you. I don't do that, guys. I'm a nice guy. Okay? I'll think it, but I won't say it. And if you're a friend of mine, I mean, if we are very close, maybe if you ask me my opinion, I guess. If you don't ask me my opinion, I usually don't give. I think unsolicited advice is one of the worst vices. So yeah, no, I wouldn't really say it. I'd be like, yeah, whatever. I got super long hair as a man, which, by the way, it's something that women do criticize. So before anyone, not my wife is into men with long hair, and there are girls that are into like the heavy metal look. So of course I hang out with those. But whatever. There are girls that are like, bro, why is your hair long? Cut that hair. What are you trying to do? And believe it or not, the moment I say, oh, I'm into heavy metal, they're like, oh, okay. Okay, whatever. Or if they see me in armor, they're like, yeah, that's fine. But in general, yeah, girls are very critical of the way you dress as a man, or the way you speak as a man, or the way you walk as a man. And then don't put the jeans, and the jacket doesn't look good, and don't put the shirt inside your trousers. And why do you say it that way? And your hair doesn't look good. And tell you need to cut this and change that. The girls will do this all the time. But the moment a guy says, man, I really don't like septum rings. I never asked for your permission. Right, nobody was talking about permission though. I was saying a what? So anyways, this looks like shit. I don't even care. In fact, I'm gonna increase it. I'm gonna increase the level of heat. I'm gonna say makeup also doesn't look good on girls unless it's very light. So if it's a girl who does a little bit of the, you know, when they do the tails a little bit here, I think that looks really nice. And I'm always a man who appreciates a lipstick. But the idea of a full face of makeup that it makes you look worse. Makes you look worse. So, yes, I am mansplaining makeup to women. And you can't do anything about it because of free speech and First Amendment rights. So anyways, a little off topic. But it's objectively, you spend 3 hours so you can get complimented by other women while you try to hang out with the guys. Just at least be effective about it. Yeah, and the plastic surgery is another thing. Absolutely not. Not in the sense, again, you can do whatever you want. But so can I, so I'm going to say it. That's the thing. You can do whatever you want. I believe in your freedom. And in fact, I don't even care any type of surgery as long as it doesn't involve kids. Any type of surgery you want to do. If you're my brother, I'll try to persuade you not to do it if I think it's damaging. But if you're a complete stranger, free country. If you're a complete stranger, free country, I don't care. And whatever. Do whatever you want. Just like I will do whatever you want. My hair currently reaches my belt, and it's going to stay until I bald. Then I'll consider shaving it. But right now, that's where we are. Now, talking about consoles and nostalgia, who remembers this? Who remembers this? Thank you so much, Vent Rumble, for the $10. Have a good stream, brother. Thank you so much for the support. Very much appreciated. Very cool, very cool. A relic of the old age. So I took a picture of this because I'm actually producing an episode for my gaming channel, Metatron's Protectorate, an unashamed plug. And because I recently made one about the Sega Master System, and then I did this. Now this is the European version because of course it says Mega Drive here. And one is actually, the letters are gold and the other one is silver, depending on whether it's the Genesis or the Mega Drive. But if you're American, you'll remember the Genesis. It's the same console. And to me, it is one of the consoles that I have the best memories of. And it's always so nostalgic to unbox it again. This is a functioning, it still works. Isn't that crazy, though, that we have got tech that still works from the 80s, from the 90s and 80s. I mean, Super Nintendo is 1992, but an NES is from 85. I still have it. My NES works from 1985. That's 51 years. Good luck having any piece of tech modernly and thinking it's going to last until 2077 or 2078. Yeah. I mean, that, you know, I do believe in planned obsolescence when it comes. I know I said this on other streams too, and I do understand that our technology is more complicated, so more moving parts. It's going to be technically more prone to breaking, but it's not normal. Like, I've seen phones and computers break after 2 years modernly, and then you look at stuff. I have a Commodore PET from 1977 and it works. How is that possible? So anyways, that's the Sega Mega Drive. I love Sonic the Hedgehog. Fun fact, nobody in Italy, when I was young, knew how the heck you pronounce the word hedgehog. It looked like a faster cluck of letters. It made zero sense. So everyone in Italy either didn't even bother, and we pronounced it Sonic, Sonic. Either that, or we would say Sonic the Hedgehog. And that's how I said it for the majority of my life, until I actually picked up English, which I thought was hilarious. Sonic the Hedgehog. But then again, there is a difference between my generation and the current generation, in the sense that 15-year-olds now speak pretty decent English in Italy. On average, I mean, it's still not as common as it is in Nordic countries where literally homeless people speak fluent English. In Southern European countries, it's still not as prevalent as it is in any form of Germanic language. Even like Switzerland, Germany, I think you find people more commonly speak English at a higher level, but it's becoming a thing. Back in the day, when I was a kid, nobody knew anything. Final Fantasy, we would read it Final Fantasy. No one knew anything. Sonic the Edgelord. Sonic the Edgelord is funny. I don't actually need the headphones right now. I'm going to let my head rest. You know what I played yesterday on this? Ghouls and Ghosts. What a game. I'm actually trying to learn how to speedrun it. It's going to take a decade. But maybe. It's actually more likely that Elon Musk will finish the first colony on the moon. Currently actually postponed Mars. I don't know if you know that. But I think it's more likely that Elon Musk will complete the first fully functioning colony on the moon than for me to actually learn to speedrun the entirety of Ghouls and Ghosts. But I have faith. I have faith. Don't buy new fridges. 5 years old. I need to replace cause of electronics. Well, yeah, of course. We actually had to replace our fridge. We left it open by mistake for a day, something like that, and it just broke. We had to buy a new one. We even invited a technician to try and do the medieval thing, which is repairing stuff. In the Middle Ages, all the way up to our grandmas, things were repaired, including jeans, clothing. Now, it's like the split second something is even mildly inconveniencing us, we throw it away and buy something else. This is, I think, unfortunately, fair description of a massive difference between our grandparents' generation and our generation. Oh, I lost a button, throw away, buy a new pair of jeans. There's no repairing. And similar with tech. But yeah. Cannot relate to it. As a Dutch, we adopt English as a second language. I've seen some really fluent content creators who are Dutch and basically they have no accent. I imagine there are plenty of people who do have a thick accent when they speak English and they're Dutch, but one that I do remember is Jacksepticeye's girlfriend. She's Dutch, Evelyn, Gab Smolders. Sometimes I watch her playthroughs of horror games. And in fact, I kind of prefer her over Jacksepticeye because Jacksepticeye screams a bit too much for me. And she doesn't have an accent. She sounds almost, occasionally she has an accent, but I think she sounds mostly American, which is funny because I live in Brighton. But then again, I live in America and I don't think I sound American at all. I think but she is kind of accentless. I have an accent. Probably you could tell, if I had to self-analyze myself, I would say that you could tell that I picked up English in England, but I don't sound English in the sense that maybe I sound a little bit in the way I pronounce some sentences, or sometimes if I say puzzle and stuff like that. But in general, you can tell, he picked up English in England, but he doesn't sound it. Where is he from? Type of stuff. And sometimes, particularly when I'm joking, you can tell the Italian intonation comes way back. So I'd say my accent is mixed. It's understandable. I don't believe my accent is too broad to impede communication, but you can tell I'm not a native speaker if I had to be fair and self-assess. I don't even know why we ended up talking about that, but here we are. Yeah, that's the thumbnail I actually wanted to show you. This is the episode. The previous episode is already aired on the third channel, and if you follow me on X, there is of course a link. But there are plenty of links in the description box. In the description box, and so yeah. Lost Europa Kiss says, I thought you were English at first, to be honest, and I am English, LOL. Well, I appreciate that. It's very nice of you to say. Of course, I tried to pronounce as well as I can, but I know for a fact that every time I say something that sounds like, yeah, maybe I do sound English, then I won't. The split second I say something like that, they're like, no, actually, we don't say it like that. Okay, great. Like, it happened so many times at this point, I'm like, whatever. At this point, it's like, yeah, where we go? There we go, double standards again. You know what, I'm going to skip this. I'm sick of double standards. I'm going to show you something nice. Amiga, if you're English and you're my age, you know exactly what this is. And I showed it the other day, and you'll be like, but you already showed it on the live stream 2 days ago. Yeah, sue me. Sue me. Amiga 1200. I played Battle Chess yesterday with this machine, and it was phenomenal. Phenomenal. And I lose every time. Even if I do easy difficulty, impossible. Impossible. At least for me. But it is good. Man, I have so many floppy disks. Once again, still most of them working. There are a couple of them. A couple of my floppy disks don't work anymore because they got mold. But I know usually I store them in a dry place, so the only ones that have mold are not my fault. They're the fault of the person who sent them to me, and I will not apologize for it. I love the Amiga. Anyways, kind of wanted to take you for a spin. I think we've got enough base takes for the day, and we're going to move to the next section of the stream. Let me mark it. So where is it? So we did take them for a spin. I literally wrote it like this in my notes. Who cares? As long as I understand my notes, they don't have to make sense to you, am I right? And next, I wanted to check out. So there is another video by Asmongold we will watch later, but right now there is a video by History Hit. Let's check it out to do a little history a little bit. And I'm not going to watch the entire thing, also to encourage you to go and, I suppose, give them the comment and whatnot. But so I was scrolling through their page, and I noticed that they have several videos dedicated to Joan of Arc. And that got me curious. So I wanted to see what they tell us about Joan of Arc. So let me see if I can find it again. I think I'm scrolling too much. Where is it? Robin Hood, man, that could be interesting to see. How did the Nazis gain power? Maybe we'll watch that too. Henry V took an arrow through his face. Hey, as long as it's not the knee, am I right? If it was the knee, then I can see why he wouldn't want to be engaged in any form of field deployment anymore. But as long as it's not the knee. All right, where is the lady? The Trials of Joan of Arc. This is members only. I do have members only content as well. You should check it out. I think it's somewhere here. Where is it? The only reason why I'm not finding it now is called performance anxiety. So the fact that I'm live streaming, and so I don't want to waste your time, is the reason why I'm wasting your time. Found it. So this professor is answering Joan of Arc Google questions. Actually, that's going to be interesting. Let's check it out.
Why?
Google questions. Let's go. And then we're checking. At one point, I want to check this one by Rob Words. Why is England called England? I imagine the land of the Angles, but we'll see.
Why didn't Joan of Arc wear a skirt? Because she promised God, homie. But like, I mean, am I gonna go to China right now and be like, how did Joan of Arc change your life? Which Joan of Arc movie is best?
Good question.
It's Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Oh my God.
Joan of Arc.
Hey,
I did
I'm
not
Dr.
get-
Eleanor Yanaga, and I
Hello.
am a medieval historian, which is why I am here today to answer all your questions. Well, I'm gonna call them.
Do you think someone is going to ask if Joan of Arc was black, considering the recent development that happened? We'll see.
Medieval historian, which is why I am here today to answer all your questions. Well, I'm gonna cough. God damn it. I've been doing so well. Hey, I'm Dr. Eleanor Yanaga, and I'm a medieval historian. So today, I'm here to answer Google's most popular questions about Joan of Arc.
She's funny.
Let's just get into it.
Let's go. What are the questions?
First question, was Joan of Arc real? Great news, yes.
Yes.
Absolutely, 100%. She was a real person.
Whoever wrote that question, not that I'm trying to shame them, it's not their fault, but it is the fault of a failed educational system if you have to ask that question, to be honest.
She was a mystic and visionary. Was inspired at an early age, she says, the Archangel Michael appeared to her, and said that she was destined to help lead the French to victory in the 100 Years' War.
I have a feeling we need a Joan of Arc today.
Gets all involved with that, and eventually is killed by the English and burnt as a heretic. So yeah, an actual real person, and now she is a saint, so that's great for her. We love you, Joan. So also her untimely death and the real injustice of it has also made her super famous. Next question. When was Joan of Arc born? Joan of Arc was born around, we think, 1412. And like, why am I being hesitant here? Well, the thing is that for medieval people, and especially common medieval people,
of course,
we don't always have a great handle on their birthdays.
Okay, I want to say props for the editor, because they chose, instead of AI nonsense that is going to represent the Middle Ages with the usual dark, gloomy, muddy nonsense, they're using paintings and representations that kind of bring forth the colorful nature of the Middle Ages. Everything would have been so, of course, stuff would have been dirty, but I mean, if you go to any rural area, there is animal dung, there is clearly, that's normal. And in some busy cities, yeah, you would have some stinks, of course, but the colors would have been like reds and blues and greens and yellows. It would have been commonplace, and people would have been dancing, they would have been enjoying life, they would have been enjoying the small things about life, they would have been making food. Clearly, if we were to look at a situation where they're being plundered by a foreign enemy, that's a different scenario. But I'm saying in general, it's nice to see nice, good, bright colors.
Even if you're super, super famous, we don't always know exactly when you were born, because it's not like there was any kind of like local records office that was handing out birth certificates at the time. People generally kind of knew their age and could report it, which is what we are basing this off of. But we've got a really much better handle on when people die, generally. So as a result, we're not going to know exactly her birthday. I can't just like roll it off the tip of my tongue for you. But that's okay. You know, the way we relate to birthdays changes all the time. Next question.
Okay, before she goes into the next question, one thing that is interesting, if you have ever done any form of genealogy, I can't even pronounce it. So study of your family history. If you have ever done any form of family history, you'll notice that particularly in Europe, family history up to a certain date, you'll have to look and go physically, oftentimes, unless they have uploaded online, you'll have to go to, what do you call them? Like city halls or like archives that are more into the political aspect of it. But if you start going back to the Renaissance and the Middle Ages, you will find records at church. So it is the ecclesiastic authorities that actually kept the records, not for peasant people. But I'm saying if you ever so happen to be the descendant of some kind of smith that was working in the Milanese guilds of armor production, then the information about him, census, is going to be found in churches, basically.
Why was Joan of Arc born? When a man and a woman love each other very, very much. I mean, like, I don't know what to tell you here, homeboy. Like, it really depends on who you ask. That's a really interesting one, and it speaks more to whoever is asking this idea about determinism. Is there a free will? I don't know. Go ask Thomas Aquinas about it. It's not that sharp.
Thomas, yeah.
Next question.
That was awesome. Why was she born? Oh, why was she born?
Where was Joan of Arc from? She's from France, and more specifically, she was born in a...
Tell the people who are swapping her.
a little town called Domremy, which is kind of like up in the northern bit of France. And this makes a whole lot of sense because it explains why she would hate the English a lot. Because the English were constantly rolling through town during the 100 Years' War and kind of like stealing your pig and burning your crops and generally running amok around the place.
Seriously, English, what's wrong with you? Like, why would I get it that you want to, like, you know, conquer the entire nation, burn down the house, but stealing a pig? Come on now.
So, you know, if she was like living somewhere that was a little more off the beaten track for English people, she might have cared a little bit less. But since she's from this kind of like northern bit where the English are really hostile, it makes sense how she's kind of come down this way.
Yeah.
What was Joan of Arc's real name? It was Joan. I'm not trying to fool you. That's just Joan. Hey,
Maybe they want to know how it's pronounced in French, though.
Joan. You might say Jean
There you
en
go.
français, but I don't speak French, so I don't know.
Yeah.
What was Joan of Arc's childhood like?
Do you know how we say it in Italian, by the way? In Italian, we say Giovanna d'Arco. So it's the feminine of Giovanni, which is a name that you all know and you all mispronounce. Don't lie to me, because you all say Giovanni. The I is not pronounced. It's Giovanni. Giovanni. So she's Giovanna d'Arco in Italian, but yeah, Jeanne d'Arc, whatever.
Interesting question. So, I mean, if you're alluding to childhood trauma, congratulations, there is some. Like, she does certainly have beef with the English because the English are constantly messing with people in France at the time. You know, they're trying to press their claim to the French throne. They come through town, raid everything, loot everything, and this is something that Joan would have grown up around. But other than that, she lives a kind of like standard rural childhood. You know, she works on the farm, she's involved in village life. The only difference is, of course, that she is a mystic and visionary, and she, unlike other children, was hanging out talking to your boy, the Archangel Michael, which isn't common in the medieval period. So, you know, she is a little bit more spiritual than your average girl, but she would have had the same kind of difficult rural childhood that a lot of French people at the time would have experienced.
Absolutely. I'm talking about beef. I actually have a question for you. So, you know how we say this? It's an interesting expression. Now, these two people are having a beef. What if they're vegan? Is it still called a beef? You let me know.
What did Joan of Arc look like? We don't really know. That's a difficult one. You know, people in the Middle Ages weren't necessarily like sitting there and like doing sketches of other people. We know that she was young and slight. A lot is made of that. You know, she's kind of like a girly girl, but she's like dressed up in men's clothes a lot. We know what she wore, which was...
You know how she says men's clothes? Notice this. Whenever you see either posthumous or period representations of Joan of Arc wearing or donning armor, it looks identical to the armor of a man. The only difference would have been that it would have been smaller. So obviously she would have had a tighter waist, so they would have made it tighter, and the plates would have been smaller. Everything would have been... But this is not unusual, because sometimes we even have children's armor. I know it's kind of weird to sound like that, to say that, but it's a thing. Is it maybe it's not children's armor, no. Yeah, I think it is, actually. I think it was like the armor for someone who was really small, and then some people thought that medieval people were very small, but the reality is that it was whatever. But anyways, the armor of a woman looked identical to the armor of a man. Now, given almost no women whatsoever in the Middle Ages ever did what she did, which is probably also why this is not really... doesn't really tell us much, because she's really one of a kind. It's men that went to war in the Middle Ages. There are mentions in, for instance, classical antiquity of populations where women did fight, such as the Sarmatians or the Ayaziges. And then there are mentions of Celtic populations that did that, but I think they're mythology. We looked into them, we don't believe them. And I say we, I mean my team. One of the the guy that I nicknamed the professor in the team, he's really, really knowledgeable of Celtic. So to be honest, we both looked into it, but if he says that, I trust him. But there are populations, there are situations like that the Romans tell us that when they were fighting against these Germanic tribes, the women fought back. But then again, it's kind of it's not because those women in that Germanic tribe were combatants, it's because it was out of desperation. And they lost, obviously. They did say they fought fiercely. The Romans do say that they tried to grab the shields and try to really defend themselves once the men were taken out of the action. But yeah, the Romans still won. Anyways, that was just to say that it is very rare in history. But it is significant that they didn't have, and that's the point, to shape the breastplate to look like breasts. Because you don't need to. Because it's not like the plate is directly touching your skin. You've got multiple layers in here, and in general, breastplates are not flat. They are globular, because that, as a shape, is tactical. It's form and function. It encourages weapons to glance off. Precisely because if you hit with a point, a straight surface, then the force is going to be not dissipated as much. But if the surface is globular, then it goes around. So that's already perfectly, it works with a female body as much as it would work with a male body. It doesn't matter.
Men's clothing. But no one was sitting down being like, her eyes are gray and this is that. And if they were, they would probably just like tell you the generic thing that is like how you describe a pretty woman in the Middle Ages, because it's not really about what someone necessarily looks like for them. Even incredibly famous people like, for example, Eleanor of Aquitaine, we don't know what she looks like. Everyone just writes down that she was beautiful. So it's really, really uncommon to have a portrait of someone or a really accurate description of someone in the Middle Ages. So it's no surprise that we don't really know what Joan of Arc looked like.
Right.
What was Joan of Arc's mission? To liberate France from the English. Hey, that's one that's got an easy answer. So I say this because when Joan of Arc is born, we are kind of like getting near to the end of the 100 Years' War. And this is a bit of a misnomer because the 100 Years' War goes on for a lot longer than 100 years. It's just that
not only that, I want to add to what she said, which is obviously correct. She's doing a fantastic job. But not only the 100 Years' War did not last 100 years, but also we always imagine it as the war between England and France. But the reality is that it's the war between a piece of France and another piece of France and the English. Because the English did have French allies. So there's that.
we had to take a little break during the Black Death because everyone was dead and it was impossible to raise an army.
Give me a break.
So, as a result of this, Joan of Arc grows up in a situation where the English kind of get bored every few years or so, and they make a claim for the throne of France. And French people have to deal with that all the time, and they're not huge fans. So Joan of Arc wants to make sure that the English go back home and leave everybody alone. Next
Good luck with
question.
that.
What were Joan of Arc's visions?
Okay.
This is a really, really interesting one because Joan of Arc has several of like the heavy hitter saints come and appear to her and tell her what to do. So in particular, you've got the Archangel Michael. And this is not surprising because the Archangel Michael is the patron saint of soldiers.
And he's in armor. I love it. That's actually, it's a beautiful suit of armor, Michael. Appreciate that. I do appreciate that. Hey, I just got paid on X. I got the message. On X, you get paid every 2 weeks, in case you don't know, just to give you a little insider's perspective. I just got paid. It's lovely. Lovely.
And so because she's being urged on to doing martial things, the Archangel Michael is going to appear to her because we're here talking about war.
Yeah.
And she also got visits from heavy-hitting women saints as well. So there's like really particularly famous saints like Saint Catherine and Saint Barbara in the Middle Ages, and they also appeared to her. And that's not a surprise either because, you know, she's a girl, she's a woman. She considers herself to be in this particular saintly thread, right? So she's going to be having visions of women because that's the people that you would like expect to be advising another woman. So she is having visions that she's speaking with these people and they tell her various things. Sometimes to go to the Dauphin, who is the prince, and try to get yourself known to him so that you can help liberate France. But then later, when she's put on trial, they also advise her about how to answer the inquisitors who are torturing her. In terms of the visions themselves, though, this is quite interesting because it's not every day that you get somebody who is having visions. Now it kind of seems to us like it's super common, but it's just because when someone has visions, everyone is like, oh, word, and then they start writing down about it.
I'm sorry, what is she talking about? So far, fantastic presentation. How is it common, though, to be like, hey, I just saw Archangel Michael? I don't know. When was the last time you heard someone told you had a vision? The last one I can think of is like, what, Joseph Smith? Who I don't know, maybe her neighbors? Maybe her neighbor told her, hey, I just saw Gabriel, Archangel Gabriel. And she's like, Gabriel, I thought it was Michael. He's like, no, that was last week.
Immediately, because it's really, really interesting to them. So it seems like there's a lot more visionaries around the shop than there actually are. You know, they're like 1 in thousands of people. So it'll be people like Hildegard of Bingen, or indeed Julian of Norwich, or Joan of Arc, who get really high up the scale. And also, surprise, all of these women are now saints. So, you know, this is the kind of thing that's common among saints, but not usual among normal people.
Okay.
Next question. Was Joan of Arc Catholic? You betcha. Kind of the only game in town at the time. We hadn't invented Protestants quite yet. I mean, well, we had in the Czech Republic. But yes, Joan of Arc, absolutely.
Wait a second. Oh my gosh, look at this. Who is this, by the way? Maybe, is it Piero della Francesca? I don't really know. Negroli. Which painter is this, man? This is incredible. What have we got? We got a incredibly looking salad of the German type, but single tail rather than segmented. We've got this guy is wearing what appears to be a closed helm, which is basically in period a form of armet. For any pedantic guy who's going to tell me, technically it's a closed helm, not an armet, because we divide, right? It's a closed helm if it opens like this, and it's a armet if it opens like that. Yeah, medieval people called all of those armet, so shut up. So anyways, some kind of closed helm / armet. Man, this guy is even wearing the wrapper. Relax, man. You can take the extra plate off when you are inside the church. It's not like someone is going to charge at you with a lance. I get it. You want to maintain the drip. I totally understand. I mean, if it were up to me, I would be wearing plate armor when I go to the friggin' supermarket. But I don't think you need the extra protection of the wrapper, so chill. What if we go? We got tassets. Gorgeous, gorgeous elements of armor. This is an interesting... Maybe this is a Morion helmet. This guy has some kind of open... I can't think of the word in English now. Open barbute, maybe, but an open one. We'll have to see. 1 second. Phone call. Sorry, where were we? We were here. Where were we? We were here. Where were we? We were we. Did you notice that the another interesting fun fact, because this guy, whoever he is, really knows armor. Look how, from a modern perspective, the arm harness actually cuts short. Same with the ones that I have, the replica. They don't go all the way down to the real actual connection between the wrist and the hand. They stop a little early, sooner than that. See, there is a space here. The reason for that is that when you wear the gauntlets that you see here, then it's the job of the gauntlets to protect this area. If these arm harness, 15th century type clearly, if this reached all the way up to your long sleeves, then they would interact incorrectly with the gauntlets and they would clank against each other.
Protestants quite yet. I mean, well, we had in the Czech Republic. But yes, Joan of Arc absolutely was a Catholic.
I don't know what that means.
Did Joan of Arc lead the French army? So this is a kind of interesting modern question because there's no such thing as a French army at the time.
Of course.
The idea that a nation or country has an army is super, super modern. Like this is not Napoleon that we're talking about. And instead you have various contingent armies that come from various different places. So a duke might have his own men, a prince his own men, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
She didn't necessarily lead these groups, but she did advise them. She never actually fought like a knight in the 100 Years' War, but she was kind of like a mascot on the battlefield.
Yeah.
She would wear men's clothes and armor and run around out there being like, go, 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 fight, fight, fight. And as a result, she got injured a number of times, like hit with arrows
Crossbow.
and various things like that, and kept pushing through. And she really, really inspired the French troops. And at a certain point, she was considered so important that she was actually asked for tactical advice. She would help place cannon in various places.
Yeah, actually, I was wondering if she was going to mention that, because I did mention it on my video. Clearly, she was extremely resolute and very brave. And this idea that because sometimes she's looked at as, oh, look, there are some groups that say she's a representation of a independent, strong woman. Right. If she had joined the charge, she would have died 100%, and they knew it. I mean, the armor can only do so much. If you put her in the middle of that, she's a teenager, come on. And a woman. Not a chance. But I can see that. Think about it for a second. I appreciate that, Charismatic World. Thank you so much for being here. But think about it this way. I can see her value when it comes to the so-called mascot, because when we say that, it sounds, I don't mean it for the professor, but I mean, it's a little diminutive of the impact that it could have had to the morale of the troops. Think about it from a medieval perspective. You are all Christians in that, they're all Catholics in that army, whatever it is. You're going to battle. That's a very nerve-wracking situation to find yourself in, whether you be a professional, you can deal with it better, or whether it be militia or whatever the heck, new trainee. But anyways, it's, you're risking your life. There are a lot of mentions in both the ancient Greek and Roman world, particularly in the Greek world, where they tell us that, for instance, hoplites, professional troops, generally, at least the ones in Sparta, not so much in Athens, but still, certain level of training was required. People, even the veterans, before battle, we are told that they would fidget with their hands, with stuff. They would bite their lips, and they would rub the back of their heels. And this is interesting because these are all self-soothing behaviors that can be psychologically analyzed to tell us, man, look at the reality of these people. Because when we imagine them, soldiers getting ready to fight, we think of it as an epic thing. So we imagine, well, these are hoplites, these are Roman soldiers, so they go into there, they scream, they smack you, and they're freaking barbarians. But the reality is that these are humans just like you and me, and a lot of these were very young. So imagine that you're a 20-year-old, and yes, you're wearing your armor, you're wearing your helmet, you're bracing your shield, you know what you're doing, you're strong. But still, we are told that they were, it must have been a nerve-wracking, even more so than modern warfare, because it's hand-to-hand combat. With that being said, not only I find that fascinating, but now imagine in the medieval context, and imagine Joan of Arc, and you're told as a soldier, as a man at arms, as a billman, as an archer, a crossbowman, a knight, you're told, we have the lady. She spoke with the saints. She saw Virgin Mary. She saw Archangel Michael. God is with us. And then imagine when she's in there, and probably would have given them that kind of, I can imagine that. Like you see her arrive and she says, onward, Christian soldiers. Goodness gracious, I would, go charge, fight. So I can see how that must have had a monumental impact on the psychology and morale of the troops. It's fascinating. Now, what she said at the very end, I don't want to speak too much because I want to listen to the professor. She's doing a fantastic job. But I do want to say, there are mentions that tell us that the generals actually took, and the commanders, they took her advice at heart when it comes to not only the deployment of troops, deployment of war engines. I wonder why. Maybe it had a mystic reason? Maybe they were like, what does Michael want me to do with it? Where does God want me to put the catapults, the trebuchets, whatever it is? Maybe it's that, but it sounds a little deeper than that. It sounds like she made some ideas, and she was really like, charge, attack now. Okay, by the sources, she was like, go fight. They were like, are you sure? Maybe we should wait. No, now, attack them. That she was like this. She was a fire, at least how it's described in the sources. But perhaps she must have had some intuition. That's the way I think of it, like a natural talent. Because maybe something she said was actually tactically advantageous on the battlefield. And so the commanders were like, you know what? I'm going to listen to her. What does she say? Which is fascinating. They were listening to a woman, they were listening to a teenager. I don't know. Maybe it's different to how we imagine it.
For example. So she had kind of a good military mind as well, even if she
Yeah.
wasn't actually wielding a sword as a knight.
Agreed.
Did Joan of Arc defeat the English? No. She was someone who really inspired the French to kind of rally against them. She was at very many battles where the English were defeated, but the English don't simply like bow at Joan of Arc's feet and then go home. And they're still actually around in France for quite some time. And the 100 Years' War doesn't actually peter out until we sort of like get into the Tudor period in England. It's definitely a turning point in the war, and Joan of Arc is really, really involved in that, but the war continues after her death.
Yeah.
Next question.
You were asking how would a girl learn those things back then? We don't know. So it's either we don't believe the sources that tell us that she was really military minded, and we think that maybe they're saying it for propagandistic reasons, or they are telling the truth and she was just naturally talented. I mean, it's a possibility. It's not impossible. Is this considered ancient history? No. Usually when you say ancient, you have to go at least at classical antiquity or further back. When you say ancient, so like ancient Greece, Rome, that kind of stuff. This is already like medieval history. It is interesting though. Yeah, I agree. Thank you for being here, by the way. You took an arrow to the knee. She took a crossbow bolt to the freaking neck. Almost. You hit her here. For what I remember, the clavicle. I'm sure the clavicular will relate to that. Who can say, really? Yeah, I agree, Hastor de Carcosa on Twitch. Thank you so much, guys, by the way, on Twitch. We're doing really well with subscriptions. Maybe we're going to hit, did it already update to the next? 73 out of 70. Yeah, look at that. We're 3 above. Thank you so much.
Did Joan of Arc have children? No. Famously,
No.
Joan of Arc was a virgin.
Virgin,
and this was
yeah.
a really, really big deal for her. And indeed, she tended to refer to herself as la pucelle, which kind of means like the maid or the virgin.
Yeah.
And of course,
Like the idea of purity.
that makes a lot of sense within a Christian context at the
Yes.
time, because virginity was seen as the ideal state for humans. So it was sort of proof of her holiness that she was a virgin. And she's killed really early in her life. She's killed as a teenager. And the average person in the Middle Ages has children in their 20s. And so, you know, she never really had a chance.
Yeah.
How was Joan of Arc captured? My girl was wilding out, is the answer, as she had fallen out of favor with the King of France. But she didn't want to stop fighting the English because she really saw this as the reason that she was alive and her reason for being. So she and some loyal shock troops were out attempting to do guerrilla maneuvers against the English, and she was captured actually by the Burgundians.
The Burgundians,
and
yeah.
taken to Rouen. So yeah, she kind of unfortunately was slipping a little bit in her military tactics, and that's how she got taken.
The Burgundians had drip, though. Have you ever seen the way they're dressed? Like, the armor of the Burgundians is some of the poshest looking ever.
Who killed Joan of Arc? The English/Burgundians
With the consensus of the papacy.
is the answer. So she gets captured and she gets taken to Rouen, which is an English stronghold and a Burgundian stronghold. And they get members of the church who are specifically loyal to the English cause to put her on trial and call her a heretic. So they spend rather a long time trying to trick her into saying something that would be heretical. They accuse her of doing things like worshiping trees and speaking to demons. So there's kind of like some vague witchcraft accusations in there. But one of the things they really get her for in the end was actually dressing like a man, because they were trying to force her to put women's clothes back on. But she had sworn to God that she was, until the English were run out of France, going to dress like a knight. And at first she fears for her life, so she agrees to do it. But then she calls everyone back and says, no, never mind. Actually, I only did that because I was a coward. I refuse to do this. This is what I've sworn to God I will do. I'm going to continue dressing as a man. And so this was kind of seen as a refusal to recant. And so she was declared a heretic and turned...
They would have found another reason. So, like, yeah, this happened. Maybe we can sympathize and think, man, I wish she didn't do that. Yeah, they would have found another reason. It was just an excuse.
over to the secular authorities to burn at the stake.
Yeah.
Sometimes people will say that the church killed Joan of Arc, and that's a super oversimplification and just not
Yeah,
what
of course.
happened at all. In fact, when the church
didn't really stop it, though.
found out that Joan of Arc had been killed, they were pissed. And everyone who got involved ended up getting drummed out of their positions by the church. They were so mad. Like, none of this was done by the proper channels. It was super, super off the books. It was completely politically motivated.
Of
And it was
course.
something that the English and the Burgundians wanted to do, not the church.
Of course, yeah.
How old was Joan of Arc? Joan of Arc is about, wow, we think around 19 when she is killed. She kind of comes into view and into record around about 14.
Man, look at this. I know I keep stopping it, but my gosh. Where has fashion gone? We should absolutely go back to the way men and women dressed in the Middle Ages. I don't even care. I'm not going to apologize for that.
It takes her a little while to get the authorities to start believing her. But yeah, which is really crazy. I mean, think about it. Like a farm girl of 14, like, kind of comes up to a bunch of knights and they are like, oh yeah, it seems like she's inspired by God, better get her in here, right? It's just kind of proof of her charisma. Like if a 14-year-old came up to you and was like, hey, yo, I'm the savior of France right now. How much you gonna believe them, right? My girl could sell.
My
Next
girl.
question.
She's funny.
Why didn't Joan of Arc wear a skirt? Because she promised
Same.
God, homie.
Yeah.
That's reasonable, right? So it's really interesting because this is a big deal to her. She promises God that she's going to dress as a knight and she is going to be basically pledging herself to the military cause of France, right?
Yep.
You know, this is a girl who becomes a saint. She really believes in this stuff, so she doesn't want to go back on her own pledge. Interestingly, this goes down kind of so-so with medieval people, and even when people really liked her, sometimes late medieval images of Joan of Arc, when they show her at court and things like that, they dress her up in a pretty dress, like a good little maiden, because that's how controversial it is
Of
to
course.
have girls walking around in men's clothing. So even at the time, it was like a huge political choice when
Yep.
people liked her, and medieval people were super uncomfortable with it later on. So it's only now that we're really getting comfortable with the idea that a woman might dress like a man. And that means it's a really big
Yeah, I think we're getting a little too comfortable with that, particularly. Man, never mind Piers Morgan uncensored. That guy is as censored as it gets. This is where you get uncensored opinions once again. I make fun of the activists, but you can live your life however you want. I have no problems with you. But the activists, oh, I'm going to make fun of them until the day I die.
big deal, and you can see why a pledge to God had to be involved. What is Joan of Arc the patron saint of? France.
France.
Oh,
yeah, okay.
Jazz hands. So that's pretty cool. I think also women military people. She's a twofer.
She's a what? I don't understand that word. Man, I'm getting really involved in this. I'm watching the whole thing. I usually don't. All right, so we are 15 minutes in. This is really good. And what I'm going to do, because then the last, I imagine they put bloopers. Is that what you say? Bloopers when you make a mistake? Anyway, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give him a like. And I think she did a fantastic presentation. I'm going to give the link in chat so that you could save it as a separate tab. If you enjoyed it, you can give them the like and you can watch it later. I'm going to take a mini break. I'm going to fetch myself a drink, use the restroom really quickly, check on my wife because she's pregnant and I always want to go visit, make sure she doesn't need anything. Maybe she needs a biscuit. Maybe she needs some water. Maybe whatever. So I'm going to do that and I'll be right back. Please, just don't be impolite to the chair. And having said that, I'm going to leave you with the chair for a couple of minutes, guys. Couple of minutes and I'll be back and we move on to the next section of the stream. Thank you for your patience. Okay. Sorry about that. Took a while. Spent some time with my wife a little bit, talking to her. Okay, so we're gonna planning a little bit tomorrow. I mean, I guess we shouldn't plan it while I'm live, but then again, it's a chess stream, so what's wrong with that? So how you guys doing? Oh wow, we got some super chats here. I gotta say thank you. We're gonna be respectful. Well, let me put the picture again. Again, I gotta say it was a pretty good video. I really enjoyed it. Thank you, Jun Kazama. Hey, Metatron, I'm playing Mafia. Wow. The Old Country, which takes place in Sicily. There's a few phrases that they say that I hope you could translate, like Minghia. Minghia Elana Mazzari. Ah, okay. So, well, this one just means dick. And but it's what we say in Sicilian, specifically, to be like, what the heck? So, yeah, that would be that. And then I think this is misspelled. By the sound of it, Lanna Mazzari would be they have to kill her. But I don't know if that's what they are actually saying. I would have to hear it. But Mafia the Old Country, man, we should totally play it. Chivalry 2, that could be fun. I haven't played it in a while. I love playing as the crossbowman in Chivalry 2. Chivalry 2. You are your CHs, like chandelier. How do you say parmesan? We say the same, parmigiano. We just have an accent when we say it, but we say parmigiano. 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 If anyone talks while the teacher is gone, I'm writing your name on the board. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I guess that's everywhere in the world, isn't it? Oh, you've been playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 1. Still good game. Still solid. And the graphics are still beautiful. If you play it in 4K, it still looks amazing. Those groves and nature and the woods. Totally. Chair, you're a glorified stool. Stop being disrespectful to the chair when I'm gone. Goodness gracious. How are we doing with memberships? Let me see. So let me look at metrics very quickly. When I look at metrics, I usually stay full screen just in case. Right. Let me see. I need to move this for a second. You get to see my computer. There you go. Chat rate, views. Okay, cool stuff. Not a lot of members tonight on YouTube. A lot of subscriptions on Twitch. I gotta be honest, guys. Amazing. When it comes to memberships on so people joining on YouTube, I understand it. It's a tough economy. So no, you will never be pushed by me. I mean, I have to a little bit do the calls to action. Be like, come on, guys. Join the channel. I am making members only content, so I would love that, so we don't have to rely on the freaking algorithm and we can just be you and me. And I will make a good dedicated old school Metatron helmet review for members as a way to say thank you. Also because YouTube would completely demolish that and it would cap at 500 views if I did. But I do understand it. And if you're like, yo, Metatron, I would love to do it, but right now I can't really afford it. Totally not a problem, brother. I absolutely understand. Okay. So, we're going to go again into a little bit of a controversial situation. We're going to get again into a little bit of a controversial situation. There are two things I wanted to share with you. And one has to do again with race, unfortunately. So anyways, we're going to check this one very quickly. I want to glance through it at a certain speed. Because if I don't call it out, who does? And then we're going back to Asmongold because there is another video I wanted to check out. Anyways, before doing that, let's have a look at this. Let's see if it's real. Check this article. Okay. Denisha Maddy is the clown we're gonna call out today. So, black teaching assistant brags about grading white students in Chicago based on race. Okay, newsletter. Let's see what this is about. Denisha Maddy is a graduate teaching assistant at the Chicago School of Professional Psychology. Yeah, professional. who seemingly bragged on Twitter about grading papers based on students' race. In response, the school is investigating the situation and has taken action. So, props to the school. I'm going to have to say this. Props to the school. Who on earth does this? Like, what? Is this the reversed 1940s? It's literally the reverse. They're doing the same thing. The reverse 1940s. Was it even a thing in the 1940s? I don't even know. If grading was dependent, even in situations where we know that, for example, in America, 40s, 50s, it was really tough being a black person. I mean, that's a historical fact. But even then, would they grade a student? I guess a lot of black kids couldn't even go to school. So there's that. But let's say that you belong to a free family that did send their children to school. Would that happen? I wonder. In response, the school is... Well, probably most weren't free. Yeah, anyways. In response, the school is investigating. The situation started earlier in April when Maddie tweeted out. So she tweeted, she's an idiot. I think the reason is because they think they can get away with it. Because you would imagine, like, come on, you're not going to, what you're doing is clearly wrong. But they don't think it's wrong then. Regardless, someone might consider it wrong at an institutional level, so you'd be like, they'll do it in secret. No, they say it on Twitter, on X. So they must really think they can get away with it. The controversial statement from a personal account. Open quotes, let's see the statement. Grading papers for my mentors, and I'm giving these white students a run, for their grade, honey. Denisha Maddie tweeted while using 2 devil face emojis and 1 laughing/crying emoji. The exam is on race, she said. This is despicable. She should be fired at once, and this should be marked into her resume/CV. Awful. Oh, guys, I'm so tired of this nonsense. The Chicago School of Professional Psychology related a public statement on their official website, which announced that they were aware of the situation. Well, good for the school. Good for Chicago. Are you guys from Chicago? It's cool. That is discrimination. That is racism at its finest. You're absolutely right. The school said that, not to mention it's unjust. So you're giving them a run. So the test is about race, and you are decreasing the marks of students who are white, regardless of what they say. So even if they regurgitate, she's not saying because they were wrong, but even if they regurgitate what you want them to hear, you still gotta grade them lower because they're white? Oh, that's disgusting. I say as a former professional teacher, that wouldn't fly. How she could think... But then again, I say, how could she think that this would fly? But universities do it all the time. So that's probably why she thought in this current environment, I can actually see why she thought that she could get away with it. She probably thought she was going to be praised for it. Maybe she could have received a raise is what she was expecting, because there are plenty of professors that tell you, and I swear I have a video dedicated to this, Asian American professor, 1000% ultra progressive. So left-wing, not even left-wing, radical even from the perspective of liberals. And she wrote this book all about like white bad, white this, white that. And she said that she was going around universities making all sorts of classes where she was teaching how all forms of racism are because of white supremacy, including when white people are not even present in the occasion. So she was literally saying, again, I have a dedicated video and I expose her. She was literally saying, so we saw that in New York during the pandemic, there was some racism against this Asian man, an elderly man that was tackled and pushed by a big black guy who literally cracked his skull. And he's like, yeah, that is a racist thing. And the reason is obvious. It's white supremacy. And I'm like, what? So she was literally blaming white people for black on Asian crimes based on racism. And that's taught at university level with all the university staff doing, oh, absolutely, white people awful, yes, so brave, so courageous. So clearly in this environment, this I'm glad that this school is acting more professional than the majority of universities at this point, in the West at least. Let's go. The school said that Maddie was affiliated with them and noted that Maddie's personal tweet, open quotes, runs counter to our internal policies related to grading as well as our core values, close quotes. Based Chicago school. Wow. Next. The Chicago school does not agree with or condone such sentiments or behavior. When I wish you would have specified what sentiment we're talking about, I understand that you're scared that they're going to burn the place to scorched earth, but it's anti-white sentiment. I could say it. I'm going to say it. It's anti-white sentiment. Next. Several actions have been taken in response, wrote the Chicago School of Professional Psychology. To date, that woman, by the way, that the associate teacher requires professional help. I would suggest, rather than a psychologist, a psychiatrist. To date, the post has been removed and we have started our internal processes to address the situation. The school says the university policy relates to grading is very clear and that our faculty members are responsible for reviewing and submitting final grades for all students' assignments. Based on the internal review, the school believes that this policy was, open quotes, correctly followed in the incident referenced in the tweet. So basically what they're saying, she was like, you deserve a 2 because you're white. And then they looked at it, but like, no, he didn't do anything wrong. It's fine. It's an 8. Probably that's what it means. The Chicago School has a 40-year history of respecting individual differences and advancing the principles of inclusion and equality. Hold on a minute. Inclusion and equality and representation are code for anti-white sentiment. So instead of doing this, well, equity is. Equality, in reality, I am pro-equality. I would treat all students based on their individual skills, ignoring completely any ethnic affiliation. So if you have a student and he does a phenomenal job, I'm not going to consider that after I've reviewed, okay, wait a second, is he black? Is he white? Is he, I don't know. And then if the student does a completely wrong thing, it's like the dates are wrong. He thinks the Roman Empire happened in the 1800s, but I'm like, right, but he's a minority. And so I'm actually going to give him an 8 because he's a minority. And is he gay as well? 9.5. I know I'm grading with Italian. We grade from 1 to 10 in Italy, but that's the point of reference I have. That is counter to equality. In fact, it's more close to equity and DEI positions. Inclusion is the exclusion of white people. I mean, it's just how it is. If inclusion was only about, you would want everyone to feel welcome here, fine. No one has anything against that. That's just basic human decency. Well, yeah, there are people that have a problem with that. That's not me. Problem is that this, unfortunately, has become code for excluding. So inclusion is exclusion. Said Dr. Michelle Nealon, president of Chicago School of Professional Psychology. No, said the board that wrote it. We have always been committed to addressing every such issue, as it provides an opportunity for sincere dialogue, I wish, and the further advancement of difficult yet crucial social justice topics. We are consistent in inviting and embracing difficult conversations that allow us to advance our missions on topics related to multicultural diversity and inclusion. You absolute clown. First and foremost, okay, look. The school is based. The person who spoke, the spokeswoman, Dr. Michelle Nealon, is a clown. Because point number 1, this isn't a difficult conversation. I know I'm being pedantic. You subscribe to me what you want. You knew from day one. The pedantry is my middle name, so here we are. Anyways, it's not a difficult conversation. Why is she being racist to white people? It's not a difficult conversation. Likewise, if it was a white teacher who was grading black students or was grading Asian students in a different way, and because I'm giving them a run for their marks, yeah, it's not a difficult. I would take the teacher and say, why are you being racist? Be a professional. What the heck are you doing? It's not a difficult conversation. It is a difficult conversation because it's a problem since you now have to defend the oppressor class. as viewed by your worldview. It isn't a difficult conversation. It's it's a conversation we shouldn't even have in the professional field, but due to the fact that, of course, sometimes you do end up hiring people or having associates and full-on, fully-fledged professors as well, before anyone tries to gaslight and say, oh, it's just an assistant. No, it's not. Major professors do stuff like that and worse. So since when it does happen, then you have a problem of professionalism, and it should not be a difficult conversation. It should be a fire her conversation. First and foremost, multicultural diversity. Yeah, tell the racist anti-white teacher about that. Continuing. Based on screenshots from Twitter, Denisha Maddy set her Twitter account private at first, but has since deleted the account entirely. Yeah, of course, because she got the backlash she deserved. 100% deserved. 1000% deserved. Similarly, Maddie's LinkedIn account was also deleted. And we have a picture of Trump for some reasons in the article. Oh, wow. Man, that was insane. A black teacher grades F. Yeah, give him an F. Give him an F. How dare they? The Nisha Maddy, graduate teaching assistant at the Chicago School of Professional Psychology, bragged about penalizing white students with lower grades. Hey, where is my uppercase W? Where is my uppercase W here? Earlier this week, Maddy tweeted grading papers for my mentors, and I'm giving... Yeah, basically it's the same thing repeated, so we don't need to read this again. Yeah, they say this is about culture, and it is. And it's the nonsense that our culture war has led DEI at its finest. You're absolutely right. Like, this is it. This is exactly what it is. It's a non-professional person in a professional environment that is showing off that she did not deserve that position. In fact, she doesn't deserve any position because she's a racist. But this article, wait a second, before we move to the next one, because this is a quick one. This is a very fast one, really. I want to see if they say anything else. Our university policies, yeah, you would say no shit, Sherlock. Our university problem. But look at the video. That's why you don't need to say, you can really leave it at that, doctor, professor, PhD of psychology. You don't need to say, we really believe in equity, inclusion, multiculturalism. Basically, you're virtue signaling. And the reason why they have to virtue signal like this in these spaces is because they are defending an oppressor. So even though I'm glad that the professor, the board of directors actually recognize we got to do something about this. It's wrong. Yeah. But still they have to say all of the words because they have to make sure that when they fire this clown of a teacher on the basis of an anti-white racism, which they don't say because it's not racism, it's not systemic, they say, they also have to make sure that they're like, but guys, we're one of you. We love multiculturalism and inclusivity, and we absolutely believe in representation of minorities and this and that. And so it's not nice to know what she's doing. You didn't need to say all of that. You could have just said, how about we treat everyone equally professionally in a work sphere, professional environment, and educational space. That's it. You don't need to say anything else. You really don't. You can say it. Freedom of speech. And I'll say you're a clown. If you have to. Because it really sounds like it. It kind of, you know what it sounds like it? It sounds like, you remember, and my haters are going to hate this, so I'm going to say it on purpose. Charlie Kirk. When Charlie Kirk died, we had the absurd, the ones that laughed, haha, we got him in the neck, the kind of, scum of the earth. Okay. But then you had those people that actually did say, and appreciate them, I do appreciate them, that said, he didn't deserve it. It's awful. What the heck are you laughing? It's no laughing matter. Great. But then there was a subsection of these that had to say the preamble to it. So I disagreed with everything Charlie Kirk had to say. I did think that his takes on women and race and DEI and positions and this and that, it was horrid, it was horrible. His takes were terrible. And in fact, it was spreading bigotry, and I really, really disagree with that, guys. But he didn't deserve to die. Look, you're better in my book than the scum that actually thought he did deserve to die. But it just makes me cringe, my friends. I don't know what to tell you. I'm willing to talk to people like that. I'm not willing to talk to the people that laughed, because that was precisely Charlie Kirk. I'm not him. He was willing to talk to everyone. I'm not willing to talk to scum. But I am happy to talk to people that at least say that my bar is so freaking low. I'm willing to have an open conversation, listen to your point of view, to people that at least said they didn't deserve to die. Even if they add the cringe before that. But the reason why they add the cringe is because they're afraid that the cult will reject them. And they will. It's a waste of time, because they will be rejected anyways. They'll be like, oh, so are you saying that you support Nazis? That's what they're going to say. Are you saying that Nazis don't deserve to die? So you wasted your time. You wasted your time because it made me cringe. It made the cultists still hate you. So why bother at this point? Just don't do it. At this point, don't do it. And just say, I mean, if you want, you can. It's all about freedom. And as I say, I'm happy to talk to people. It just makes me cringe. It makes me cringe. When I talked about, not because I look at me, but when I talked about Rob Reiner's death, I thought I did think that his politics were cringe. I didn't mention that, though. I don't need to. Why do I need to say that? The guy was stabbed by his son. It's awful. It's a terrible thing. With his wife in his bed? No, it's a terrible thing. And then in chat, people ask me, yeah, but he said awful things about Trump. He had Trump deranged syndrome. I get it. What does it have to do with being stabbed in your own bed, though? That's the part that do I have to be scared now that people think that I'm a progressive? I think it's quite obvious I'm not. I'm not a progressive. I don't care if someone comes here and tells me you're so woke because you're a liberal woke because you didn't laugh at Rob Reiner. Get the hell out of here. I don't care. I'm just trying to be decent. And I don't think that the full preamble to make sure that my tribe knows, guys, I'm still one of you. I'm still a moderately conservative guy. That's who I am. I'm a right-wing guy, but moderately. And that's me. But do I need to say that before saying it's awful that this guy got stabbed? I don't know. It's just one of those things. But it is the reality that we inhabit these days. People are scared to be labeled names. Label me whatever the heck you want. Call me a Sicilian Muppet. Call me a fascist. Call me whatever you want. I don't care. King time. King time. So this is a different one, and I left the most controversial for last. So, if you are easily offended or you are a little sensitive, we're gonna go into a really strong topic right now. So, you have been warned. This was the trigger warning. And we're going to do it. Nothing to apologize. Yeah, I agree. Nothing to apologize. To each his own. You believe whatever the heck you want. And I'm just talking about basic human decency at this point. But anyways, let's go, guys. Topic. He says we actually won. This is about surgeries on so-called, and I'm going to put it in quotes, transgender kids. So, yeah. Let's go.
It looks like the gender transition for kids stuff is basically over. It's over. We won. The New York Times, the ideological compass of the party organ of the Western liberal world, is now ringing the bell for the very movement it once championed. The American Medical Association is backpedaling. A jury just awarded $2 million to a survivor of this barbarism. I like that word. The wall of consensus is crumbling, and now everyone can see the bricks were hollow. That's a good one. I like that. That's a very good one. I'm going to follow this guy. And anyway, Tyler's new video about New Jersey got taken down. I know that, and then his Patreon got canceled.
Oh, that's
and so anyway, medical associations trusted belief over science on youth gender care. Gentlemen, it's obvious. It's been obvious. Everybody that wasn't retarded knew this. But for some reason, some people out there were like, well, no, not necessarily. Well, if you look at them, they're the experts. And, these people, they have a degree in this. And there's no way that all these people that have college degrees just got together and are fucking retarded. There's no way that could happen. And so, anyway, I've had to deal and listen with this bullshit for fucking years, right? And this...
Yeah, honestly, I'm strongly against transgender, it's not even care. It's not care. Let's stop calling it healthcare. It's not healthcare. The idea of transition in children is despicable, and it's something that we will be judged for as a society in the next centuries, when there will be a new era, hopefully a new re-understanding of things. And look at us. And I want to make it 100% clear that I was always against it. Not against what adults do. You're free. If you're an adult, you do suffer from gender dysphoria, which is a real thing. I also think a lot of it is social contagion, though, particularly when it comes to the youth. I don't believe it for a second that the numbers are accurate, because it's an extremely rare condition. It exists, but it's rare. So I don't know what the real statistics are, but social contagion is absolutely part of it, particularly when it comes to teenagers. But if as an adult you do have gender dysphoria, and at this point I'm going to say, even if you don't have it and you've been conditioned to think that you do, and you decide that you want to go and do whatever the heck and chop off everything you want, do whatever you want. I'm not going to oppose that. I've seen people, like I believe Michael Knowles was saying that he thinks we should oppose it even when it comes to adults, and I disagree with him on that. It's not my business what adults do, and I absolutely don't want other people who disagree with me and the way I live my life to come and take legislative actions to prevent me from, for example, bring up my children in the faith and teaching them about Jesus and our Lord. Likewise, I'm not going to come and bother you. If you as an adult decide to do that, it's up to you. It's up to you. And I'm not going to make fun of you. I'm not going to scream at you. I'm not going to make it into law that you can't do it. But children, you got to leave the children alone. You got to leave the children alone.
This is the problem, is that, and here's the other big issue, is that a lot of people, and here we have this one too. This is what I was looking for. And
I did mispronounce. It's despicable, isn't it? I kind of knew it, but then I forget. And here is my accent. Despicable. It will happen again. 100%.
Guess he's back in. Yes, exactly. Our Cheezer allegation is true. I don't even know who Cheezer is. I mean, I do know who Cheezer is. He's a kick streamer, but I don't know even what the allegations are. And anyway, so I think that we need to realize, here's something that I feel like we need to just come to a acceptance on.
Okay.
99% of soft science, if you wiped history clean, would never be reinvented even remotely the same as it is now. Every single piece of hard science, if you wiped history clean and you started clean slate, would be recreated exactly the same as it is now.
Yeah, I think I see where he's coming from. So maths is maths, and it's not racist, I would like to add. But then again, if it's like the social sciences or like psychology, I can see where he's going with that, to be honest. I mean, it's not all the same. It's quite fair. It's not all the same. One thing is if you have a degree in theoretical physics, and one thing if you have a degree in, like, again, social science, gender ideology. In gender ideology, why is it even a degree?
It's because one of them is real and the other one really isn't. They're just generalities. It's important to keep that in mind. We wouldn't be reinventing this stuff if we, reset civilization or history at all. The science can't be replicated. Yeah, because there is no science. So there have been a lot of people who are, cosplaying as scientists, who are, pretending like their positions on these topics were legitimate because they had a degree. Now, a lot of people, and this is a problem, is that a lot of stupid Redditors, especially, and people with a Reddit mentality, like those people, the moment that they hear a person in a lab coat tell them what's right, they just blindly follow it because, again, they have this obsession with reaffirming authority.
Yeah, it's the idea of trust the experts, which it's fine to consult experts. But we have to remember one thing, and this is important from a historical perspective. Experts can absolutely be compromised, particularly by political ideologies. Do you think that when it comes to the sort of propaganda, and I'm going to put it this way to actually give a perspective that can be followed by, regardless of your political positions, do you think that in the end of the 1930s, but more in the 1940s, like 1940, 1941, if you had asked a professor of biology at any German university, particularly in Berlin, and if you asked him his opinion on the Third Reich and specifically the superiority of the Aryan race, they would have told you, yeah, absolutely, that's the thing, it's true. Fact, science. A lot of experts, a lot of professors sided with Nazi propaganda. It's happening again. That's what it is. So all of these professors that push radical ideologies, their degrees are forfeit because they're traitors.
And they think that authority can never be wrong, authority can never be misused, authority can never be misled, and authority can never be held by a person with bad intentions. And so it's midwit. Yeah, it's a midwit mentality, right?
Yep.
Because like really stupid people are like, well, you can't give me that vaccine. What if it's got like a tracker in it? You know? What if it got that? Or I don't know what it does. Like, you just came up with that? Didn't it take a long time like polio? You know, and then you got the smart people that are like, well, you know, I don't want to take it yet. You know, I'm not sure what the long-term effects are. I mean, who knows? You know, I want to, you know, I'm healthy. I'm just going to take other best practices. And both sides is one of those things where really dumb people and smart people, I think, come to the same consensus, whereas, you know, people that are in the middle get misled. And I think that's generally what happens, right? And I think, yeah, the bell curve, exactly, yeah.
There is actually nothing wrong with being scared of side effects of any medication or vaccine, whatever it is. It's totally fine. So the people that pointed the finger and tried to kind of either, make you feel like you're some kind of idiot. I had to take the vaccine because the COVID vaccine, because otherwise they wouldn't let me in the country, and I wanted to be with my wife, so I did take it. My dad didn't want to take it. My mom didn't want to take it, and they didn't. And there's nothing to make fun. Any medication has side effects. Any of these things can have really severe, and it's fine to be scared of those side effects. Nothing wrong. And if a person doesn't feel like they want to risk it, what world is a world where you will point the finger, laugh, and mock? Now, if people start talking about the science without having any understanding of the science, I get it. But the simple fact of, I don't want to take it, I don't know what's in there, I don't want to risk it with the side effects. It's a perfectly valid take with any form of medication. Any form of medication.
And is there there is a replicability. I've never said that word before.
Cool.
There's a replicability crisis currently in psychology, further boosting your point. Well, that's because the majority of psychology is fan fiction. That's the reason why. And, these people, they invent, basically, here's what happens, is that a council of Karens gets together with fake degrees, and they agree with each other about the way that things are. And then they write a book, and they quote each other, and then they turn that into the way that things are. This is what's been going on for the last 50 years. It is.
Yeah, honestly, even peer review is oftentimes a useless process. It's literally a signature. Don't even read it.
And so as soon as you realize that's what's been happening, you can take a step back and see, oh, okay, wait a minute, this is all just bullshit.
Yeah, even the whole mental manipulation and emotional manipulation that they used with parents when it comes to, your child is trans, your 10-year-old daughter is actually a man, and if you don't do a double, what is it called, mastectomy, whatever, I know that, a 10-year-old wouldn't have breasts, but I'm saying 16, 15, whatever it is, it doesn't matter whether it's hormones or whether it's actual surgical procedures, which are irreversible. And then they say, if you don't do it, they will self-delete. That is emotional manipulation. It's a disgusting thing to do. And it's also not true, because if that were the case, here's one thing I'm going to say. Considering extremely low percentages, as we said, I do believe that gender dysphoria is a thing. And I do believe, therefore, that people who suffered from gender dysphoria have always existed. I don't think that they were invented 15 minutes ago. Probably there were some people that suffered from this condition, which is a mental condition. I believe that there were people who suffered from this mental condition is the freaking Paleolithic, because we are basically the same. The modern human is the same as the one that was walking around the Stone Age. So there is no reason to believe that this is necessarily a new thing. I believe in that. But that actually strengthens our position, because if that were the case, where are the mass self-deletion of all the transgender children that never were treated up until 15 minutes ago? We should have tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of cases if it really was a high rate of self-deletion. The reality is that some of that desire to, unfortunately, self-delete is because of the social pressure of what's happening now. I do believe that. But it is just a mental manipulation to try and tell the parent, use the parent's love for their child, who's the most important part of their existence if you're a decent parent, and telling them it's going to self-delete. Where is the proof of that? How do you know that? And yeah, I did watch, by the way, I did see on Twitter, because I always try to be fair in my takes. I did see a Twitter post where, of course, yeah, there was a transgender person, and they were a bus driver, I believe, and they were misgendered, and they self-deleted because of that. It's a tragedy. Clearly, this person has got mental problems. Someone who self-deletes because of someone said something you perceive mean, it's not a person who has a stable mental situation. And I feel for that. And I've seen people laugh at it, and it's not right to laugh at it. So it does happen. But the fact that they use it as a card makes it even more despicable, I think I pronounce it right, in cases when it's true. It is terrible.
Wrong idiot. No, I actually, you know what? Listen, we have a lot of things to go over today. And well, let's see here if I can. Yeah, I don't really. Yeah, I'm just gonna ban this person. We could get in an argument, but we're a little bit too early for that. So modern journalism does the same thing. They create a false consensus, and this is the main problem that happens with almost everything, right? Is that a false consensus is generated with almost every topic.
He's absolutely right about that. I mean, they're doing it with history. They're doing with history and the continuous deletion of the white race. They're doing it all. Anglo-Saxons didn't actually exist. Yeah, that's what it is. It is a false consensus. You were asking, how about natural selection then? I think it could apply, but natural selection is brutal and it's awful. So a world that functions on natural selection only, it's a disgusting place. It's a hellhole. It's not. There's nothing just about it. And so even though we could use it as a way to describe it, oh, well, they were weak mentally, and so they died. Right, but it's still a tragedy, because I'm applying the humane aspect of it, and morality, which I grind in religion. I ground on religion. But yeah, so the natural world is terrible. So there's that.
And what happens is that people basically say something, and then somebody else says something, and then they cross-reference each other, and then they create a established reality of that thing, and then other people, talk about that thing as if it was real. But really, it's just two idiots agreeing with each other. That's really about it. Yes. So anyway, I don't want to go too far into that. I just want to say, right here, the science doesn't seem so settled after all, and it's important to understand what happened here. The approach of left-of-center Americans and our institutions to assume that when a scientific organization releases a policy statement on a hot button issue, that the policy statement must be accurate is deeply naive to understanding of science, human nature, and politics and how they interact. This is actually one of the most based articles. This is amazing. I am so happy to see this. And you're seeing a lot of people that are angry about this too, right? Because now, now we're seeing people finally, there's they're breaking the conditioning. Right? I think that's generally what's happening more than anything.
Yes.
This is a 9/11 to trust the science crowd. Well, this is what I was saying, right? Is that trust the science. How can you trust the science if you think men should compete against women in sports, right? I mean, you obviously don't care about science. If you did, you wouldn't be saying that. No reason.
And before anyone tries to say, because of course, a man is an adult male and a woman is an adult female. Now, for those who have been trying to gaslight us into telling us, no, it's because you're misunderstanding. Sex is biological, male and female, or body type A, body type B if you want. male and female. But then there is gender, and gender belongs to the social sciences. It's different. It's a cultural thing. It doesn't have to do with your biological sex. They said to try and sort of kind of create a, in my opinion, false dichotomy, because we have connected gender to sex for the entirety of our species, but now they're changing it. But the reality is we saw in Canada that it was a lie all along, because what did the Canadian officials say when they were making sure to not misgender the trans shooter? They said it's a male who identified as female. Hold on a minute. That's how they said. You can check it. I made a video about it. It didn't say it's a biological male who identified as a woman, thereby sticking to the ideology that gender is social but sex is biological. No, they said male who identifies as female. All right. So there was no, that was the plan all along. It's at this point, again, you're going to say stuff like a male can be pregnant and then you ditch female because it's disrespectful. So now we're supposed to say individual who menstruate over my dead body. I'll never say it.
Reasonable, rational person thinks that men should be competing against women in sports, right? Like, the only people that say that are people that are afraid of blowback, and also people that are retarded. That's literally it. Now, here's what we need to do next. Now that we've established that the youth gender care and, you know, like sex changes for children, and people saying this didn't happen, here's the number.
People said that it didn't happen. It did. And now it's there. It did happen to kids. It's terrible. As usual, look at this. Underwent surgical mutilation. Man, we're going to pay for this. I swear. We'll be judged for it. I don't want to have anything to do with it. I was against it. I was just for personal freedom for adults. I was against it.
Of how many of them it happened with.
On the
Here
record.
we go. Let's listen to it.
And the statistics are just staggering. 5,747 children underwent.
5,000 people. 5,740.
Now, this would have to be double checked. So let's consider the fact that when I see this, if this number checks out, this is abominable.
7 children.
Surgical mutilation, according to the Stop the Harm database. 13,994 minors underwent sex change treatments. 8,579 received hormones and puberty blockers. More than 62,000 sex change prescriptions written for children.
Wow.
I mean, it's just staggering, Congressman.
And I'm telling you, that all of this is because of social contagion. It's because they begin very early, when they're really young, elementary school. And what they do is that the teachers with the blue hair and the septum ring, they say, so this is Martin. Martin is they, them. And Martin is non-binary. And everyone claps for the courage. You're so brave. You're so stunning, Mike. How are you, Martin? But now don't dead name it. And when you see that kind of reward, because children desperately seek approval of those they consider to be in positions of authority, whether it be a parent or whether it be a teacher, then they're going to be like, am I going to get the same attention if I say that I'm also non-binary? And so they do it, and they get this positive reinforcement. It becomes a cycle, and they end up in this statistic.
It is truly medicalized child abuse. And people sometimes ask, where were the parents? Well, I think many children will tell you this story, and I think Chloe would tell you this story, that many times parents were coerced. They were told that if they don't go along with transitioning their kids,
they might lose custody of their kids.
Their child will commit suicide. Would you rather have a live
Oh
son?
yeah, there's that too.
Or a dead daughter? I can think of nothing more inappropriate, nothing more unethical than that kind of coercion.
Yep, and it was all built on a lie. So here's what has to happen, is that now that we've established that this is happening, and we know the people that it's happened to, every medical procedure has documentation. Every single surgeon, every doctor, every person that pushed this on children needs to be held accountable.
Yes.
And they need to be held criminally accountable.
Yes.
Because this is what these people did. You have to put them in jail.
I agree.
And retroactively. Everybody knew this was wrong. We all knew this was wrong. There's nobody out there that thinks that, oh, well, we weren't really sure about this. It could have gone either way. Every rational, normal person, it's like the Nuremberg trials. And these people are nowhere near Nazis. Don't get this wrong. But it's the concept of, I was just following orders. That's nice. No, turn around and face the wall. I don't think we should shoot him. But I think it should be really bad.
Yeah.
I think that it should be so bad for these people that there is a page of this in the history book that is discussed in 100 years.
See, it's exactly what I was saying. So I agree. I think the doctors need to be criminally charged. I imagine there might be situations in which there were doctors that were also told, if you don't do this, you will lose your license. But at that point, there is the Hippocratic oath. You swore as a doctor that you would never harm and the innocent, your patients, and all of that kind of stuff. So yeah, you need to lose your license at that point. You need to be okay with doing that. It's easier said than done, because I understand that, I mean, doctors have to take care of their families, but then if you're put under that pressure, change state, change city, get yourself relocated, and possibly speak to the press. That's what I would say. So when it comes to doctors, I'm going to be expecting, yeah, there has to be some repercussions. But when it comes to the parents, it depends. There are two types of parents in these situations. There are parents who were mentally manipulated. I don't think they should have any repercussion. If anything, they're victims. And then there are parents who are like, look, this is my fourth child. They're all transgender while they have blue hair. They also need to be imprisoned.
That's my outlook on it.
They pushed it.
I think we need to go that far. And if we go that far, it's not going to happen again.
True.
2 to 3 years Dagestan? Yeah, exactly, right? That should have been the real solution.
He's right.
And so lose their license? No, we can't lose their license, and then they go on a book tour talking about how they're a fucking victim. Oh, no. You want to be a victim? Good. We'll make you earn it. I think you go to prison. All of these people, send these fucking people to prison, send them to prison, charge them with other types of child molestation, and then let the prisoners there deal with them, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. We all know what's going to happen, and it's going to be great. And that's it. And so anyway, crucify them literally? Well, we won't need to. We can outsource that to the prisoners that are already there.
Really, what is it with, I'm just going to say this as a kind of a closing statement, but what is it with children? Like, whether it be the mass shooters, or whether it be this, or whether it be whatever, it's always the kids. We really are in a terrible century, aren't we? This is, what a time. What a time. But as always, I mean, I agree with him. I don't want to say, I agree with Asmongold. And do no harm, exactly. Do no harm. So anyways, that is kind of, I'm going to call it a night, I think. We are exactly 5 hours and 1 minute in. I want to say thank you to everyone joining the stream today. And some of the topics were lighter, some of the topics were heavier, some of the topics were historical. We had the review. All of these will be edited and cut into their own individual videos. So if you missed the section about, for instance, A Night of Seven Kingdoms, then it will be posted possibly tomorrow or the day after. I'll see if I can post it tomorrow. And as its own edited out video, that it's easier, smoother. We cut sections when I'm like interacting too much with chat in order to keep it into one coherent and consistent video. So that's going to happen. Thank you very much. Did I have fun streaming? Yeah, it was good. It was good. I always have fun streaming. And I have more fun when I play games. But I think when it comes to March, new month, I'm going to stream every day from Monday to Friday. So do follow me on Twitch and Rumble or Kick. You'll find all the links in the description box of every video. Because that's where I'm going to do the streams from Monday to Thursdays. And then every Friday, I will also be live multi-streaming here on YouTube. But yeah, I'll be streaming 5 days a week. And then I'm thinking of probably resuming posting twice a day on Metatron, the channel. So I'll be posting one video midday and possibly one video at around like 4 or 5. It is what it is. I mean, the system forces my hand. The views are a little low on average, so usually the best solution to that is to increase output. So probably we'll do that. We'll see. But we'll have some playing. We'll have some games as well. Thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate your support, and thank you for all the donations and your generosity as always. I will see you on Monday. So I'll post tomorrow regularly. And then on Monday, 3:30 p.m. Central, I'll be live again on Rumble, Kick, and Twitch. Have a fantastic night. Thank you very much for your support. Thanks. Ciao, ciao, ciao. Let me open YouTube actually for a second. What did you do? Oh, yeah, there he is.